Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
The two had just returned home. The cell phone in Gray Silk's pocket rang. After a moment, she covered the receiver and looked at Sue Mo. Dr. Sean has agreed to join our laboratory, but he has also put forward conditions. He needs 2 such protective pendants. Sure, that kind of pendant is just an ordinary pendant that he casually blended with a trace of dark energy. If he wanted to, he could make tens of thousands of them in 1 minute. It is certainly worth exchanging 2 of these pendants for a top PhD in biogenetics. After hanging up the phone, Gray looked at Sue Mo vaguely again. She still hasn't figured out how the other party expected what happened next. Sue Mo raised his head and looked at the other person's eyes looking at him. "What's wrong with you?" No. Gray C., who has always been rigorous in doing things, had a rare look of panic on her face. After taking a look at the other party's expression, Sue Mo didn't care. "By the way, you have that kind of ability. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" he asked, looking at the other person. Sue Mo also learned about her ability through Gray Silk's voice transmission just after asking about the Green Goblin's words. "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have bothered to talk nonsense with the other party." "Because you didn't ask." Gray Silk's face once again regained that ancient well-like expression. "All right." After hearing the other party's answer, Sue Mo nodded helplessly. You know, when he went to Silent Hill to bring the other person back, he didn't ask too much about the other person's ability because he was in a hurry. "I only know that the other party has the ability to transform into an entity." In his opinion, all he needed was a secretary that he could fully trust, so he didn't ask any more questions, signed a contract with the other party directly, and brought the other party back. "I didn't expect that the other party could give me such a surprise. Where are the remaining people at this time?" Gracie handed a piece of information in her hand to Sue Mo. The information given by Reed also recorded the addresses of some people. Naturally, she needed to find out the locations of the rest. With her ability to read memories, this is not a difficult thing for her. After handing the things to Sue Mo, Gray C. bowed and walked out. Some research equipment would arrive at the laboratory in an hour, and she needed to rush there immediately. Sue Mo glanced at the other person's leaving figure and then focused on the document in his hand. Look at the information recorded above. Most of the remaining biological and genetic talents who have not been recruited belong to the military. Although Sue Mo also had a way to recruit them, it would obviously cause a series of subsequent troubles. Although these troubles can be easily solved with his ability, it will undoubtedly waste a lot of his time. In comparison, some idle talents are more suitable. Finally, Sue Mo's eyes fell on a name. Fort Herman, a retired professor of genetics at Harvard University, now living in Louisiana on a small island near New Orleans. After looking at the address, Sue Mo was just about to leave. There was a scream outside the villa. Hearing this voice, Sue Mo looked stunned. Then psychokinesis explored outside. At this time, it was on the ground at the entrance of the villa. Johnny, who looked exactly like Captain America, was slumped on the ground, looking horrified at Gray Silk, who had a cold face not far away. See this scene. Sue Mo understood what was going on almost immediately. According to Gray's cold personality, it is obviously impossible to take the initiative to talk to him. Obviously, it was Johnny who came up to chat with Gray Silk after seeing her. Gray Silk, who was bored, directly taught the other party some lessons. At this time, Susan, who heard the shouting outside, also walked out of the room. Seeing the situation in front of her, she couldn't understand what happened for a while. After Gray C. taught the other party a lesson, she got in the car and left without saying much. Susan walked over to Johnny, who was moving his body backwards on the ground. "Johnny, what are you doing?" Johnny, who was a little distracted, was so excited that he almost cried when he saw Susan's figure. He hugged Susan's calf and pointed at the car away with his trembling left hand, his words a little incoherent. "Her hand's head." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to make gestures on his head. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that Johnny calmed down a little and described the matter clearly. Susan looked at him with a crazy look. So, you mean that the woman who just walked out of Sumo's house put her hand into your head, stuck her middle finger inside, and then left your head? That's right, that's it. Johnny's head was nodding like a woodpecker. After receiving Johnny's affirmative answer, Susan reached out and hit him hard on the head, then angrily reached out and lifted him up from the ground. Johnny, have you had some? What? Johnny was stunned for a moment, but he quickly realized what Susan was referring to. No, how is that possible? He quickly denied it. Then why are you talking such nonsense? I tell you, you are not allowed to leave home even half a step within the next week. Susan obviously didn't believe what the other party said, so she directly dragged the other party towards the yard. Grand Isle. There are nearly 20,000 residents living on the island. However, these people are distributed in various locations on the island covering 4,000 to 5,000 square kilometers. The island is located about 10 kilometers away from the northern coast and is considered the economic center of the island. There are some public facilities here that supply the daily needs of island residents, such as supermarkets, medical stations, and police stations. Suemo walked out a path behind the supermarket. Naturally, he had no intention of slowly enjoying the scene of Susan training her younger brother, but came directly to this place through the portal. But just after coming out of the path, the sound of an air raid siren echoed in the town. At the same time, in the deserted square outside the supermarket, an old man with bloodstains on his mouth and body was running towards the supermarket. Looking up into the distance, an overwhelming fog was spreading behind the old man in this direction at an extremely fast speed. What the hell? Looking at this fog, Su-Imo sighed in confusion. Run quickly, there's something in the fog. When the old man passed by him, he warned him, and then rushed into the supermarket without looking back. Close the door quickly. After entering the supermarket, the old man hurriedly yelled at the people standing behind the door and the floor-to-ceiling glass windows. Several men looked at the blood stains on the old man's body and the fog that was spreading rapidly in the distance. They hurriedly stepped forward and wanted to close the supermarket door. Hey, didn't you see someone standing outside? At this time, a young female cashier stepped forward, pushed away the men who were trying to close the door, ran out of the door in 2 steps, and pulled Suemo, who was still standing there blankly, into the supermarket. The reason Suemo didn't move was certainly not because he was in a daze. Instead, he relied on his mental power to sense the scene in the fog. But the strange thing is that there seems to be a trace of weirdness in this fog, and psychokinesis has no way to penetrate the distant fog. As supermarket doors close, the fog also successfully enveloped the supermarket. Only then did Suemo have time to look at the faces around him. Soon after seeing an old man in the crowd, his eyes lit up. This old man was exactly the Professor Herman he was looking for. However, he did not rush over, but turned to look at the cashier who pulled him into the supermarket. This female cashier looks to be about 20 years old, with fair skin and slightly curly long hair combed into a neat ponytail on the back of her head. Her fair skin is matched with delicate facial features, especially a pair of big Caslin eyes. All attract the attention of people around you. Her figure is even more slender and slender. Set off by the light blue polo shirt, she looks full of youthful vitality. Thanks. Suemo thanked the other party. Although he did not need the other party's rescue, he should always be grateful for the other party's kindness. You're welcome. A sweet smile appeared on the girl's face, and then she looked outside the glass again. What happened? At this time, the old man with blood stains on his body spoke. There's something in the fog. I saw John get sucked in by a huge amount of tentacles. Hearing the old man's words, Sumo's eyes moved. Consider the scene in the supermarket. A feeling of familiarity came. Is this the mist? The fog was a movie he had watched in his previous life. He vaguely remembered that for some unknown reason, the town was suddenly shrouded in fog. Along with it, there are many huge amounts of monsters. The main story of the movie is that the male protagonist and his family are trapped in a supermarket. After some struggle, some people advocated going out to find a way out, while others advocated staying and waiting for rescue. The final outcome seems to be that the male protagonist who went out to find a way to survive still did not escape the fog after running out of gas in the car. Faced with the monster that followed, he chose to kill his family before committing suicide. Unexpectedly, when he killed all his family members and prepared to commit suicide, the rescue army had already arrived. Compared to how desperate the male protagonist felt in the end, Sumo was more concerned about the source of these fogs and how many points the monsters in them could bring him. As the old man's words fell, several screams came from the depths of the fog. Hearing this miserable cry, the faces of people in the supermarket showed a look of horror. Sumo ignored them and quietly came to the back of a row of shelves. After a bright light flashed through the space door, his figure disappeared into the supermarket. In the sky above the island, Sumo kept using the space gate. A moment later, in the sky more than 10 kilometers away from the island, Sumo looked at the surrounding fog that had faded and almost disappeared. The scope of this fog was actually so large, covering hundreds of kilometers in radius. The entire island was shrouded in it. Sumo took out a map and drew a circle on the island above. This circle was exactly where the fog was. He's a little in the center of the range. This should be the source of the fog. Thinking of this, Sumo moved and entered an open space door. The island is located close to the southern coast. Sumo ducked out of the space door. The surrounding area is completely white, with a visual range of less than 3 meters. In addition, psychokinesis seemed unable to penetrate the fog, and Sumo had no way to perceive the surrounding scene. If he had to explore on his own, he might not be able to determine the source of the fog in just one day. After all, what he delineated was only a rough range. This range alone is no less than dozens of square kilometers. However, he has never been short of men, even though those he has are not considered human beings. But in many cases, it is much easier to use than humans. Thinking of this, the dark divine book between his eyebrows glowed with dazzling light. A moment later, black shadows flashed through the fog under him. In less than half a minute, millions of undead troops descended. These troops occupied a full 3 to 4 kilometers of ground below. Following Sumo's thoughts, these undead troops began to spread in all directions. According to the search speed of these troops, it would take an hour or two at the fastest to search this area. Taking advantage of this time, Sumo returned to the previous supermarket, walked out of a room at the back of the supermarket, arrived at the entrance of the supermarket. Because there is only one supermarket on the island, which needs to supply the daily needs of nearly 20,000 residents on the island, the supermarket is very large, with the purchasing area alone covering thousands of square meters. There are warehouses storing various supplies at the rear. No one noticed Sumo's departure and return. Relying on the speed of the space gate, it only took him less than 10 minutes to complete everything. At this time, people in the supermarket were still immersed in worry. Who would notice such an insignificant person like him? When he came to the back of the crowd, a woman with short hair happened to be roaring angrily. "My son needs my attention at home." "Why? None of you men can send a lady home." There were less than 40 people in the supermarket at this time, and men accounted for about half of them. These people turned their heads one after another after hearing her words. "I curse you all to enter the 18th level of hell." The short-haired woman's resentful eyes swept across the faces of the people in the supermarket, then turned around and walked into the depths of the supermarket, seemingly intending to find a handy weapon. Sumo ignored the other party and came to Professor Herman, who was standing aside. "Professor Herman?" Hearing Sumo's call, the professor turned his head. She looked at him with a puzzled look. "Who are you?" "My name is Sumo, and my assistant, Ms. Gray, should be on the phone with you." Hearing this, Herman reacted. "Oh, are you the one who leads the research on physical enhancement potions?" "That's right." Sumo nodded. When these people did not agree to join, there was no need for him to leak out the things to be studied in the experiment. "Well, you guys think highly of an old man like me, who came all the way here to look for me." Professor Herman sighed. He had already learned from Gray Silk before that the laboratory was located in New York, which was at least thousands of kilometers away from here. Of course, we sincerely invite you to join the experiment. Hearing that Sue Mo still insisted on inviting him under such circumstances, the old professor also felt a sense of being valued. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke. I think you shouldn't care about this now. You should think about how to get out of the current predicament. Then if I can guarantee your survival, can you agree to join? Sue Mo asked confidently. Hearing this, Herman's expression changed. He was really moved by Sue Mo's sincerity. In this case, the other party did not consider his own safety first, but actually thought about the laboratory. He nodded without hesitation. Okay, as long as I can survive this disaster, I will join your laboratory. When Sue Mo heard this, a smile appeared on his face. At this time, a short-haired woman holding a baseball bat walked past the two of them. Seeing the smile on Sue Mo's face, the anger in her heart burst out instantly. What are you laughing at, you useless coward? Hearing the short-haired woman's words, Sue Mo's face instantly darkened. When the short-haired woman yelled and cursed everyone before, although he felt that the other party was a bit excessive, considering that the other party was a mother who was worried about the safety of her children, Sue Mo ignored her. But I didn't expect that the other party would take advantage of it. Why, your son's life is life, but everyone's life is not. You are a coward if you don't save your son. You called your husband to save him. It's your son, and not everyone's son. Why do you let everyone risk their lives to save him? After hearing Sue Mo's words, everyone around him secretly gave him a thumbs up. Apparently, people are also a little tired of this woman, constantly kidnapping everyone morally. At first, everyone had a look of shame on their faces, but after hearing what Sue Mo said, they also reacted. It can be known from the woman's words that the other party seems to take it as a matter of course for these people to save her son, and it would be a heinous crime not to save her son. Judging from this situation, even if he goes to save him, he will not get her thanks. The woman's face turned red after hearing this, and she was speechless. After a while, seeing the eyes of the people around her looking at her, she angrily swung the baseball bat in her hand towards Sue Mo. You damn B***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** target of the baseball bat. It was obviously Su Mo's head. I saw the baseball bat being swung by the opponent. Su Mo had no intention of getting used to his problems, so he slapped her face first, and then slapped her to the ground, and the baseball bat in his hand flew out. As for not hitting women, after his strength improved, this idea had disappeared from his mind. Will ordinary people let the mosquito bite them because it is a female mosquito? Obviously not. Will the emperor let her go just because the person who insulted him is a woman? Of course not. He would not even let that woman and her mother go and directly kill her whole family. Once you are at the top of the food chain, you will no longer be bound by these restrictions. For those who are in need of S**X, both men and women are treated equally. Wait a minute. How can you hit her? She's just worried about her child. Among the crowd, a middle-aged woman with long hair, pulled back, walked out with an expression of disbelief on her face. The short-haired woman who was knocked to the ground also came back to her senses at this time. You dare to hit me? The short-haired woman covered her beaten face with one hand and looked at Su Mo with resentful eyes. Then she suddenly got up from the ground and was about to pounce on Su Mo. However, a gun pressed against her head stopped her movements instantly. If you want to save your child, leave immediately. If you just say one more nonsense, you and your child will be reunited in hell. Wait, calm down. At this time, the middle-aged woman with her hair tied back quickly spoke to stop him. Shut up, or you will die for her. Su Mo turned the gun around and pointed it at the middle-aged woman. Seeing the turned muzzle of the gun, the middle-aged woman immediately shut up and retreated obediently into the crowd. At this time, the short-haired woman who stood up from the ground had also calmed down. Okay, I'll leave right away. She shakily picked up the baseball bat that fell on the ground and hurriedly ran towards the entrance of the supermarket. Seeing the other party leaving, Su Mo put away the gun in his hand. After the woman left, the supermarket became quiet again. However, These people subconsciously stayed away from Suemo. Suemo was happy and pure. In addition to Professor Herman, the female cashier who dragged him in also sat beside him without any fear. "Let me meet you. My name is Sally." After sitting down, the woman stretched out her hand to Suemo and introduced herself. Suemo. Looking at the woman's outstretched hand, Suemo shook it. "What? You're not afraid of me?" Holding the other party's soft and white palm, Suemo asked, "What are you afraid of?" A smile appeared on Sally's face. "Originally, it's not your fault. It's that woman who went too far." Hearing this, Suemo smiled. "I felt the sweep scope of the undead army. So far, the source of the fog has not been discovered. However, during this period alone, the monsters killed during the sweep by the undead army accumulated more than 20 million points. Want a bucket?" Sally took out a small bucket of ice cream from the freezer behind her and handed it over. Eating sweets can make people forget their worries for a short time. She opened her mouth to explain. "Thanks." Suemo took the ice cream. After a while, the two started chatting while eating. It seemed as if he had completely forgotten about the threat outside. Behind the row of shelves at the end of the supermarket, the middle-aged woman who was shouted down by Suemo secretly glanced at Suemo, who was chatting and laughing with Sally, with resentful eyes from time to time. Time gradually passed in such a quiet environment. 2 hours later, it was getting dark outside, and the power in the supermarket had been cut off. A group of people headed by the male protagonist planned to leave through the back door. But in less than half an hour, they ran back from the back door covered in blood and told the information about the monster they encountered. The anxiety in everyone's hearts intensified again. At this time, the middle-aged woman began to promote her doomsday theory. This time, boom, there was a sound on the glass outside the supermarket. A man closest to the window stepped forward and pointed the flashlight in his hand at the location where the noise came from. After seeing what was in that position clearly, he let out a scream, attracting everyone there. At this time, everyone could clearly see a monster nearly half a meter long lying on the glass. The monster looks a bit like a locust, but the difference is that its tail has a structure that looks like a scorpion's tail. If you get stung by this thing, you will probably suffer a lot. Before everyone could calm down, continuous sounds sounded outside the window. Everyone looked out of the glass with flashlights. At this time, the outside of the glass was already covered with densely packed monsters. When Suemo saw this, the dark book between his brows flashed, and the 16 adamantium flying knives he had brought appeared outside the glass. Then, it turned into a stream of light that flashed rapidly and began to harvest these locust-like monsters. Because psychokinesis couldn't penetrate deep into the fog, he could only harvest the monsters that appeared outside the supermarket. However, in just a few minutes, he had already gained tens of thousands of points. Look at the rising points on the panel. Suemo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What could really get a large amount of points is this huge group of monsters. You know, the evil thoughts of the Green Goblin that were solved by Gray Silk before only provided 10,000 points. Even if he killed the Green Goblin, he would only gain this point. Instead, it would be better to massacre these weak, chicken-like monsters. It wasn't until half an hour later that the locusts outside the glass had been cleaned up, and Suemo put away the adamantium flying knives. At the same time, his eyes lit up. The undead army also successfully found the source of the fog, somewhere in the center of the island. Suemo walked out of the space door. This looks like a valley. At this time, the valley was completely occupied by the undead army. Countless skeleton soldiers and undead knights are surrounding an irregular white crystal that is 8 or 9 meters high. White mist like billowing smoke overflowed crazily from the white crystals. Apparently, this is where the fog comes from. Suemo originally thought that the fog and monsters came from other planets or worlds through some space passage or something. But looking at it now, it's obviously not the case. This mist was produced by this unknown crystal, and those monsters, through the process of cleaning up the undead army, also revealed some clues that they were all mutated from ordinary insects and animals shrouded in this mist. After cleaning up these monsters, the area was completely quiet. Not even some insects can be seen. The appearance of those monsters still retains their original characteristics. Just like the monster outside the supermarket glass, it was probably mutated from locusts. Thinking of this, Su-Imo looked at the huge amounts of crystal in front of him. In that case, the mist formed by this crystal should stimulate the evolution of living things. But why does this effect have no effect on humans? He had some doubts in his heart. However, he did not dwell on this issue. Due to the close proximity, Su-Imo could clearly perceive that generating this thick fog was consuming this crystal. He could feel that the size of the crystal was gradually shrinking. Although it took less than half a minute to shrink so much that it was impossible to detect it with both eyes, Su-Imo could still feel it with his mental strength. I made a slight estimate. At this rate, it will be tomorrow morning at the latest. This huge amount of crystals will disappear completely. By then, the fog should gradually be diluted and dissipated. Although I don't know what the crystal is used for, after taking it away, I can study it slowly. It is better to put it away for now. Every second, the size of the crystal is gradually shrinking. Thinking of this, Su-Imo spent his points to exchange for a storage ring and put it directly inside. Time in the storage ring is at rest. After being put inside, the process of the crystal evaporating into mist also stopped. Su-Imo didn't plan to stay in the fog too long before it was completely clear whether it would affect the human body. However, before leaving, he once again summoned an army of millions of undead. Then as the order was issued, the army of nearly 2 million undead began to rapidly expand towards the periphery. Previously, it was because I wanted to explore the source of the fog. These undead armies need to be searched all over the place, and no corner can be spared. Not so now. They just need to keep spreading around, and when they encounter monsters, they will be destroyed directly. After all, these monsters are just ordinary animals and insects. The only difference is that their size has increased many times. Facing skeleton soldiers and undead knights, they have almost no ability to resist. In this way, they clean up very quickly. It won't be a problem to clear the entire island before daybreak. As far as he knows, the army has now begun to clean up these mutant monsters on the island. If you want to get as many points as possible, you must clear out these monsters in front of them. Feeling the army of undead gradually dispersing, Su-Imo stepped directly into the space gate. In the supermarket, due to the power outage and the short time, no one noticed that he had left. At this time, Professor Herman had fallen into a deep sleep. Seeing the other parties even breathing, Su-Imo couldn't help but sigh. In this case, he could still sleep. He didn't know whether the other party was big-hearted or he trusted Su-Mo's promise too much. At this time, Sally also noticed Su-Imo coming back. He waved his hand towards him. Because of the monsters outside, everyone tried not to make any noise. Even when talking, they kept their voices as low as possible. Su-Imo saw this and walked over. Sally reached out and patted the side. Whispered, "The blankets in the warehouse have been robbed by those people, and now there's only this one left. If you don't mind it, you can use one with me tonight." When she said this, there was no shy expression on Sally's face. Naturally, he would not think that the other party would fall in love with him in just a few hours. At most, it could be considered as a slight favorable impression. From the previous chat, Su-Imo had a rough understanding of Sally's character, and she was kind-hearted but also a little carefree. Su-Imo originally planned to leave tonight, but seeing the other party like this, and Professor Herman had already fallen asleep. If he left alone, if a monster broke in at night, his previous efforts would have been in vain. Anyway, he doesn't have much requirements for a sleeping place, just casual. Thinking of this, he waved towards Sally. "Wait a minute." After saying that, he turned around and walked into the darkness behind. In less than a minute, Su-Imo came back carrying a double mattress and several sets of blankets. See this scene. Sally had a look of surprise on her face. "Where did you get this?" Su-Imo shook his head. "I can't tell you this." "Don't say pull me down." Sally saw his mysterious look, glanced at him with her beautiful eyes, and then began to organize these things excitedly. After a while, the two were nestled on huge amounts of mattresses, wrapped in several layers of blankets. This mattress is so comfortable. Sally swayed on it a few times and sighed involuntarily. Of course, it's comfortable. Suemo pulled this mattress from his own home. When he bought it before, he spent more than 600,000 US dollars. But he didn't say it out loud. Instead, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Of course, before going to bed, he had arranged a circle of skeleton soldiers outside the supermarket to guard him. Early the next morning, after Suemo woke up, he immediately felt a sense of restraint coming from his body. When he opened his eyes, he realized that Sally's hands and feet were all wrapped around his body. Suemo saw this. His body twisted slightly, trying to break free from the opponent's lock. However, the other party seemed to feel that his pillow was about to lose control, and he increased the strength on his hands and legs again, locking Suemo back again. Feeling that his head was plunged into a piece of softness, Suemo could only stop struggling. If you continue to struggle, you'll be suspected of being a hooligan. After maintaining this position for half an hour, Sally finally opened her eyes in a daze. Seeing the scene in front of her, the confusion in her eyes continued for more than half a minute before she gradually came back to her senses. He quickly put his hands and legs down from the other person's body. Given her character, her face was a little red. "I'm sorry, I was a bit dishonest when I slept." "It doesn't matter." Suemo waved his hand. Strictly speaking, this is considered taking advantage of him, even though he did not take the initiative. But after all, he touched everything the other party should and shouldn't touch. Fortunately, the two of them were located in the corner of the supermarket. No one noticed the situation here. After Sally got up, there was an unnatural look on her face. "Well, I'm going to wash up." After saying that, she hurriedly got up and ran towards the bathroom at the back of the supermarket. Suemo looked at the other person's leaving figure, smiled, and shook his head. He stood up and came to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out the window. The source of the fog has been taken away by Suemo, and there is no source. After another night, the fog outside has become much lighter. At this time, people in the supermarket also noticed this situation. Their faces showed joy. Suemo estimated that as long as the sun rises, in at most 2 hours, the fog will completely disappear. I felt a little bit. At this time, the undead army had gathered in the center of the island. Last night, they had swept through the entire fog 3 times. Of course, during this process, the undead army had deliberately avoided the location where the troops were stationed. I opened the points panel and looked at it. The points had reached more than 80 million. Regarding this, Suemo didn't show much surprise on his face. When I first started looking for the source of the fog, I gained more than 20 million points in just 2 hours, even though it was originally because the monsters were denser near the center of the source. But at that time, the area was less than 1% of the island. In the remaining 99% of the area, even though the monsters are relatively sparse, the total number is definitely much greater than in the central area. Taking advantage of the time to go to the bathroom, Suemo collected all the undead army in the fog. New York, Queens. In a 6-story building covering an area of tens of thousands of square meters near the coast in the north. As a space door opens, Suemo walked out with Professor Herman and Sally. The two of them stared at all this with wide eyes and a look of surprise on their faces. It feels more magical than the monster in the fog outside the supermarket. The 3 people appeared in the largest office reserved for Suemo on the 6th floor of the building. The office area is very large. It's more than 100 square meters. The entire wall on the south side is made up of several huge amounts of floor-to-ceiling windows. The view outside the windows is very broad, and the sea is just over 50 meters away. The two stood in front of the window and glanced outside the window. Although I'm not sure where this place is, it is an indisputable fact that I have left the fog. Where is this? After being stunned for a moment, Professor Herman asked. New York. This is where Professor you will work from now on. Suemo answered. At this time, Sally also reacted after hearing the words. This is New York, 1,000 kilometers away from the island? She took out her mobile phone and opened it and took a look. Sure enough, the signal had been restored. She looked at the positioning information above and had a look of disbelief on her face. Oh my God, how did you do that? Sally glanced at the place where the space door disappeared just now and let out an exclamation. You can think of it as a magic trick. Suemo smiled and said something perfunctory. At this time, there were 2 knocks at the door, and then Gray opened the door and walked in. There was a contract between the 2 of them, and Suemo informed her to come over as soon as he came back. Since buying this building, Gracie has moved here. Of course, it's mainly for convenience. Boss. After entering the door, Gray Silk greeted Suemo. Suemo nodded, pointed to Herman, and said, "This is Professor Herman. You go and arrange a place for him first." Okay, Gray Silk nodded. Then he took the professor and left the room directly. After seeing the 2 people leaving, Sally looked Suemo up and down in surprise. "This is your company?" Suemo met the other party's gaze and shook his head. "This is not a company, it is a research institute, but it is indeed mine." Hearing this, Sally's eyes lit up. "I didn't realize before that you are so rich." "Well, it's not bad." Suemo glanced sideways at the other party, with a faint smile on his face. "Really? Rich man, please support me." Seeing Sumo's admission, Sally let out a shout. Then he came behind Suemo and stretched out his hand to knead his shoulders a few times. "How's the strength?" "Let me tell you, I have learned professionally. Your Xia countries too?" "Two. By the way, that's what the word says." Seeing the other party's appearance, Suemo smiled and shook his head. "Why? Aren't you planning to go back to Grand Island?" "According to my estimation, things there will be resolved soon." Hear this. Sally shook her head. "Now that something like this happened on the island, I don't plan to go back. If something like this happens again, I can't guarantee that I can escape alive. The only pity is that this is a relatively high-paying job. You don't know. The cashier's job alone on the island only costs $4,000 per month, which is almost twice as high as outside." Speaking of this, a look of pity appeared on her face. Hearing what the other party said, Suemo showed a hint of surprise on his face. "So your home is not on Grand Island?" "Of course not. The reason why I came to work on the island is just because the wages and benefits on the island are better." Sally opened her mouth to explain. "All right." Suemo nodded. "If you really want to stay here, go to Gray Silk later and ask her to make arrangements for you. Don't worry, the salary will definitely be higher than if you were a cashier. The operation of this laboratory naturally requires some auxiliary staff. There's no technical content in these. They're just responsible for some chores, and Sally is completely competent." Hearing Sumo's words, Sally had a look of surprise on her face. "Really? Thank you, boss." Sally was so excited that she bowed directly to Suemo with a 90-degree bow. Then he came behind Suemo and started kneading him hard. "Boss, how is your strength?" "Well, not bad. It can be heavier." "Okay, boss." Suemo sat on the office chair, with a smile on his face with his eyes closed. He didn't know why, but he felt more relaxed than ever when he was with Sally. It might be due to her personality. After handing Sally over to Gracie, Suemo left here directly. On the 5th floor of the laboratory, Sally followed Gray Silk and walked towards the dormitory. Looking at Gray Silk, who was walking in front with a cold face, she asked carefully, "I wonder what work I will be responsible for in the future." Gray Silk looked at the other person and replied expressionlessly, "You will be an assistant secretary for the time being. In the future, you will help me handle some less important things. I will tell you what specific tasks you will do when I get to work tomorrow." "Well, okay, what's the salary standard?" "Currently, it's $32,000 a month, and it will increase after we get familiar with it." Gray Silk remained expressionless from beginning to end, not because she had any objections to Sally, but because she had this expression on everyone. Hearing this, Sally was stunned. She even doubted her ears. She asked stupidly, 32,000, is that USD? Gracie glanced at her after hearing this. "What, do you think that in the United States, our wages will be in rubles?" No. The blank look on Sally's face was instantly replaced by a look of surprise. 32,000 USD. It is equivalent to almost 8 months of her previous salary. Thinking of this, she almost jumped up. However, considering the presence of Gray Silk, she gradually controlled her emotions. Within the next period of time, Suemo stayed at home almost all the time, practicing the thunder sword and the illustration of the gods nonstop. I only occasionally go around the lab. Take a look at where the research is going. After recruiting Professor Herman, research on Spider-Man potions has begun in the laboratory. However, almost a year has passed, and there has not been much progress yet. But Suemo was not in a hurry. According to the speed of time in this world, he has plenty of time. When he invested in this plan, he had already anticipated that it would be a long-term project. This day, when Suemo was practicing the 60-second picture in the Catalog of Gods, his heart suddenly moved, and then his face showed excitement. An opportunity for breakthrough came from the beast god. Think of this. Suemo didn't hesitate at all. He opened a space door and walked in. He came directly to the basement of the laboratory. At the same time, Gray Silk's figure also appeared in this room. In the center of the room, there was a device similar to the nutrition cabin that Suemo exchanged. This thing was developed by Suemo, the dormant warehouse, by the people in the laboratory just after it was built. Because at that time, Suemo was thinking about the preservation of his physical body after he left this world. After all, according to the flow rate of this world, if he leaves for a month, more than a year will pass here. The way of preserving the body like that in the weird world is simply not feasible. This thing originally had some prototypes in aerospace. It was not difficult to develop it with Reed and the others. It only took less than a month to successfully develop it. After giving some instructions to Gray Silk, Suemo lay down directly. As the hatch is closed, the dormant cabin is officially launched. For a moment, Suemo has returned to his original world. As soon as his body landed on the ground, he closed his eyes and his consciousness shifted to the beast god duplication. In the space where the beast god duplication is located, beast god duplication, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. The figure stood up directly, opened his mouth, and raised his head to the sky, letting out a roar of huge amounts. Then endless cosmic energy poured into his body. Finally, due to the strong suction, 7 or 8 vortexes composed of cosmic energy were formed around the beast god's body. While crazily devouring the energy of the universe, the body of the beast god also began to expand rapidly. This kind of expansion is different from using magical powers to change file size, but it is the real increase of the body. In less than half an hour, the beast god's body length increased several times its original size. Its size has reached a length of more than 100 kilometers. From the perspective of the human body, it almost blocks out the sky and the sun. This size is comparable to the file size of a city. After using the magic of heaven and earth, the body is almost larger than the entire state of the United States. With this kind of body type, it would be easy to destroy a continent with just one hit, dare not say shattering star. As the beast god's size grew, it slowed down. The rate of absorption of cosmic energy around it has not slowed down. On the contrary, because of its larger size, the magnitude of energy absorbing is more than 10 times faster than before. The energy vortex surrounding the body has also increased to 10 times its original diameter. With the increase of energy absorbing, at some point, the energy in the beast god's body gathered crazily towards the brain. Finally, a huge amount of crystal is formed in the position of the mind. Pronucleus, the core of energy in the body of the beast god. The moment the protonucleus was formed, the laws of time and space comprehended by the beast god duplication began to turn into lines and were imprinted on the protonucleus. When all the seals of the laws were engraved on the original nucleus, Suemo felt a boom in his brain. He felt a vast amount of space through the protonucleus. There is no life in this space, and it looks bare. But the area is not small. File size of several 100,000 square kilometers. After the inner world was formed, the cosmic energy absorbed by the beast god began to gradually flow into this world. As more and more energy poured in, the area of the inner world began to gradually expand. Along with the expansion, the world began to produce traces of green under the nourishment of energy. As if time had accelerated, this greenness quickly spread throughout the world, and eventually the entire world turned into a sea of green. This process lasted for a whole day. It was not until the space in the body expanded to tens of millions of square kilometers that the energy vortex around the body surface of the beast god gradually shrank and disappeared. The beast god has also been completely promoted to the star level. With the addition of the beast god's perfect genes, the beast god's pure physical strength reaches 100 billion tons. You can break through the speed of light just by relying on your body. Even against those ordinary dimensional Mephistas, Su-Mo was not weak at all. Of course, the extent of strength improvement is more than that. He closed his eyes and felt it. After being promoted to star level, Beast God Duplication once again awakened a talent called ability. From the description of this ability in his mind, Su-Mo learned that the name of this talent ability is Sky-Tearing Claw. Beast God Duplication felt it a little bit. Then he left the star tower in a flash and appeared in the starry sky of the outside world. His cold eyes looked at a lifeless planet thousands of kilometers away from him. The planet is about half the file size of Earth. The body of the beast god Duplication began to expand rapidly. After growing to the maximum, he raised his right claw in front and launched his sky-ripping claw to lightly swing towards the distant planet. The space in front of the paw was instantly distorted. As if across an endless distance, the claws directly scratched the surface of the planet. 5 huge amounts of claw marks flashed past. A roar of huge amounts came from the planet. In Sumo's eyes, a planet half the size of the Earth's file was directly penetrated to the center of the Earth by scratches. Countless amounts of magma gush out from the center of the Earth. In a matter of moments, a hell-like scene appeared on the planet, with endless magma and thick smoke raging crazily. Seeing this scene, Sumo's eyes flashed with shock. Unknowingly, have you grown to this extent? He couldn't help but sigh. According to the power of this sky-ripping claw, if it falls on the Earth, although it cannot completely destroy the Earth, there is no problem in causing the Earth to enter mass extinction. Moreover, the power of this sky-removing claw is not just that. He even felt the confusion of time around the claws at the moment when he swung them. If you reduce your size, you can use it on humans. I'm afraid, if you don't understand the laws of time, there is no way to avoid this claw. After experimenting with the newly awakened ability, the beast god Duplication turned into a domestic cat file size and teleported back to the villa again. Then he entered the star tower in a flash. Consciousness returns from the duplication of the beast god to the ontology. Sumo slowly opened his eyes. There was a sudden movement at the same time in the sea of consciousness in his body and the miniature planet in his dantian. The realm of the ontology will also break through to the star level. There was an expression on his face. Turn on the tenfold time acceleration in the training room. Close your eyes again and silently feel the changes in the miniature planet. After the 10 times acceleration of time is turned on in the training room, even the energy density of the universe inside will increase 10 times. At this time, the rich cosmic energy inside began to swarm into his body crazily. These energies first poured into the miniature planet in the dantian. With the continuous influx of cosmic energy, the size of the miniature planet began to gradually shrink. After shrinking to a certain extent, the energy density in the microplanet becomes larger and larger. After shrinking to the extreme, the planet's entire body had turned fiery red, like a burning star. At this time, the influx of energy did not slow down. After the red star absorbed energy again, its size began to slowly increase. Wait until a full half-hour later. The star has grown to 3 times its original file size. It was only at this time that the energy pouring into it gradually stopped. These energies began to flow towards the miniature planet in the sea of consciousness. After going through the same process, the miniature planet in the sea of consciousness also turned into a star. At this point, Sumo's actual strength has been successfully promoted to the star level. Open the system panel. As Sumo finished speaking, the familiar system panel appeared in front of him again. Name, Sumo. Age, 23 years old. Power, 100 million tons. Speed, 150,000 kilometers/s. Psychokinesis, 100 million tons. Special ability, space freezing. Points, 88483,200 points. Level, stellar level 1. Gene level 100 times. Duplication, time and space beast god. A huge force of 100 million tons. The heaviest aircraft carrier in the world only weighs about 100,000 tons. According to his strength, he is completely capable of lifting thousands of such aircraft carriers at one time. In other words, according to his power, he can completely throw the aircraft carrier around like a toy. Of course, a person's strength cannot be measured purely by the intensity of his power, but despite this, based on his current level of power, he can't say that he can definitely kill Odin. But if the two fight, Odin may have no choice but to escape. Maybe it would be very difficult for the opponent to break through his defense. You must know that the improvement of strength is naturally accompanied by the improvement of physical strength. Otherwise, if you want to exert this power, your body will be unable to bear it and collapse. How strong can a body that can withstand 100 million tons of force be? I'm afraid that vibranium and adamantium are all dregs in front of his body. Even the URU alloy, known as the most powerful metal in Asgard, used to build Thor's hammer and the storm axe, is probably far behind his physical strength. Slowly open your eyes. Congratulations to the Master for your successful promotion to the star level. The permissions of the Star Tower are further opened. Shinji's cheerful voice sounded in the training room. When Sumo heard this, his eyes moved, and he was already in the central hall. Shinji's figure then appeared in front of him. Congratulations, Master. As soon as he appeared, Shing clasped his hands as fists, bowed, and said with a smile. Today, the other party's hair was combed into a bun like Chun-Li, with red accessories hanging on her head, and she was wearing a red cheongsam, which barely covered her thighs. The key is that the cheongsams are all so short, with nearly 30 centimeters of slits left on both sides. This slit reached Shinji's waist. Under the slit, fair and tender skin was exposed, and a red belt loomed from the slit. With her golden figure of over 1.7 meters, Sumo's mouth went dry. Noticing Sumo's gaze, Shinji raised the corners of her mouth slightly, then pinched the red belt under the cheongsam with her thumb and index finger of her right hand, pulled it open hard, and then loosened her fingers. Crack! Ah! Shinji let out an exclamation, which made Sumo feel dizzy. Shinji, do you mean that all of your so-called more authority belongs to you? Yes, all poses and all skins are unlocked. Master, do you want to give it a try? After finishing speaking, Shinji stuck out her little tongue and licked the corner of Hongyin's mouth. Okay, Shinji, can you be more serious? Taking a deep breath, Sumo suppressed the restlessness in his heart. Ha! Shinji burst into laughter. All right. Shinji put away the smile on her face, turned around, and the cheongsam on her body turned into a teacher's uniform. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses appeared on the bridge of her nose, and a teaching staff appeared in her hand. Listen up now, classmate Su. After saying that, she turned around, and a small blackboard suddenly appeared behind her. The blackboard was only half her height. She bent down, twisted her body into an exaggerated S-shaped posture, and pointed at the content on the small blackboard with the teaching stick in her hand. First of all, the time in the training room is accelerated. It can be accelerated up to 100 times. Sumo saw the other party's enchanting pose, which fully demonstrated her own advantages. Especially the long legs wrapped in black silk look even more slender. This woman must have done it on purpose. There is no need to question this. Who is a serious teacher who dresses like this in class and places the blackboard so low to deliberately pose like this? However, Sumo did not stop the other party. Otherwise, the other party might make some trouble, and there's nothing wrong with that. In the movies I have watched, as long as the teacher puts on this kind of costume, the student's attention will be highly concentrated and their eyes will be widened. Following Shinji's explanation, Sumo also understood the function of unlocking the Star Tower. Overall, It's not much different from the original. After all, for treasures of the Star Tower level, there's almost no difference between planet level and star level. The first one is what Xing has already said. The acceleration function of the training room can accelerate up to 100 times. In 4 days outside, you could spend a year inside. In this way, being inside would undoubtedly be more suitable than the world he just went to. The second one is that the taming space in the Star Tower has been opened. The so-called tame space is a creature that can be sent into Su-Mo and imprinted with the soul. From then on, this person will completely obey the orders of the owner of the Star Tower, who is Su-Mo. This function is similar to the ability of Soul Mark, but it's many times more advanced than the Soul Seal. Not only is there no limit on the number of people, but as long as Su-Mo can capture the enemy and send them in, as long as the level does not exceed the level of the Star Tower, he could be enslaved instantly. What is the current level of the Star Tower rewarded by the system? Su-Mo didn't know this, but even if the original Star Tower existed, no one in this world who could resist existed. After explaining, Xing took Su-Mo to a vast space similar to a forbidden space. The space can't be seen to the limit at a glance. The ground is an endless grassland, and a huge light ball is suspended in the mid-air just above the grassland. Is this a domestication space? Su-Mo looked at the space. Yes, as long as you can bring the other party to this space, this person will perform soul slavery on your behalf. Xing pointed at the huge ball of light in the sky and said. Su-Mo nodded and waved lightly. The Banshee Lorelei and the 3 vampire brides were all moved here by him. The 4 people who had just been moved over had a look of confusion on their faces at first. However, after seeing Su-Mo and Xing standing aside, several people immediately understood and quickly came to their sides and bowed. Owner, Su-Mo nodded. After entering the Star Tower, Xing had obviously taught them how to practice. Now the strength of the 3 people has undergone earth-shaking changes. Because the concentration of energy in the original universe in the forbidden space they are in is dozens of times that of the outside world, and the physiques of the 4 of them are not mortals. Their strength has now reached the warrior level. Among them, Luo Lile, who practiced later, is the strongest, has reached the advanced level of warrior. After all, Asgard's bloodline is indeed much stronger than that of vampires. After sizing up the 4 people, Su-Mo looked at the huge ball of light in the sky. Following his thoughts, 4 rays of light shot out from the light ball, covering all the people in it. The faces of the 4 people instantly became confused, but this confusion only lasted for less than 2 seconds before they recovered, and the beam of light that shrouded the 4 people disappeared. So fast, Su-Mo sighed. But after thinking about it, it's normal. After all, compared to Star Tower, their strength is inferior to that of ants, and it would not take too long to use the soul enslavement secret method on them. He now clearly felt that there was some kind of connection between the few people. Not only can he control their bodies, he can even control their thoughts. In other words, they will think whatever Su-Mo wants them to think. It is indeed a complete soul enslavement. It is indeed terrifying. In this way, as long as they think about it, they will not have any thoughts of their own at all. Of course, Su-Mo had no intention of changing the other party's mind. At this time, the way the 4 of them looked at Su-Mo also changed slightly. After the soul enslavement secret method is cast, they will regard Su-Mo as the closest person from the bottom of their hearts. In a certain forbidden space, Su-Mo and 4 people appeared in front of 2 beachside villas. This is where the 4 girls lived before. Xing did not follow, but left directly and went to an unknown place. After seeing that Xing was not there, the 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Compared to Su-Mo, Xing put more pressure on them. Su-Mo rarely comes here since they were imprisoned here. Only Xing would come over to train them from time to time, and even the skills were taught to them by Xing. And not only that, Xing often teaches them some weird things. Luo Lile was interested in learning this kind of thing, but the other 3 girls, after all, lived in the 80th century, had limited access to information, and their family backgrounds were all considered noble. I have never been exposed to this aspect before, and I always get red-faced every time I hear it. Seeing that Xingji has left, Lorelei walked up directly. Master, I just learned some new knowledge. Do you want to get a try? Hearing her words, the faces of the other people instantly turned red. Yeah. When Suemo heard this, a playful smile appeared on his face. I'm afraid what I learned is not new knowledge, but new postures. However, he did not refuse. For a year in the parallel world, he was almost immersed in cultivation. There was nothing wrong with relaxing occasionally. Seeing that Suemo did not refuse, Lorelei walked toward the villa on the left with a smile on her face. Verona and others showed tangled expressions on their faces. But after thinking for a moment, Ariella seemed to have made up her mind. Follow me. After speaking, he took the lead and walked towards the villa. Verona and Marika hesitated for a moment after hearing this, and then followed. In this forbidden place, in order to comply with the biological clock, there are also 24 hours a day, alternating between day and night. When Suemo and the others entered the villa, it was still morning in this world. Wait until it comes out. It was already close to noon the next day. It has to be said that after practicing the devouring method, their physical strength has been improved by huge amounts. Until a few hours later, for figures came out of the villa. Under the leadership of Suemo, the three of Verona came to the backyard of another villa. Sitting on the stone chair in the backyard pavilion, Suemo stretched out his hand and waved lightly. More than a dozen buckets of blood had appeared in the pavilion. You guys have tried to see if this blood will help you improve your strength. The blood was extracted by Suemo from the bodies of the mythical beasts in Taluo village. During the time he lived in Taluo village, Suemo did not let go of any animals he saw, such as emperor rivers, nine-tailed foxes, dragon horses, Buddha dogs, phoenixes. Catch them and draw blood. The only thing missing is the dragon at the bottom of the water. It's not that Suemo kindly let it go, but Suemo wasn't sure whether the blood would be of much use to the three women. After the blood was tried and useful, he would go to Shenlong to borrow some. However, he was also very measured and only extracted 1/6 of the blood in their bodies. It doesn't have much impact on their bodies. It only takes a period of cultivation to recover. The people in Taluo village did not stop him after seeing it. After all, Suemo can be regarded as the benefactor of the entire Taluo village, let alone some blood of mythical beasts. Even if their blood is drawn, they will not frown. The consequence of this is that all the mythical beasts within Taluo village have been in a state of anemia for a long time, looking sick and listless all day long. But the results are very gratifying. Suemo directly collected hundreds of barrels of this blood. When the three women heard this, their eyes fell on the blood on the ground. As a vampire's talent, they felt a lot of energy from the blood on the ground. Is this specially prepared for us? Alila, the youngest, glanced at Suemo and asked, Otherwise, this thing seems to be useful to you. After hearing Sumo's words, Alila stepped forward, directly hit someone with the ball, and threw herself into Sumo's arms. Thank you, Master. Okay, you guys try it, and see if this thing is useful to you. Suemo pointed to the blood on the ground and said, The three of them nodded upon hearing this. Each came to a bucket of blood, showing the tiger fangs in their mouths, and their eyes glowed red. In a moment, a bloody energy overflowed from the blood and poured into the bodies of the three people. In the final analysis, vampires suck blood for the blood energy contained in the blood, not because the blood has much effect on them. Therefore, Shinji specially taught them a technique that only needs to absorb blood energy. This also avoids the trouble of them having to drink the blood. After all, although they were transformed into vampires, there was no way their ideas would change over time. If they were asked to drink blood, they would not be able to accept it for a while. Soon, the energy in the blood in the buckets in front of each of them has been absorbed by the three of them. As the absorption was completed, crackling sounds came from the bodies of the three people. After a while, Verona, who had black hair, opened her eyes first. How about it? Suemo asked. The strength has increased by 1,000 kilograms. Verona said with a look of surprise. This is equivalent to the results of 10 days of practice. Hearing this, Suemo Mo nodded. This method is indeed feasible. Practicing the devouring method, coupled with the characteristics of vampires, allows them to absorb the special energy contained in the blood to enhance their physical strength. Soon, Alila and Marika also woke up. There were also expressions of surprise on their faces. Suemo waved his hand casually. Take out all the blood stored in the storage ring. There are hundreds of barrels of this blood containing huge energy, which is enough for them to break through to the realm of junior gods of war. You absorb all this blood first. After absorbing it, I will get some for you. According to the current strength of the three of them, he doesn't dare to use the blood of the beast god on them yet. That thing is too perverted. He was afraid that if he was not careful, the three of them would explode. Then, we can only look for the blood of some strange beasts first. But there are only a few divine beasts in Taro Village. After being beaten to death by him last time, they may not be able to recover now. And you can't always carry this mythical beast with you. If we come here a few more times, I'm afraid these mythical beasts won't be able to bear it. Shenlong's blood is also limited, so he probably won't be able to draw out too much without affecting the other party. It seems that I need to find a place where I can stably obtain blood containing high energy. But after thinking about it for a while, I still have no clue. We can only talk about it later. This blood is enough for the three of them to absorb for a while. The three of them looked at the densely packed buckets of blood on the ground, with uncontrollable surprise on their faces. Thank you, Master. After saying that, the three excited people rushed towards Suemo. Wait a minute. Why are you pulling my pants down? It seems that the lesson I taught you last night was not enough. East of the Isle of Death, a few kilometers away from the location of Villa Schumer. At this time, a villa complex had been built here. There are more than a dozen villas located in various locations along the coast. These villas are all newly built and serve as residences for some high-rise residents on Death Island. Located in a villa at the very back, Suemo walked out of the space door. Since learning the space door, he has gone through the door less and less often. It was already night. Emma walked out of the bathroom, wrapped in a bath towel. After noticing the figure in the living room from the corner of her eye, her expression changed. After she saw clearly that the figure was Suemo, she breathed a sigh of relief, and the diamond-like skin on her body gradually returned to normal. Huh, you scared me. Could you tell me before you come? There was a look of helplessness on Emma's face. Hearing the other party's coquettishness, Suemo put down the wine bottle in his hand and picked up the cup. Sorry, I forgot in a hurry. Emma gave him a nice look. He stepped forward, poured himself a glass, and then pulled Suemo to sit down on the sofa in the living room. Just in time, I have something to talk to you about. Suemo looked at her doubtfully. What are you so anxious about? Emma sighed. It's not about cultivation yet. As Emma told Suemo, he also understood the whole story. After nearly 2 years of training, the ordinary soldiers on the island have now generally reached the level of generals, and a few outstanding ones have reached the level of high-level generals. This is after embarking on the path of cultivation and not providing too much ferocious beast meat. This also leads to the fact that the strength of these people now far exceeds that of mutants like Raven and Huaman. Raven has come to see Emma several times. I hope to practice like those people. But Emma didn't get Suemo's order and didn't dare to pass on the cultivation methods to them at will. After all, without complete control over them, no one can guarantee whether they will leak their cultivation methods. Her method of subtly brainwashing people is quite overbearing. After using it, it is equivalent to completely changing and erasing the other party's original consciousness, and the other party will completely lose themselves. Originally, Emma and Raven had known each other before and had a good relationship. She didn't want to use this method on the other party. As for the soul seal, although she has now cultivated the second soul seal, she did not use it on Raven rashly. Maybe Suemo will have other needs to use it. She wanted to ask Suemo for instructions, but she had no way to contact him. Where's the other person now? After Suemo listened, he asked. Previously, the best way to keep the other party secret was to use a slave chip. But now, with the existence of soul enslavement space, it is much simpler. She has been crazy about taking on tasks during this period, and now she should be going out to perform tasks. Emma replied, "Okay, let me know when she comes back. But how do I contact you? It seems that your phone has been turned off for a long time." Suemo finally reacted after receiving Emma's reminder. With a wave of his hand, he took the phone out of the storage ring and turned it on. The moment the phone was turned on, a series of alerts sounded. Suemo looked at the countless missed calls on his phone and thought for a moment. I always rely on mobile phones to contact him, which is obviously unreliable. Most of the time, I can't contact him at all. He looked up at Emma beside him. "There's another way that we can contact you quickly, but this method seems a little unfair to you." What Suemo was talking about was, of course, the secret method of soul enslavement. This secret method is many times more powerful than the soul seal. Even in a parallel world, both of them can transmit information through the secret method. Hearing this, Emma looked at each other with a smile. "Why, do you think it's fair to keep me outside like a mistress?" Hearing this, Suemo felt embarrassed for a while. "Okay, stop talking nonsense. If you have a way, use it as soon as possible." Final. At Emma's insistence, the contract was signed. Of course, Emma signed the contract not because of her own love brain. Through this period of contact, she also had some understanding of Sumo's character. For example, when teaching secret techniques, they will only be spread out under the condition that they are guaranteed not to be spread to others. She is the only exception. She didn't believe that Suemo couldn't completely control her. Not to mention anything else, just the chip that controls Tianqi and the others can restrain Tianqi. In her opinion, as long as it is used on herself, she has no way to escape. Suemo did not use this method to her. This also shows that he still has some status in the other party's heart. But she also understood that this status would not be too high, because the other party cannot completely trust her. This is no exception when she puts herself in someone else's shoes. Although Suemo has now taught her a very advanced secret technique of spiritual power, she knows very well that if there is no accident, it is basically impossible to learn a more advanced secret technique. The only way to change this situation is to make the other party completely trust you. Naturally, she would not let go of this opportunity. After the secret technique was completed, a special connection developed between the two of them. Emma hung her hands around Sumo's neck. "By the way, I want to try what it feels like to be manipulated by others while you are awake." "Yeah." The corners of Sumo's mouth slightly raised. Following a thought in his mind, Emma instantly felt that her body was out of control. As if under some kind of force, he lifted his hands up and pulled off the bath towel on his body. A few hours later, the war ceased. Emma clung to Sumo's body like a koala. Suemo turned over his hands and took out a stack of documents. There are blueprints for a glider and some special equipment recorded here. I will hand this thing over to the R&D department tomorrow. After it is produced, it can be used as the standard equipment for those soldiers. Emma nodded, took the file, looked through it, and put it aside. Immediately afterwards, Suemo took out a ring and handed it to the other party. Looking at the diamond ring in Sumo's hand, Emma's eyes showed a hint of surprise, but she still pretended to be nonchalant and asked, "What is this?" "Of course it's a gift for you." Hearing this, Emma could barely hide the smile on her face, but he still pretended to be angry and said, "I haven't given you any gifts in the past 2 years. Now that I'm one of your own, I'm giving you gifts. So I've always had such no status in your heart." Hearing what the other party said, Suemo also felt ashamed. Although the relationship between the two has reached the point of being honest with each other before. But Emma is different from Wanda and Annie in their innocence. After all, the other person was once the White Queen of Hellfire, and her scheming is not comparable to that of those two silly girls. And Suemo didn't want to use the slave chip on the other party. This also leads to this situation. He trusts Emma very much, but he cannot trust her unreservedly. "Emma, actually Suemo was about to explain when Emma stopped him. He directly took the ring from the other party's hand, put on the ring finger of his left hand, and then shook it at Suemo. "From now on, I am completely yours, and you must be responsible for me." Seeing Emma's understanding, Suemo put his arms around her. "Certainly, But this ring is more than just a decoration. After saying that, Sue and Mo handed the other party how to use the storage ring. Wow. Emma tried to put an empty small umbrella box on the side into it, and then put it out again, exclaiming in surprise. It's amazing. Next, she tried it across the room. Putting various things in and taking them out had a lot of fun. After a moment, a black underwear appeared in her hand. What is this, and why is it in this ring? Seeing that underwear, Sue Mo's face darkened. He also didn't expect that the black god suit redeemed in the mall would appear in this form. However, the form of the black god suit before recognizing its owner is already ever-changing. Even if it turns into a Roman emperor, it is not surprising at all. You could try putting a drop of blood on it. Sue Mo opened his mouth to explain. Hearing this, Emma's face showed a look of surprise. Is this also a special treasure? Just now, the storage ring required a drop of blood to identify its owner, and now this piece of equipment also required a drop of blood, so she would naturally have speculations in this regard. But this appearance? His eyes looked at Sue Mo with an inexplicable meaning. Could it have some special function? Seeing the other party's gaze, Sue Mo naturally understood that the other party was thinking wrongly and quickly explained. This is serious stuff. Defensive equipment. Defense equipment? Emma doubtfully cut a wound on her hand again and dripped blood on it. After the blood fell on it, it slowly penetrated in. For a moment, the underwear held in Emma's hand began to soften and flow. After finally wrapping her entire body in it, it penetrated into the skin. Emma felt a little bit. Then I started trying it. Under her command, the black god suit emerged from under the skin again and began to change into various forms. Armor, dress, long skirt. She tried every shape she could think of. This stuff is awesome. Emma excitedly threw herself into Sumo's arms. Although she didn't know what the defensive power of this thing was, she felt unusually fond of its ability to change forms at will. Having this thing is equivalent to putting all the clothes in the world into your own wardrobe. What woman can say no to a wardrobe filled with all the clothes in the world? This thing can withstand at least 90% of the impact, and if the opponent is not strong enough, it can even be completely resisted by it. Coupled with your body's ability to become diamond, it will be difficult for anything to hurt you again in the future, Suemo said. At this time, Emma separated from his arms and looked at Suemo seriously. Thanks. After saying that, the black god suit on her began to change again, finally turned into an angel cost suit. Seeing this scene, Suemo couldn't help but sigh. The moment they got the black god suit, they seemed to quickly discover its application in life. Use it against yourself. The only strange thing is, why do these people like cosplaying angels so much? It feels pretty good though. New York, Stark Tower, in an office on the top floor. Suemo sat aside and looked at Tony with amusement as he smashed the office into pieces. Tony, it seems inappropriate for you to destroy the company's public property in front of me, the second shareholder. Tony struggled to pass a pipe through the big hole in the wall, then removed the armor from his arms and walked toward Suemo. I didn't call you more than a dozen times just to hear you ridicule me. All right. Suemo picked up the file on the desktop in front of him. Then let me see what is the reason why you urgently summoned me here. I opened the file and looked through it a few times. New sustainable renewable energy? That's right. Based on the information my father left behind, I made a device called an arc reactor. Tony snapped his fingers. A virtual map was generated in mid-air between the two people. Above is a map of the entire New York City. He reached out and enlarged a point on the map. The map focuses on the bottom of the Hudson River next to Manhattan. As long as an enlarged version of the arc reactor is placed under the water and cooled by the water bottom, it can supply the power needs of the entire New York. How big do you want it to be? After Tony was stunned for a moment, he spoke with some hesitation. About 300 meters in diameter. So its cost is? Suemo asked pointedly at the key point. About hundreds of billions. After finishing speaking, Tony quickly opened his mouth to explain again. You have to know that this is just a one-time investment. This arc reactor can continue to supply New York's power supply for about 50 years. Based on the fact that New York's daily electricity consumption is 200 million kilowatt hours, we can recover our capital in about 3 to 4 years, and it will be pure profit in the next 50 years. After hearing Tony's explanation, Sumo put down the information in his hand with a smile. So, the other shareholders of the company do not agree with this plan? Tony nodded. What's the reason? The requirement for materials for giant reactors are too high. There is currently no way to determine whether the materials can withstand the energy of the giant reactor. All right. After hearing Tony's explanation, Sumo shook his head. So, you mean to ask the company to spend $100 billion to conduct an experiment on you? Believe me, in this case, no one will agree to accompany you in this huge gamble. However, you could try building a small one first. It doesn't need to be too big, as long as it can supply the power of the Stark Group for the time being. After hearing Sumo's words, Tony sighed in frustration. Well, I'm already building it. He nodded. Compared to that, I think there is something that you will be more interested in. A mysterious smile appeared on Sumo's face. Then he waved his hand, a palm-sized crystal ball with purple lines carved on the outside. Inside the sphere, a gray figure was rushing left and right, but there was still no way to get out of the crystal ball. Looking at the thing in Sumo's hand, Tony's eyes widened. What is this? New, renewable energy. After saying that, Sumo threw the energy ball in his hand toward the far wall. Wow! As the glass shattered, a gray figure flew out and transformed into a person. Only then did Tony see the figure clearly. A woman with gray skin. At this time, the expression on the woman's face was very distorted, and she looked at the two people in the room with hatred. When Tony caught the other person's gaze, the hair on his body exploded. This thing is not unfamiliar to him. Although he has never seen it in the real world, it is not uncommon to see it in movies. Is this the legendary evil spirit? Seeing Sumo nodded. The look on Tony's face was instantly replaced by shock. Is there really such a thing in the world? As the two chatted, the evil spirit in the air could no longer hold back and let out a sharp roar. The moment the sound rang out, the electronic equipment in the room became a little unstable. Jarvis's voice sounded intermittently in the room. Sir, the current in the room seems to be affected by some kind of force. As soon as Jarvis finished speaking, the evil spirit had already pounced on Tony. This is an evil spirit that has no consciousness at all and is specially captured by Sumo. It only knows how to harm people and has no normal human consciousness. However, it retains the animal's instinct to seek good luck and avoid bad luck. He didn't rush towards Sumo. Of course, it may also be that it still retains the memory of Sumo, sealing it casually. Tony saw this. With a wave of his hand, the arm part of the armor flew over and was installed on his arm. An energy ray was shot towards the evil spirit. The ray passed directly through the evil spirit's body, blasting a hole in its body. However, this did not seem to cause any harm to the other party. The opponent's forward momentum has not slowed down. Seeing this scene, Tony's expression changed, and he simply ducked behind Sumo. I haven't forgotten to complain. Are you going to ask me to give up on the arc reactor and start researching this thing instead? I really need to thank you, but I am a scientist, and I have no plans to change my profession to become a wizard yet. Sumo waved his right hand lightly. A purple rope floated in the air, trapping the evil spirit directly. Don't worry, this thing is very easy to deal with as long as you find a way to restrain it. Moreover, don't you think they are an inexhaustible renewable resource? They don't need to eat or sleep, and they won't ask for wages from you. Seeing Sumo controlling this thing, Tony walked out from behind him. I wish this thing would just ask for my salary, but it seems that what he really wants is my life. But after finishing speaking, Tony still took a serious look at the evil spirit floating in the air. After confirming that the other party could not move, he even reached out and touched the other party. Seeing the palm pass directly through the opponent's body, Tony looked stunned. Okay, I'll leave this to you. Research carefully and strive to obtain research results as soon as possible. Sumo reached out and patted the other party on the shoulder. A casual wave. A contract appears in front of Tony. With a gentle wave of his hand, a blue light point was pulled out of the evil spirit's mind and submerged into the contract. Sign this contract, and she will be controlled by you from now on. Hearing this, Tony followed Sue Mo's words with hesitation and reached out his hand to press the contract. In an instant, the contract sank directly into Tony's mind. Tony closed his eyes and felt it for a while, then opened his eyes. Sue Mo has also removed the magic that restrained the evil spirit. At this time, the evil spirit kept assuming various postures under Tony's control. Oh my God, this thing is awesome. Tony's eyes flashed with excitement, and then he thought of something and asked Sue Mo tentatively, "Can this thing be used on women?" America, Missouri, a vast and inaccessible prairie. A spaceship that resembled a ship landed from the sky, swayingly, and finally slammed to the ground. Several figures wearing armor flew out of the spaceship and plunged into the soil on the side. After a while, a figure pulled his head out of the soil. It was Hogan, one of the 4 idiots in Asgard. He stretched out his hand to clean the dirt on his head, walked to the side, and pulled the remaining people out of the dirt like a carrot. The last person to pull out was a short man with a crew cut. After pulling the man out, Hogan asked angrily, "A asterisk hole. Is this what you promised me to be able to control the spaceship easily?" The crew cut man who was questioned spit out the mud in his mouth and quickly explained, "Boss, I really didn't lie to you, but since the Rainbow Bridge was built, I haven't driven this thing for hundreds of years, and it's a bit rusty. Don't worry, this kind of thing will never happen next time." After hearing his explanation, Hogan angrily pointed at the spacecraft that smashed into a boulder and opened a big hole. He reached out and knocked hard on his hand. "Do you want it next time? Do you think the spaceship can still take us away?" The crew cut man turned his head and glanced at the large smoking hole in the spacecraft behind him. He covered his head with his hands and did not dare to speak again. At this time, the remaining people from behind came up. "Boss, don't worry. I heard that rainbow front will be repaired in more than half a year at most. If you want to go back then, you won't need this thing," a woman with long hair explained. After hearing this, Hogan glanced hard at the crew cut man and let him go. He turned his head and looked around. "Sani, hide the spaceship. This time, on the order of the god King Odin, you are here to investigate the man who took away the Banshee Lorelei. Everything must be done in secret, so that no one can discover our arrival. Last time, after Odin suffered a secret loss at the hands of Sue Mo, he has been thinking about it. Moreover, the Banshee Lorelei, known as the greatest disaster in the 9 realms, and the treasures stolen by the other party were both taken away by Sue Mo naturally. He would send someone to capture him. After the fight, he also learned what happened from Soul's mouth. He also realized that he might have mistakenly blamed the other party. But so what? It is an indisputable fact that the other party took away Lorelei and the treasures in his treasury. He will definitely find his place back. But the Rainbow Bridge has been destroyed, making it difficult to travel between the 2 worlds. It would take more than half a year to repair the Rainbow Bridge. So he took advantage of this time to send people to search for traces of the villain who stole his treasure. After the Rainbow Bridge is repaired, he can get his things back directly. "Okay, boss." The woman named Sani who just spoke waved her staff gently. The soil below the spacecraft instantly turned into a quagmire, sinking the spacecraft directly into it. A moment later, the spacecraft had completely sunk into the ground. Hogan nodded upon seeing this. "Remember, the other party is powerful. Everything must be done in secret and must not be noticed by the other party. Otherwise, all of us may be in danger." After speaking, he identified the direction. Finally, he led everyone in one direction. New York, in a restaurant in Times Square. Sue Mo and Hill were sitting at a dining table by the window on the 2nd floor. After leaving Stark Tower, Sue Mo came here to rush to Hill's appointment. Speaking of which, Hill had called himself no less than 7 or 8 times during this period, obviously to thank him for his life-saving grace last time. After he declined politely several times, he finally agreed when the other party called again yesterday. Today, Hill has changed from her original combat uniform and put on a blue suspender skirt. Her hair has been permed in slightly curly waves and spread out. She looks like a mature and intellectual woman. Charm. Obviously, the other party had specially dressed up today. It's really not easy to ask you out. Hill elegantly stuffed a piece of steak into his mouth and joked. That's because you made the appointment at the wrong place. If we had made the appointment in a hotel, I might have come a first time. Sumo raised his head and glanced at the other party, with the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Stop. Don't use the trick you used to coax little girls on me. When Hill heard this, a smile appeared on his face. I didn't take his joke to heart. As a level 9 SHILD agent, she is naturally very aware of Sumo's playboy style. After all, in SHILD, almost all information about the other party from childhood to adulthood can be found. And the information is extremely detailed. Even what posture the other party likes is clearly recorded. He has harmed as many as 800 women over the years. Even during this period, she discovered that even Natasha Romanoff, who was a level 9 agent, was not clear with this guy. She had no intention of giving him away for free for the time being. Sumo heard this. He shook his head innocently. I didn't lie to you. Hill smiled nonchalantly. Originally, after the last incident ended, I wanted to treat you to dinner and thank you. But then big things happened one after another, so I delayed it until now. After hearing this, Sumo asked casually, what kind of big thing can make you, a 9th level agent, so busy? At the level of a 9th level agent like Hill, there is no need for them to take action in ordinary trivial matters. If they can get involved, the matter will never be too small. Of course, if it's a secret, there's no need to say it. Hearing this, Hill shook his head. There's nothing you can't say. After speaking, Hill took a sip of red wine and then spoke in a low voice. First of all, at the beginning of last month, nearly 1 million people in the entire world disappeared out of thin air. In the United States alone, there were more than 300,000. Sumo raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Naturally, he knew this very well. It was his own handwriting. Vampires that had been wiped out by one of his spells. From the number of points obtained, he can also guess the approximate number of vampires. However, after investigation during this period, we found that these people may have another identity, which is the kind of vampire we met last time. They don't know what happened internally, so nearly 1 million people died in one night. Hill added, what about the rest? Sumo continued to ask. Compared to the intelligence department on Death Island, the information from SHILD is more comprehensive. Naturally, he refused to let go of this opportunity to get information. Hill glanced at Sumo. The reason why she said this was naturally to repay Sumo for saving his life last time. Otherwise, with her level 9 agent qualifications, it would be absolutely impossible for her to tell others these things so casually. And then there's... Before she finished speaking, she noticed Sumo looking out the window. She followed Sumo's gaze. Suddenly, I saw a group of SHILD agents headed by Nick Fury, surrounding a young man wearing a white t-shirt. Seeing this, Hill sighed. Okay, one more thing about this. An oil exploration team dug up this old antique in Antarctica. You should be familiar with it. Captain America. Times Square Center. Captain America Steve was looking at the unfamiliar surroundings with a confused look on his face. As Nick Fury and a group of SHILD agents surrounded him. After some persuasion, the group planned to leave. Sumo was not surprised by this scene. It seems that after Captain America came out, he was placed in a secret place by SHILD and gradually adapted to the new era. At this time, outside the SHILD agent, several figures who looked like ordinary people suddenly took out their pistols and emptied the magazines at these agents, as well as Captain America and Nick Fury in the center. Those agents killed and injured 5 or 6 in an instant. However, those who can be brought out by the director are obviously the best in S.H.I.E.L.D. These agents were not slow to respond. They looked for bunkers in the surroundings and hid, taking out their guns and fighting back. Nick Fury and Steve, standing in the center, reacted faster. Nick Fury immediately wanted to pull Steve away from the back of the car. But Steve reacted faster than him. Shrinking his body, he formed an S-shaped path and rushed towards the gunman on his left. With his speed, he rushed to the gunman's side in less than 5 seconds. At this time, the surrounding crowd, after hearing the gunshots, all fled skillfully with their heads in their hands. This resulted in that only the SHIELD agents and a dozen gunmen were left in the center. The gunmen obviously didn't expect that the other party would dare to rush up against the hail of bullets. The key thing is that in his direction, 4 gunmen fired at the same time, but none of them hit Steve on the opposite side. Before the gunman could react, Steve collided with him and threw him to the ground. For a time, the whole square was in chaos. Sue Mo, who was sitting with Hill in the restaurant on the 2nd floor, saw this scene and turned to look at Hill opposite, who looked calm. "Why? Aren't you going to go up and help?" Hearing this, Hill smiled and shook his head. "I'm on vacation now, and in my opinion, these people are enough to solve the situation at hand." Sure enough, as time goes by, the gap between the two parties is revealed. After all, SHIELD is a group of well-trained agents, and with the help of Steve, the situation is almost one-sided. In less than 5 minutes, all the gunmen on the opposite side were cleared, just when Nick Fury and Steve were breathing a sigh of relief. A black metal statue, sitting on a seat in the center of the square, actually stood up. As soon as his body moved, he suddenly rushed towards Steve, who was less than 2 meters away, and pinned him down. The metal fist hit Steve hard in the face. The huge amounts of power blinded Steve's mind, and his eyes instantly became confused. However, before the opponent's second punch came, he came to his senses and raised his hand to block the opponent's fist. The two instantly struggled with each other. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the surrounding agents changed. Mutants. Nick Fury's expression changed. Then he hurried to the back of the car, parked not far away, took out a silver shield from the trunk, and threw it towards the pressed and beaten Captain America. Although Steve was injected with the super soldier serum, his strength was 4 to 5 tons. But facing this mutant who can metalize his body, he doesn't have much advantage in terms of strength. In addition, the opponent's body is completely metalized. If you confront the opponent head-on, your body will be unable to bear it after a few blows. Noticing the flying shield, Steve rolled over and caught the shield in his hand. With the shield in hand, Steve's confidence increased greatly. His whole body hid behind the shield, and he hit the mutant on the opposite side. When the mutant saw this, a smile appeared on his dark face, and his big white teeth looked particularly conspicuous. "Game time is over. I have to get serious." After saying that, the other party punched Steve's shield hard. Steve's figure flew out instantly like a broken sack, and the direction he flew to happened to be the direction of the restaurant where Sue Mo and the others were. Clang! After a loud bang, Steve's figure smashed through the glass and fell to the ground 7 or 8 meters away from Sue Mo. In the square outside, this mutant was obviously coming towards Steve. He didn't care about the agents who were shooting at him wildly, but walked straight towards Steve. Seeing this, he couldn't calm down anymore. "Lift up your skirt." He took out a pistol from the root of his thigh. "Stand up and go to the broken window to block the opponent." But as soon as he stood up, he was pulled by Sue Mo. "What are you going to do? Captain America can't stop him. Do you want to die?" Sue Mo pressed him on the seat. But Hill sat down again and looked at the mutant walking towards this side. Although she knew that if Sue Mo took action, it would be very simple to deal with the other party. And if she spoke, Sue Mo would probably not refuse, but she did not speak. After all, the other party does not belong to SHIELD. He had already saved her once last time, so he couldn't rely on him every time. Sue Mo glanced at the other party. At this time, 2 figures walked out of a corner of the restaurant. "Boss." The 2 of them walked up to Sue Mo and bowed respectfully. Sue Mo nodded. He glanced at the mutants walking in the square outside. "Get rid of this guy." "Clear." The 2 nodded respectfully, and then disappeared in a flash. These 2 people were part of the original team of 500 people on the Island of Death. These 2 people were also met by chance after Sue Mo came to the restaurant. Naturally, he had no impression of the 2 of them. If they hadn't come up to salute before, Sue Mo wouldn't have known that these 2 were among those soldiers. Sue Mo was only surprised at first that the 2 of them could appear here. These people are now distributed in various parts of the world, and New York is no exception. However, it is indeed a coincidence that we happen to meet them here, since there are subordinates here. Sumo was too lazy to take action and tasted the lunch in front of him with peace of mind. Although he didn't want to get involved in Shild's messy affairs, he still couldn't watch Hill die after treating him to dinner. After all, the order has not been closed yet. By this time, everyone in the restaurant had fled. Only the two of them were left and Steve, who had just gotten up from the ground not far away. Steve rubbed his chest, looked at the two of them curiously, and then jumped down again through the gap he had made. Below the restaurant at this time, Sumo's two men had already stopped in front of the mutant. "You are." The mutant looked at the two people standing in front of him cautiously. He felt a dangerous aura from them and was about to open his mouth to test them. The two of them had no intention of talking nonsense to each other. The figure flashed and disappeared again. Upon seeing this, the mutant's expression changed, but before he could react, he felt huge amounts of power coming from his chest. The body weighing nearly half a ton flew backward uncontrollably. When you see the other party, you can't help but take action directly. The mutant whose body turned into metal immediately realized that the two of them were in the same group as S.H.I.E.L.D., and a ruthless look appeared in his eyes. After transforming into a metal form, his body's ability to resist blows will be greatly enhanced. Moreover, the recovery ability has also been improved, and shortcomings such as the brain and heart will all disappear. The powerful and heavy punch just now, although the power was far beyond his expectation and directly smashed a large hole several centimeters deep in his chest, the actual damage caused to him was very limited. Before he landed on the ground, the depression in his chest had already recovered. But before he landed, another figure among the two people had already appeared behind him. Clang! There was another loud bang. Under the huge amounts of power, his body returned directly to the original position and flew back to its original position. Feeling the pain coming from behind, the look on the man's face changed. A bad premonition also emerged in my heart. For more than a minute, the square seemed to be forging iron, and the sound of dang 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 kept coming. Hill, who was sitting opposite Sumo, looked at the mutant like a sandbag, being thrown back and forth by the two men sent by Sumo. In the process, the distance between the two kept getting closer. Until the end, the voices in the square became one. Hill withdrew his gaze and looked at Sumo opposite him carefully. Sumo didn't seem to be surprised by the situation outside. He leisurely looked at the scene in the square with a glass of red wine. Of course he wouldn't be surprised. The strength of these two people is that one is a mid-level warrior and the other is a late-level warrior. Even the soldier in the middle stage of the war general's strength is about 20 tons, and the strength in the late stage of the war general is more than 30 tons. Dealing with such a mutant is not an easy task. On the square, Captain America's Steve and Nick Fury, as well as the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, all stood aside, staring blankly at the mutated mutant in the middle who had been hammered. "So, if I don't come out for decades, has the world changed so much?" Steve looked at the mutant holding himself down like a toy in front of the other two, and turned to look at Nick Fury. Hearing this, Nick Fury didn't know how to explain. Even he didn't know where the two people in front of him came from. The strength of these two people is enough to be called Little Superman. Any one of them. I'm afraid it would be effortless to destroy them all, S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, just judging from the speed displayed by the two of them, the speed has exceeded 100 meters per second and has reached subsonic speed. It is extremely difficult for even thermal weapons to lock onto them. And unlike fighters that have difficulty turning, their bodies are extremely flexible. As long as they want to, for now, even Hulk may not be able to do anything against the two of them. What frightened him the most was that these two people clearly had a hint of military demeanor. This shows that they may have been cultivated by a certain organization. This is a bit scary. It is extremely difficult to deal with one or two people like this. If there are a large number of strong people with this kind of strength, he can't imagine how anyone can stop them if they plan to do something. I'm afraid the only way to restrain it is Professor X's psychic ability. Thinking of Professor X, Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief quietly. At this time, The fighting in the square also stopped. The mutant had been hammered into a discus by two blacksmiths. With a bang sound, it fell to the marble floor. Seeing this, the two of them did not stop. After completing Su-Mo's instructions, they disappeared directly into the square. In the restaurant, Su-Mo took out a napkin, wiped the corners of his mouth, and looked at Hill, who was looking at him across from him with bright eyes. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Hill asked eagerly. "Is Natasha Romanoff's improvement in strength related to you?" Having been an SHIELD for so many years, she naturally has a very good understanding of Natasha Romanoff's strength. The two of them are familiar with each other, and they often practice fighting skills together. Although the fighting ability was very strong before, it was still within the scope of ordinary people. However, since the contact with Su-Mo in the past 2 years, the opponent's strength has improved greatly, not in terms of skills, but in terms of his own strength and speed. It is at least 4 to 5 times better than before. Now that the opponent is letting go, he can't even catch a single blow. She once wondered why the other party's strength had improved so significantly. However, this involved the other party's privacy, so she did not ask. Until she saw the two people who had just called Su-Mo boss take action, she immediately realized that everything should be done by Su-Mo. After hearing what the other party said, Su-Mo didn't hide anything. Nodded. "Yes, it is indeed some tricks I taught her. Tips." After Hill heard this, his face was filled with questions. Can a few tricks improve physical fitness 4 to 5 times? But when she saw the discus in the square outside, she understood. The other party probably didn't lie to him. According to the strength of those two people, Natasha Romanoff's improvement can really only be called a little skill. Thinking of this, she glanced at Su-Mo with fiery eyes. But soon, she gradually calmed down. The reason why Su-Mo taught it to Natasha Romanoff was because there was a negative distance relationship between the two. Although she had a good impression of Su-Mo, she hesitated for a while when she thought of his wife and a group of women. Until Su-Mo woke up when she got up. Do you want to come and sit at my house?" Hill's invitation came out of nowhere. As soon as the words came out, her face turned red. "I wish I could find a crack in the ground and crawl into it." Su-Mo looked at the other person's face, with a playful smile on his face. In his impression, Hill always gave him a cold and heroic feeling. This was the first time he saw this little woman's expression. "Is it convenient?" "Of course it's convenient. I've always lived alone." Hill subconsciously opened his mouth to explain, but after she finished speaking, when she reacted, she wanted to slap her mouth. Isn't it a naked hint to say this now? But the problem is, she just answered subconsciously. There really is no other meaning. Will the other party think she is a casual woman? Hill felt a little uneasy. It's so pitiful that she hasn't even been in love once since she was a child. Half an hour later, in an apartment 4 or 5 kilometers away from New York Square. "You sit down first, and I'll make you a cup of coffee." Hill said something and then walked towards the kitchen on the side. After all, he is a battle-hardened level 9 agent with excellent psychological quality. By this time, her mood had stabilized. Although she still felt a little uneasy, at least it did not affect her thinking. Su-Mo looked at the layout of the room. Judging from the neat and simple layout around him, Hill should be a relatively old-fashioned and traditional person in his daily life. After a while, Hill walked out with a bottle of red wine. There's no coffee. Would you like some red wine?" "All right." Su-Mo looked at the other party's suppressed composure. "I couldn't help but sigh secretly in my heart. As expected, they are all from the same shield. Even the routines are exactly the same." Early the next morning, Su-Mo was woken up by his cell phone ringing. Opening his eyes, he saw Hill answering the phone with a look of exhaustion on his face. For a moment, her expression became serious. "Okay, I'll leave in an hour." Hill agreed and hung up the phone. Just after hanging up the phone, a hint of blush appeared on her serious face. "Don't make trouble." As he spoke, he took Su-Mo's hand out of the quilt. "Natasha Romanoff is in danger. I need to pack up and leave immediately." "Natasha Romanoff?" Su-Mo was stunned when he heard this. "That's right." Hill glanced at him, stood up, picked up the clothes scattered on the ground, and explained. The other party went to deal with the red house she worked for some time ago. Just 2 hours ago, the contact with the other party was interrupted. This means that the other party must have encountered some difficulties. Having said this, Hill asked with a hint of teasing in his tone, "How about it? Do you want to come with me?" She didn't expect that she would have S*X with him in such a confused way. However, she is very clear about her position. Like Natasha Romanoff, she can at best be regarded as a dispensable companion of Sumo's. Jealousy or anything like that doesn't exist at all. Hearing Hill's words, Sumo nodded. "Of course I want to go." It would make Natasha Romanoff cut off her contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. As an ordinary person, Hill would not have much effect after leaving. He couldn't just watch the two of them take risks and remain indifferent. Budapest. In the sky, dozens of kilometers away from the city, a huge flying fortress was hidden in the clouds. This mobile fortress is the headquarters of the Red House. In a room inside the fortress, Natasha Romanoff looked at a slightly fat, middle-aged man standing opposite. Behind a middle-aged man, there were 7 or 8 women dressed in black. "Natasha Romanoff, I have to admit that you're the best of the Black Widows I have trained over the years. You dare to get here alone, but is this your plan?" The middle-aged man Derikoff looked at Natasha Romanoff opposite with a calm expression. "Of course, my plan is to kill you." After saying that, even when facing 7 or 8 Black Widows on the opposite side, Natasha Romanoff took action without any hesitation. A smile appeared on Drakev's face. He waved to the people behind him, and then retreated back. 7 or 8 Black Widows came forward with weapons in hand and fought with Natasha Romanoff. But obviously, Natasha Romanoff, who has fully mastered the first 5 levels of Thunder Knife, cannot be stopped by these people. Originally, her fighting experience was above them. In addition, their physical fitness is nearly 5 times that of theirs. Almost like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. In less than a minute, the remaining 7 or 8 Black Widows all fell to the ground unconscious. Seeing this scene, Drakev showed excitement on his face. He walked up with his hands clapping. "Wow, it seems that my previous statement was a bit conservative. The other Black Widows are like trash in front of you." Natasha Romanoff saw a trace of suspicion on the other party's face. Judging from the other party's expression, he seemed a little confident. But she has no intention of wasting time with the other party. This is the headquarters of the Red House, with at least several hundred Black Widows. Although he is extremely strong now, it is impossible to fight against so many people at the same time. She took out a short blade and rushed towards the opponent. Just as she approached the opponent, her body movements froze instantly, but the raised blade could not fall down. Natasha Romanoff had a look of shock on her face. "What did you do to me?" Seeing her expression, Drakev showed a proud smile on his face. "You Black Widows all have a lock containing pheromones in your body. As long as you smell my pheromones, you can't use violence against me. What do you think? Are you surprised?" After saying that, he reached out and slapped Natasha Romanoff on the face. He wanted to make this traitor feel despair. Just when his palm was about to touch Natasha Romanoff, a space door appeared between 1 or 2 people, and a hand stretched out from inside and held his hand. Then a figure came out from inside. Of course, it was Sumo who came to rescue her. Hill's figure also walked out from behind. "Hi, Natasha Romanoff. Long time no see." Sumo said hello to Natasha Romanoff in the back. May, hearing the sound, Natasha Romanoff had a look of surprise on her face and jumped into his arms. Sumo put his arms around her waist and felt the touch in his hands. "I haven't seen her for a while." Natasha Romanoff's figure has plumped up a lot, and she is more voluptuous than before. "Next time something like this happens again, you should tell me in advance. You should know that this is not a difficult thing for me." Reaching out and kneading the other person's waist, Sumo looked down at the other person and said. Natasha Romanoff heard this and looked up at Sumo with a smile. "I don't want to trouble you with these matters, and I can handle them myself." Sumo nodded. According to Natasha Romanoff's character, it is obviously impossible for the other party to seek help from her. Moreover, the other party did not lie. In the original plot, she was able to get rid of the Red House. Although it was with the help of Yelena and her adoptive parents, Her current strength is not what it used to be. After her strength has been improved, she will naturally have no problem handling it alone. Of course, some suffering is unavoidable. Just like in the original drama, in order to deal with Drakev, she directly broke the bridge of her nose so that she could not smell the opponent's pheromones. The moment Drakev saw the other party appear, he quietly pressed a button in his pocket. This button is used to summon the Black Widows in the base. Naturally, this small move could not be concealed from Suemo on the opposite side. However, he ignored the other party. He reached out and patted Natasha Romanoff on the back. "Let's settle this thing first, and then we can talk about it." Natasha Romanoff heard this, nodded, and stood aside obediently. At this time, she noticed Hill standing behind Suemo, looking at Hill in surprise as he slowly disappeared from the portal with a smile on his face. When she saw the portal for the first time, her expressions were the same as Hill's. Suemo came to the window of the room and looked at the huge aerial city with a surprised look on his face. It would be a pity to destroy such a huge mobile base. This time, Suemo learned his lesson and first communicated with Emma before opening the portal to Emma. Emma, dressed as a smart secretary, walked out of the portal. Standing next to Suemo, he glanced out the window. "This is a big harvest." At the same time, another purple portal appeared. Apocalypse walked out with Magneto and a team of dozens of soldiers. Looking at the battle in front of him, Directview's expression changed. It seems that he has provoked a group of incredible beings. People have just arrived. A group of Black Widows broke down the door and rushed in. When these people saw Derek Fu in the room, who was so frightened by the scene that he could only hide in the corner, the look on his face changed, and he was about to rush towards Suemo and the others. A soldier following Apocalypse saw this. The figure moved and disappeared from the spot. Boom! There was a loud bang. The bodies of the several Black Widows rushing in front seemed to be affected by some huge force, and their bodies flew back at extremely fast speeds. He also knocked all the people behind him to the ground. These soldiers brought here by Tianchi can be regarded as the best among those soldiers. Their strength has at least reached that of a high-level warrior. The strongest one is only one step away from the God of War. However, currently, including the first few people, no one has broken through to the God of War level. I think so. Without external assistance, being able to cultivate to a high-level warrior in more than 2 years is considered a gift. According to the strength of a senior warrior of at least 32 tons and the speed of 180 meters per second, dealing with these Black Widows who are just ordinary people, even if they are bullying them, they are a bit too high. Seeing the Black Widow lying on the ground, Natasha Romanoff stepped forward and gave Suemo a hug. Suemo understood immediately. These Black Widows are all controlled by Drakev, not their original intention. Suemo shouted towards the soldier, "Be careful when taking action and make the opponent lose the ability to resist." These Black Widows are all outstanding, ones who have gone through Hellstyle training. They are considered outstanding in terms of their cultivation talents and combat intuition. Whether it is training or integrating, Venom is a suitable candidate. Staying here is also of great use to Suemo. "Okay, boss." The soldier heard this and nodded quickly. At this time, Emma waved her hand. "Forget it, I'd better do it." After speaking, a bright light shone in her eyes. A stream of spiritual energy spread crazily around. In the corridor outside the room, countless Black Widows were rushing towards this direction. Their bodies all stopped, and their eyes suddenly became stunned. Then all these people walked towards the room in an orderly manner. At this time, Suemo has also arrived in front of Drakev in the corner. "What are you going to do?" Directview looked at Suemo walking over, with a look of fear on his face, and he unconsciously wanted to retreat, but at this time he had already retreated to the corner, and there was no way to retreat. From the conversation just now, he also understood that Suemo was the leader of these people. Suemo ignored the other party's plan. A purple light flashed in his eyes, and Drakev's expression instantly became dull. Psychiatry. For this kind of person, Unless he controls the other person's mind, he will not believe a word of what the other person says. Recall all the Black Widows in the world and hand over the authority of Sky City. After hearing Sumo's order, Derek nodded numbly. He walked stiffly to the console in the room. Reach out and do some operations on it. Through the data on the display screen, Sumo discovered that there were tens of thousands of Black Widows controlled by Drakev in the world. Sumo ordered him to summon all these people to Death Island. Then the Red House, the highest authority of this Sky City, was transferred to Apocalypse. At this point, Sky City has completely become the property of Death Island. Sumo lifted the soul-obsessed spell on the other party, and then brought the other party to Natasha Romanoff. I leave this person to you. After saying that, Sumo reached out and gently touched the tip of Natasha Romanoff's nose. Your sense of smell has been temporarily turned off by me. Now you can ravage each other to your heart's content. Upon hearing this, Natasha Romanoff stepped forward and pecked Sumo on the face, looking at him with a smile on her face. Thanks. After saying that, she mentioned Drakev and walked towards the side room. No, Natasha Romanoff. I can remove all control from you. And don't you want to know where Melina and Yelena are? Let me go and I can tell you. The frightened Drakev begged for mercy. But Natasha Romanoff ignored the other party's intention. Natasha Romanoff had just left, and all the Black Widows in Sky City came outside the room. Sumo opened a portal leading to the Island of Death, and they stepped into the portal in an orderly manner. Emma glanced in the direction Natasha Romanoff left. You have so many little lovers. After saying that, she followed the Black Widows and walked into the space door. Hearing what the other party said, Sumo didn't show any embarrassment on his face. People who are not thick-skinned are not worthy of having more than two women. In the end, only Sumo and Hill were left in a room. Apocalypse and Magneto took the soldiers and began to integrate various resources in the Sky City, and controlled the Sky City and flew towards the location of the Death Island. After seeing that there was no one else in the room, Hill walked up. Are those your people? Sumo did not deny it, but nodded. Although she had some predictions about the power in Sumo's hands, she was still a little shocked after seeing all this. I'm afraid any of his minions can clear SHIELD without any damage. After all, she couldn't even see clearly the movements of the person who just made the move. Intuitively, that person is much stronger than the two people I saw in the square yesterday, and, judging from his position, it is obvious that he is the lowest status person among them. Just like him, there were dozens of people standing in a room just now. Half an hour later, in a villa in New York, Sumo and Natasha Romanoff walked out of the space door. Here is a villa Natasha Romanoff just bought. Hill has returned home. She knew very well that Natasha Romanoff needed Sumo more than she did now. After taking a shower and changing clothes, Natasha Romanoff came to Sumo carrying a bottle of red wine. Would you like a drink? Good. Sumo nodded. Natasha Romanoff has been in a trance since taking out Drakev. Sumo understood this. The other party was adopted by the Red House since he was a child and has been undergoing inhumane training until he successfully graduated and turned into a ruthless killing machine. Although he later broke away from the Red House. But there is no doubt that the Red House and Trekhov left a lifelong shadow on her. Solving the other party with her own hands undoubtedly solved a knot in her heart. At this time, getting drunk was not a bad thing for her. Natasha Romanoff pours herself a full glass. He raised his head and glanced at Sumo with a charming smile on his face. Done. After saying that, he raised his head and drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp. Sumo did not stop the other party, but drank glass after glass of wine with her. To him now, these wines are almost indistinguishable from water. The speed of drinking is not as fast as his metabolism. By the end of the drink, Natasha Romanoff's eyes had become blurred, but Sumo still looked as usual, listening to the other person telling him about his childhood. Island of the Dead. It was close to noon the next day. Sumo just walked out of the portal. I have to say, Natasha Romanoff last night was so crazy. From the early hours of last night to now, Sumo hasn't had a minute's rest. That is to say, his strong physique means that for ordinary people, let alone getting out of bed now, I'm afraid whether he can get out of bed will be a problem for the rest of his life. Suemo also completely recognized Black Widow's fighting skills. In the villa, Emma was reporting yesterday's harvest to Suemo. The Sky City is still on its way back, and with its huge amounts of size, it cannot fly too fast. It will take at least 2 or 3 days to reach the Island of Death. The harvest above has not been calculated yet, but the thousands of Black Widows on the island alone are already a huge amount of harvest. After these people enter cultivation, the speed of improvement in strength will probably not be slow. Apocalypse has sent back the antidote that can relieve the control, and the Black Widows on the island have woken up from their previous controlled state. Under Emma's persuasion, these people all planned to stay on the island. Suemo took out a document and handed it to Emma. "What's this?" Emma took it doubtfully, opened it, and looked at it. What Suemo gave her was a secret method he found in the secret method library. It is a secret method commonly used in the universe to restrain disciples and prevent them from leaking the secret method. After being cast, the person being cast will not be affected in any way. Only when you plan to leak the skills, your soul will suffer a devastating blow and your soul will die instantly. With this secret technique, Emma can pass on the technique independently. There is no need to worry about the leakage of the skills. After seeing the exercises in her hands, Emma's eyes lit up. This thing is just right for Raven and these Black Widows. Speaking of this, Emma suddenly remembered something. By the way, Raven has been on this mission for more than a week, but until now, there's been no news, and there is no way to contact the other party. So I wonder if something happened to the other party. Emma's worries were unfounded. After all, the opponent's strength is now considered to be at the bottom of the island. There are too many people in this world who can pose a threat to her, and they're not surprised if they encounter something they cannot deal with. Suemo thought for a moment. Now Apocalypse is sitting in the Sky City. In the process of flying back, it needs to cover a distance of 7,000 to 8,000 kilometers. During this process, you may encounter something uncertain, so it is better not to let the other party leave. In this case, it's better to go there by yourself. Thinking of this, Suemo asked, "Where is the other party's mission?" "California, on the edge of the Mojave Desert, town of Yucca Valley." Suemo strolled down the streets of the town. Because it is close to the desert, it has a typical desert climate. The air is very dry, and there is not much population in the town. This is where Raven loses touch. Logically speaking, Raven's task is very simple. A group of tourists came here, and a week later the body appeared outside the town. After the police investigation yielded no results, the family members of these decedents commissioned a killer organization to find out the truth and kill the murderer to avenge them. This sounds like a simple murder. According to Raven's strength, it shouldn't be difficult to solve it. But the fact is that the other party has lost contact. Follow the street to the north of the town, where the bodies of those people appeared. The other party finally appeared here. Obviously, those people should have met someone in the desert, and this enemy was an intelligent creature, otherwise it would be impossible to kill them and send their bodies back. And it can be seen from the wounds on their bodies that they were injured by some kind of cold weapon. But that's also the problem. Since the other party killed them, why would they send their bodies back? I thought for a while. Suemo also realized that there was no way to know the truth of the matter just by guessing. What is certain is that the murderer should be located in the desert. Raven should also have lost contact after entering the desert. Thinking of this, he waved his hand, and a Ford pickup truck appeared beside him. He got into the cab and drove into the desert. While driving the vehicle, his psychokinesis spread around. This is on the edge of the desert. It's not the kind of endless yellow sand. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it a wasteland. Occasionally, you can see some green shrubs and dry trees. Until more than half an hour later, his psychokinesis perceived that a black off-road vehicle was speeding in a bare mountain col 10 kilometers away from him. In the cab of the car was a middle-aged man with a beard. Through psychokinesis, Suemo perceived that the other party's trunk contained a large number of daily necessities. After seeing these daily necessities, Sumo's expression suddenly changed. There's something wrong with this guy. The direction the other party's car was driving was right in the center of the wasteland. Logically speaking, most of the people who drive into the wilderness are tourist adventurers. For these people, it is normal to bring some food and water in the car. But in the trunk of this car, in addition to these things, there are also a large number of spices, clothes, and cleaning supplies. Obviously, the other party looks more like delivering supplies to some people living in the wilderness. Thinking of this, Suemo directly changed the direction of the car and chased after the car. At present, his mental psychokinesis can cover a radius of up to 20 kilometers. He can hang far behind the car, so he doesn't have to worry about being discovered by the other party. Until an hour later, a small wooden house hidden in the wilderness appeared within the range of his perception. The structure of the wooden house is very simple. 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a kitchen. There's only one single bed in each of the 2 bedrooms. Judging from the decorations in these 2 bedrooms, there should be a man and a woman living there respectively. After a while, the car stopped in the courtyard outside the wooden house. Looking at a tied figure in the room, Sumo's eyes moved. This person is Raven, who lost contact. In the wooden house, besides Raven, there was also a sturdy middle-aged man. The middle-aged man is busy in the room. It looked like he was packing his things. Are you planning to run away? Suemo looked at the sturdy man and thought to himself. Suemo did not hesitate any longer. Press the accelerator hard with your right foot. The car was like a roaring beast, rushing into a space door in front of it. When the car appeared again, it was less than a kilometer away from the cabin. Suemo got off the car and disappeared in a flash. Inside the house, the strong man who was packing his things opened the door. It was the middle-aged man standing outside the door. At this time, the man was holding a pile of supplies in his hands and walking towards the room with ease. Jill, this time I have brought you enough living supplies to last you 2 weeks. The man put the things on the table in the living room and said excitedly. But after putting the things down, he looked at the chaotic scene in the room with a look on his face. What is going on with you? The sturdy man named Gil heard this, closed the door, and sighed. Lyle, you don't have to send us supplies anymore. We already planned to leave here tonight. When Lyle heard this, his expression changed. Why? Aren't you living a good life here? After Gil hesitated for a while, he spoke. You know those young people who died in this town last week, right? Of course, those people's families. Speaking of this, Lyle's expression changed. Are those people's deaths related to you? Jill nodded. You also know about Tina's illness. Those people happened to encounter her, and they caught up with Tina's illness at that time. So, he didn't continue, but Lyle already understood what happened. As a friend who has been together for more than 10 years, Lyle naturally understands the situation of the 2 of them very well. Both are mutants, and Tina also suffers from a disease. She would fall into an unconscious state from time to time. In this state, she only had one thought in her mind, which was to kill all the creatures she saw. Obviously, those who died were killed in this state. Thinking of this, Lyle also sighed. Where are you going next? Maybe we will go to Australia. After all, the land there is vast and sparsely populated, so it is easier for us to hide. After Gil thought for a while, he answered. Lyle nodded, quite agreeing with this. Right. Having said this, Jill came to the inner room. In the middle of the room, Raven was tied to a chair, and even his mouth was sealed with a piece of tape. Lyle looked at Raven, who was tied up tightly. His expression changed. Who is this person? A mutant found this place somehow and wants to avenge those who died. He stepped forward and tore off the tape from her mouth. If you want to blame it on you for knowing things you shouldn't know. After saying that, golden lines appeared on Gil's fist, and these lines gathered in front of the fist, forming a golden light. Live for thousands of years. This is not the first time he has encountered this kind of thing. In the past, he would kindly let the other person go, but in the end, the other party brought more people to retaliate. Therefore, whenever he encountered such a thing in the future, he would deal with it directly to avoid future troubles. After all, Tina's situation is not stable, and the person in front of him is a mutant. If a mutant organization is recruited, he is not afraid, but if Tina is hurt as a result, he will never tolerate it, etc. You dare to touch me. If my boss finds out, he will never let you go. Seeing this, Raven quickly spoke to stop the other party. Hearing the other party stop, Jill's face looked unmoved. He doesn't intend to listen to the other party's nonsense too much. Villains die from talking too much. He has experienced this in so many years. Then let me see why the other party won't let me go. After saying that, his fist hit the opponent again. Seeing that the other party was not moved at all, Raven had a look of despair on her face. It's over. There was a wail in his heart, and Raven closed her eyes in resignation. Boom! There was a loud bang. Raven only felt a huge amount of strong wind blowing from his body. However, the expected pain did not come. Slowly opening his eyes, he suddenly saw a familiar figure standing in front of him. Boss! Raven's face showed a look of ecstasy, and her mood went from hell to heaven in an instant. Looking at the figure in front of her who gave him an endless sense of security. If her body hadn't been tied tightly to the chair, she would have wanted to wrap herself around him and hit him hard. When Suemo heard this, he looked back at her with a smile on his face. How does it feel? Raven's whole body softened under the ups and downs of her mood. Phew, it's so exciting, I almost want to squirt. Sumo's thoughts moved. The rope tied to Raven's body collapsed. After her body was released, she suddenly stood up from the seat and reached out to rub her sore wrist. It wasn't until this moment that she had the intention to look around. At this time, the entire room was in chaos under the powerful shock wave just now. In front of Suemo, a clean road was cleared. At the end of the road, there was a huge amount of hole in the wooden wall. For a moment, Jill's figure appeared in the room again. Obviously, the punch just now did not cause any damage to him. He turned his head and glanced at the wall of the room. After being touched by the figure he had just sent flying out, Lal died, with a look of anger on his face. Boy, you succeeded in irritating me. After saying that, the familiar golden lines appeared on his fists again. Really? After living for thousands of years and still being so easily angered, have you lived like a dog these past few years? Suemo naturally refuted it without any politeness. Hearing this, the expression on Jill's face changed, and her eyes looked at Suemo opposite him with uncertainty. How do you know I've lived for thousands of years? An enigmatic smile appeared on Sumo's face. Eternals, Gilgamesh. It seems that there is another Tina who should be with you. Why don't you see her? From the moment he saw the other party's appearance, Suemo already had some guesses. After all, the man in front of me looks exactly like the Shiba war god with a stick, coupled with the golden lines that just appeared in the opponent's hand, as well as huge amounts of power. He has basically confirmed the other party's identity. Hearing Suemo mention Tina, the look on Jill's face changed even more. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. I don't want to care about you people, but if you want to kill my people, I'm sorry. I have a shortcoming. That is, I'm a little protective of my shortcomings. After saying that, Suemo no longer chatted with the other party, but simply disappeared from the spot. Hear this. Jill's face also looked angry. As a being who has lived for thousands of years, he does not take the native people on this planet seriously. In his opinion, these people are just some local aborigines. If it weren't for the guidance of their Eternals, they would still be living a life of eating hair and drinking blood. Think of this. Golden lines appeared on his hands again, and he smashed directly into the void in front of him. Raven stood aside. After hearing what was revealed in the conversation between the two, a look of surprise appeared on their faces. Listen to them. The man who captured himself seemed to be from a race that had lived on Earth for thousands of years. If you can live for thousands of years, the other party's strength will naturally not be too bad. From the fact that he was knocked unconscious by the opponent with one blow before, he could get a glimpse of it, and his original great confidence in Suemo was also somewhat shaken. But what happened next made her gradually feel at ease. The two had just fought. Jill's body flew out uncontrollably. What follows is a one-sided bloody massacre. Jill's figure turned into a sandbag, flying back and forth in front of the wooden house. But Ruewin could not see Suemo at all. 5 minutes later, Sumo's body reappeared in front of Raven, still the same as before, with not even a single wrinkle in his clothes. Gil's body also hit the ground in front of the two of them with a boom. At this time, the other party was lying on the ground, motionless like a dead dog. Suemo looked at the other party's figure. He also had a sense of judgment about the other party's strength. Relying on that mysterious pattern, the opponent's power is about 100 tons. Of course, correspondingly, his ability to resist attacks is not weak either. But what doesn't match the physical strength is the opponent's speed and reaction ability, which are far behind those of warriors who practice the devouring method with the same strength. There is no way to even reach half of the other party. At this time, a figure in a white dress ran over from a distance. Suemo glanced over there, but there was no surprise on his face. This woman in a white dress is naturally another member of the Eternals, Tina, who has embodied weapons and powerful fighting abilities. Before relying on mental psychokinesis, he could perceive the other party's existence. The other party was painting on a hill 1 kilometer away, holding a drawing board. Huge amounts of fighting activity here have obviously attracted the opponent. When he first watched the movie, Suemo was deeply impressed by her sexy figure. Paired with long white hair, it is indeed eye-catching. When the other party came closer, Suemo also saw the other party's appearance clearly. Sure enough, he was very similar to Julie from The Strange World. The body originally had a noble temperament. When Tina saw Gilgamesh unconscious on the ground, the look on her face changed. The eyeballs instantly turned pure white. It was as if he had entered some kind of unconscious state. At the same time, she stretched out her hands, and a spear and shield outlined by golden threads appeared in her hands, and then she rushed towards Suemo and Raven. Suemo saw the other party's state. Naturally, it is clear that this is caused by the eternal demon disease. The Eternals are a race created by the Celestials to eliminate mutant races on the Earth. After the mutant races on the planet are cleaned up and the members of the Celestial group in the center of the Earth are born, these Eternals will be recalled by the Celestial group. Their memories will be cleaned and then sent to other planets again. The so-called Eternal Demon Syndrome is caused by the fact that the previous memories in the mind have not been cleared. This also caused previous memories to flash through Tina's mind from time to time, seeing Tina rushing up with weapons in hand. As soon as Suemo thought, the other party's body was frozen in midair. After being promoted to star level, Sumo's ability to freeze in space also increases. Not only can it be maintained for a longer period of time, but it can also be controlled individually in a certain area. Like this, Suemo only needed to freeze the space around Tina, so that the other party could not move at all. Raven, who was standing behind him, saw a look of surprise in his eyes when he saw this scene. The boss in front of her seemed to have reached an unfathomable level of strength. She couldn't help but be more eager to practice, and she made up her mind. After returning, she would let him teach her how to practice no matter what. She did not hesitate to pay any price for this. At this time, Suemo stretched out his hand and knocked on Tina's neck. She rolled her eyes and fainted, glancing at Gilgamesh on the ground. With his current strength, he was not sure how to deal with the members of the god group. To be on the safe side, he did not kill them. Instead, he carried Tina beside him and walked directly into the open portal. Seeing this, Raven didn't say much. He followed me in obediently. After the two came out, they appeared directly on the island of death. Okay, you go back by yourself. I have to leave beforehand. After saying that, Suemo disappeared directly from the spot before Raven could speak. In the Star Tower, Suemo brought Tina directly into the soul slavery space. A beam of light shot from the light ball in midair to Tina, covering her whole body. 10 seconds later, the light disappears. Tina has also woken up, but at this time, she looked at Suemo with a hint of respect. Owner, Suemo just nodded. Then, relying on the power of the contract, he closed his eyes and began to read the other party's memory. The reason why he brought the other party back was for the remaining memory in the other party's mind. Since the center of the earth is pregnant with a member of the celestial god group, it is inevitable for Suemo to confront the celestial god group. After all, The birth of each member of the celestial god group is accompanied by the destruction of the birthing planet. This is naturally no exception, and Su-Imo obviously cannot let the other party destroy the Earth. The memory in Tina's mind is currently the only channel through which he can learn information about the god group. Until half an hour later, Su-Imo slowly opened his eyes with a disappointed expression on his face. Although Tina still has some previous memories in her mind, but these memories are too fragmented, and most of them are information about the elimination of mutant races. But he was not too disappointed. After all, according to the plot, it will still be at least 10 years before the members of the celestial group on Earth are born. By then, maybe my strength will be enough to defeat the gods. At worst, he could directly help reduce the burden on the Earth manually. Help it wipe countries like cherry blossoms and white elephants off the map. This can also greatly slow down the birth of gods. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and looked up at Tina opposite. With a thought, all the previous memories that caused her eternal demon disease were deleted. In this way, the other party will not be affected in the future. Feeling that her mind suddenly became clearer, Tina's expression changed. She raised her head and looked at Su-Imo opposite in surprise. "Thank you, Master." She could easily guess that everything was done by Su-Imo in front of her. "Since you become my person, I will naturally help you eliminate this hidden danger," Su-Imo said, then waved his hand gently. When they reappeared, the two were already in the space where the Banshee Lorelei and the three vampire girls were. "Owner, just came to this space." Lorelei, who was basking in the sun on the beach, saw the two of them. He hurriedly greeted him. Su-Imo felt it. At this time, the three vampire sisters were practicing with their eyes closed behind the villa. "See this?" Su-Imo glanced at Luo-Lile. Compared with the three girls, she is undoubtedly much lazy. While others were practicing, she lay leisurely on the beach and sunbathed. However, he did not accuse the other party. Everyone has different pursuits, and Luo-Lile's pursuit is to be an Anwen's vassal. In terms of fighting, Su-Imo has no use for him at all. There is nothing wrong with making the best use of everything. After Luo-Lile kissed Su-Imo on the face, her surprised eyes fell on Tina behind Su-Imo. "This is..." Su-Imo turned around and introduced the other party's origins. "In the next period of time, you will pass on the skills to her, and then teach her how to practice." "Good master." Lorelei nodded quickly. Su-Imo had a thought in his mind. Next to the two villas, an identical villa rose again. In the villa, all kinds of wooden and stone furniture are available. After reaching the star level, his ability to control the star tower has increased again. It is not difficult to create a villa in the forbidden space with a single thought. Tina, who was standing behind him, changed her expression after seeing this scene. What ability is this? When Luo-Lile saw the other party's surprised expression, she felt a sense of superiority from someone who had experienced it before, and a look of pride appeared on her face. You will gradually see how powerful the master is in the future." Hearing this, Tina shut up and said no more. Step into the room and reach out to touch the tables and chairs in the house. Everything is real and touchable. Outside the villa, only Su-Imo and Luo-Lile were left. Lorelei had a charming expression on her face. He reached out and hugged Su-Mo's arm, immersing his arm in softness. "Master, do you want to rest for a while before leaving?" More than 2 hours later, Su-Imo has appeared in the training room. I have to say that Luo-Lile is a professional when it comes to pleasing men. Collect your mind. Su-Imo opened the system panel. Name, Su-Imo. Age, 23 years old. Power, 100 million tons. Speed, 150,000 kilometers/s. Psychokinesis, 100 million tons. Special ability, space freezing. Points, 152 million points. Level, stellar level 1. Gene level, 100 times. Duplication, time and space beast god. After more than a month in this world, the points gained from the previous world Kirishima and the weird world added up to a total of 1.5 billion points. Open the system store. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Immortal Crystal, which consumes 100 million points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Stellar Nutrient Solution, which consumes 12 million points. After purchasing 2 items with more than 100 million points, there were still 40 million left in an instant. Looking at the remaining points, Su and Mo sighed. A piece of immortal crystal, according to the absorption speed of a beast god, can be absorbed in up to a month. In other words, he must strive to earn 100 million points in 1 month, and if he wants to keep the speed of improvement unaffected, he will need at least 100 million points in the next month. This demand will increase in the future. After all, the stronger the strength, the faster the immortal crystal can be absorbed, and this speed will likely increase in the future. Thinking of this, he felt a little headache. Forget it, just take it one step at a time. In the end, he could only give a helpless smile. As for the other star-level nutrient solution, this one is similar to the planet-level nutrient solution. After joining the nutrition cabin, the strength of the people inside can be improved from the first level of stellar level to the level of great perfection of the 9th level of stellar level. The entire process took a year. Suemo took out the nutrition cabin and added the stellar nutrient solution into it. But he was in no hurry to lie down. Instead, he ducked out of the star tower. It will take about a year for the nutrient solution to be completely absorbed this time. Taking advantage of this period of time, he naturally needs to use the dream walking technique to harvest points in the parallel world and purchase immortal crystals to increase the strength of the beast god. Before that, he needs to arrange things in this world properly. Just returned to the villa. He found a figure standing outside the door of his room. Emma. No, you're not Emma, Raven. After Suemo saw this figure clearly, his face was stunned for a moment, and then he reacted directly. There was a connection between him and Emma through the secret method of the soul. He could clearly feel that the other person was practicing in a villa a few kilometers away, so the person in front of him was naturally a fake. And the one whose appearance can reach such a realistic level is naturally Mystique Raven. Emma opposite heard this and let out a sweet laugh. Then his appearance changed, and he turned into Raven's appearance in a moment. As expected of the boss, he saw through me so easily. Raven walked in with a smile. Oh, by the way, Emma has already mentioned your matter to me. Just go to her directly. Before, he had handed over a large amount of ferocious beast meat directly to Emma. Those ferocious beast meats are enough for hundreds of thousands of people to increase their strength to the level of quasi-warriors. In this way, when passing on the skills, Emma can distribute the beast meat by the way. After all, there is no way to reach the level of punch power of 900 kilograms by herself. Hearing this, Raven's face became even more joyful. Understood, I just came from Emma's side. Hearing this, Sumo's expression changed. So, do you have other things to do? A bright smile appeared on Raven's face, and she reached out and brushed Sumo's arm. Why, can't I come to see you, boss, if I have nothing to do? After saying that, without waiting for Sumo to speak, she leaned directly into Sumo's ear and whispered a few words. After Sumo listened, he waved his hand. Need not. Wait, why are you pulling my pants down? Before he finished speaking, he saw a change in Raven's body. She instantly transformed into the appearance of a certain Huxia actress. Even her body shape became the same. Seeing that Sumo wanted to refuse, Raven stared at the actress' face, showing a hint of grievance. What? Master doesn't like it. How about this? After saying that, she changed her face again. The body shape and voice also changed along with it. But this time, her figure did not imitate the original version, but transformed into a two-dimensional figure that was extremely exaggerated. Wasp waist and fat buttocks. The entire body turned into an S-shaped curve that is impossible for normal humans. Hiss! Sumo took a breath of cold air. What man can stand this temptation? He couldn't resist anyway. Los Angeles. Hogan, one of the 4 idiots in the Immortal Palace, looked at a 2-story villa in front of him. Is this the home of the company's secretary you found? That's right. Sonny walked up and whispered in his ear. I've searched all over New York, but I can't find that boy. I hope I can gain something here. After Hogan muttered to himself, he walked toward the villa in front of him with Sonny behind him. Halfway there, he paused. Etc. Will the other party notice this and alert the enemy? Hogan said with a worried look on his face. Sonny chuckled softly. Don't worry. You can't trust me, the disciple of the first mage and queen of a mortal palace? After it's over, I will erase this memory of her, so the other party won't be able to notice it. After listening to his explanation, Hogan nodded. He couldn't help but be careless. In the fairy palace before, he saw with his own eyes that Su-Immo knocked Odin over with one blow. Even Odin couldn't resist the opponent's blow. If they met, the probability of successfully escaping would be infinite. 0. Relying on Sonny's magic, the two successfully entered the villa. I got Sumo's instruction before. The entire company has relocated to Los Angeles. After all, in at most 1 year, the Kurita army will arrive, and then the whole of New York will be a disaster. Su-Immo naturally wanted to evacuate all his people in advance. Of course, if he wanted to, it would be easy to stop Loki from opening the space door. But he wasn't going to do that. The experience of having a baby delivered to your doorstep is something that can only happen but cannot be expected. Although Asgard has a map within the 9 realms. But within this area, there are only 9 planets with life. The locations of the Kurita planet and the Kree planet are not recorded on the star map. If you want to find the location of these planets, you have to rely on Loki to lead the way. If it weren't for this, Su-Immo would have already taken away the space gems hidden by Shield in the secret base. Destroying the entire Kurita planet would be more than just gaining tens of billions of points. In the zombie world, each zombie only has 1 point, which can bring him billions of points. According to the characteristics of the Kurita, an aggressive race, each Kurita is worth at least hundreds of points. The only thing unclear is the population of the other planet. In the villa at this time, Avril was eating breakfast in a restaurant, staring at a financial statement on a tablet. Su-Immo can rest assured that he will hand over the company's full power to her. She naturally has her own professional ethics. In the past few years, she has spent almost all her time dealing with the company's file-size affairs. After watching The Bodyguard, she just closed the tablet in her hand. From the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed 2 figures standing not far from him. She was shocked. Looking up, she happened to see Hogan and Sonny standing not far away, looking at her with smiles on their faces. "Who are you?" Avril's right hand carefully touched her waist, where there was a small, specially made pistol that she used for self-defense. But before she could hold the pistol, Sonny smiled gently at her. "I advise you to be more honest." After saying that, she stretched out her hand and waved it gently. Avril felt that her waist was empty. The pistol no longer appeared in the opponent's hand. Her face became a little ugly, but she quickly calmed down. "What do you want? If you want money, just quote a number." "Sorry, we are not interested in money." Hogan shook his head. "We want to know where your boss is." Avril heard this and spoke without any hesitation. "Have no idea. I'm just a secretary. How could I possibly know what my boss is doing?" Upon hearing this, Hogan glanced at Sonny, who was standing aside. There is nothing wrong with her words. Based on her status, it is indeed impossible for her to know the boss's movements. When Sonny heard this, she chuckled. "It seems you are unwilling to tell the truth." After saying that, a misty color flashed in her eyes, and Avril felt her brain dizzy and then lost consciousness. Before coming, Sonny naturally carefully investigated the relationship between the two. Not only are the 2 classmates, but the other party dares to hand the entire company into the other's hands, so naturally their relationship is not ordinary. 10 minutes later, the 2 walked out of the villa. Hogan let out a sigh. This guy's whereabouts are really secretive. Even his secretary doesn't know his location. But luckily, he found his wife's address. I guess he knows the guy very well. After speaking, he looked at an address recorded on the note in his hand. It's Wanda's residence near school. New York. Hill's apartment. Su-Immo walked out of the space door and let out a long breath. It's so scary. It's not without reason that Raven can be called a man's ultimate dream. Only he can't think of it, and no one else can do it. In one night, he felt like he had knocked over half of the world's film and television industry. In addition, the other party can be big or small, or can be controlled. Su-Immo had only one thought. Can't stop at all. Take a deep breath. He suppressed the thoughts in his heart, opened the door, and walked out. In the living room, watching Suemo walk out of the bedroom, Hill and Simmons, who were sitting together drinking coffee and chatting, looked at him blankly. Suemo looked stunned. Looking at the two people staring at him, he took a deep breath and sat down opposite them with a normal expression. "Why didn't you notify me when guests came to the house?" Hearing his words, Hill's face turned red. "May." After Simmons saw his appearance clearly, a look of excitement appeared on his face. "Do you still remember me? The one you rescued from vampires 2 years ago?" Hearing this, Sumo's expression changed. He looked the other person up and down. It also came to mind. The other party was the little girl he had rescued from Agatha before. Simmons. He also looked surprised. Then the two chatted familiarly. The embarrassment on Hill's face also eased a lot. "You've joined SHILD?" "That's right. He is currently a member of the Biological Research Laboratory." Simmons had nothing to hide from Suemo. After all, the reason why she joined SHILD was influenced by him and Hill. After hearing the other party's answer, Sumo's eyes moved. In fact, after he heard the other party's name, he had already recalled it. The other party is none other than the genius biochemistry expert in SHILD agent. He thought about that kind of blood containing powerful energy for a long time, but he didn't think of where to look for it. He didn't know if it could be artificially created by relying on the other party's biological attainments. Although the possibility is low, there is nothing to lose by trying. Thinking of this, he directly told the other party. Simmons had no reason to refuse Sumo's request for help. After a while, she took the various blood samples Suemo gave her and left in a hurry. See the other person's back as he leaves. He'll close the door and looked at Suemo with a smile. "It seems you have a lot of little fans." Suemo rationally did not dwell on this topic. Instead, he turned around and sat down on the sofa. "Do you want to learn the secret technique that can improve your strength?" With a way to prevent the other party from spreading the skills to outsiders, he naturally planned to teach her and Natasha Romanoff the training methods. "I can study?" Hearing his words, Hill's face showed excitement. "Certainly." Suemo nodded. In the following time, he passed the cultivation method directly into the other party's mind through secret methods. After a while, Hill slowly opened his eyes. Is what is recorded in this exercise true? Although he had seen the strength of Sumo's men, Hill still had a look of disbelief on his face. The cultivation method recorded above can be used to travel across the universe with the body at an advanced stage. It's simply too exaggerated. Am I still going to lie to you? Suemo smiled and nodded. As long as you practice according to the method above, you can reach the level of the two people over there in the square in up to 2 years. After saying that, Suemo took out some ferocious beast meat and left it to the other party. After telling him some things that needed to be paid attention to during cultivation, he left directly. After leaving here, he went to Natasha Romanoff's home. Since the skills are taught, it is natural not to favor one over the other. Philadelphia. After finishing class in the afternoon, Wanda drove back to the villa. Some time ago, Sonia resolutely moved out of the villa for unknown reasons. Now she's the only one left in the villa. So usually after returning home, she would go directly to Taro Village through the portal. On weekends, she would go to Pietro's place to have a meal with him. After parking the car, she suddenly changed her expression and looked towards the room. Through the walls of the house, she seemed to see the scene in the room. It was afternoon. In addition, the original villa area was sparsely populated, so Wanda hesitated and shouted into the room. "Come out." Wanda's voice was heard. The expressions on the faces of Hogan and Sonny, who were hiding in the room, changed. At the same time, I had a bad feeling in my heart. After hesitating for a moment, the two of them walked out of the door and looked at Wanda, standing in the yard with cautious expressions. However, the two of them were not too panicked. Before entering the house, they have inquired through the surrounding neighbors and found that there is only one young woman living in this house. After ruling out the possibility of Suemo living here, they dared to enter the room directly. "Who are you and why are you hiding in my room?" Faced with Wanda's questioning, the two of them had no intention of explaining. Hogan winked at Sonny. Without any hesitation, the other party directly activated the confusion magic. The Wanda in front of her is Sumo's wife, and Sumo may come here at any time. The best thing they can do is to quickly get the information about Sumo from Wanda and then leave quickly. Otherwise, if Sumo blocks him, it will be difficult to leave. In fact, according to their idea, they only needed to secretly investigate Sumo's information. However, after a few days, the only information they got was that the other party was a rich playboy. Not to mention the opponent's strength. They didn't even know Sumo's position. If they really wait until the day when Odin comes and they don't know anything about it, they may usher in Odin's wrath. In desperation, they could only take risks. Get the other person's information from the mouths of the people around them. Wanda, who was looking at the two of them cautiously, saw the light in Sani's eyes and felt a spiritual energy eroding towards her. The chaos force in the body, if released gently, will directly shatter the eroded energy. After a flash of light in Sani's eyes, she disappeared. Under the backlash, his body retreated towards the rear. She looked at each other in surprise. "Are you also a mage?" "So to speak." After Wanda answered, she waved her hands gently. Several red ropes appeared and wrapped around the two people on the opposite side. But after watching the rope wrap around the two people and pass directly through their bodies, Wanda's expression also changed. "Wave your hands vigorously." A red light spread out around her with her as the center. The two figures standing in front of her burst and disappeared like bubbles, and their figures appeared more than 10 meters away from her. Judging from the postures of the two of them, it was obvious that they wanted to take the opportunity to leave. After the confusion spell failed, the two wanted to leave without any hesitation. After all, the charm spell has no effect. When Odin had no way to come, they didn't dare to hurt each other rashly. If the opponent is angered and the spacecraft is damaged, they have no way to escape and can only hide like a bereaved dog. The two wanted to escape, but Wanda didn't intend to let the two of them leave. Judging from the previous situation, the two of them obviously came towards me with clear goals. And since he had no enemies from beginning to end, it was obvious that the two of them came for Sumo. Since this was the case, it was even more impossible for her to let the two of them go. "Wave your hands gently." Several balls of red chaos energy flew towards the two of them. When the two saw this, they hurriedly dodged away. Seeing Wanda's reluctance, Hogan's expression darkened. "Little girl, we're not leaving because we're afraid of you. If we really fight, it's hard to say what kind of harm you will get. If you're wise, you'd better let us leave obediently." Hearing his words, Wanda was unmoved. Red energy appears in the hands, and the attitude is clear at a glance. Seeing this situation, Hogan also showed a ruthless expression on his face. "In this case, don't blame us. The worst-case scenario was to find a place to hide after finishing off the other party." Although Sumo was very strong, he didn't believe that the other party could find them when they wanted to hide. Thinking of this, he moved and rushed toward the opposite side in an erratic manner. Sani behind her also used magic to hide the two of them. Queen Frigga's most powerful magic is illusion. As for her apprentice, she is naturally best at illusions. After hiding Hogan's figure, she was convinced that the other party would not be able to easily determine the other party's location. The most taboo thing for a mage is to be approached by a warrior like Hogan. As the two figures were hidden, Wanda's eyes also flashed with red light. Under her gaze, Hogan's body was invisible. Asgard's illusion magic is indeed second to none, but under Wanda's chaos force, it is not enough. Although her current chaos force is not too strong, Sani is also not Frigga. After Hogan changed directions several times, Wanda's eyes were still fixed on him. Looking at that look, it was like looking at a clown, and a trace of anger emerged in his heart. When he saw that Wanda was still staring at him so hard after he was within 3 meters of the other party, Hogan sneered in his heart. "As a mage, you dare to let me, a warrior, get close to you. You are extremely stupid." Sani stood in the distance, looking at Wanda, who just let Hogan get closer. He shook his head, with a confident smile on his face. "She's just a little girl after all, and doesn't have much combat experience. As one of the 4 warriors of Asgard, Hogun's fighting ability is second only to Thor, in her opinion. A mage on the opposite side was approached within 1 meter by him, and there was almost no hope of a comeback. Thinking of this, she cast an illusion spell, covering up the real scene within a radius of 100 meters. Not only are outsiders unable to see the real scene here, but even the sounds inside are not conveyed. After doing all this, she looked towards the position where the two were fighting with interest. Other side, looking at Wanda, who is so close. Hogun waved the short knife in his hand and slashed at the opponent, with a cruel smile on his face. Now that he has made up his mind to take action, he will naturally not leave any room. Go to hell. Boom. A low sound came. Sani looked at the scene not far away, and her expression suddenly became stiff. At this time, Wanda still maintained her previous posture. The only difference was that her right hand was stretched forward, and the expression on her face did not change. On the other hand, Hogun, face down, the entire body has been deeply embedded into the cement pavement under his feet. A trace of blood slowly seeped out from the gap between his body and the ground. After more than 10 seconds, his body was still motionless. Sani, who was standing in the distance, stared at the opponent's delicate figure. Is this a mage? Damn it, Thor isn't as strong as you. Seeing Wanda's gaze looking over her, she gradually came back to her senses. Turn around and run away. But before she took 2 steps, Wanda's figure had already appeared in front of her. It has nothing to do with me, it's all. Wanda didn't listen to the other party's sophistry and directly slapped her on the shoulder. Boom! After the loud noise, there was another living specimen on the ground. Su-Mo, who returned to Death Island, had not yet entered the Star Tower. Then I heard the cell phone ringing. Half an hour later, located in a manor house in Manhattan, Su-Mo walked out of the space door carrying a limp body. Toss it aside. At this point, all members of Asgard's descent to Earth have gathered. Wanda, who was staring at them, stood up and came to Su-Mo. Honey, these people, relying on Chaos Force. She has learned from one of Hogun's men the origins of these people and the purpose of coming to Earth. After learning that these people were from the Asa Protoss, she also showed a trace of worry on her face. Although she knew that Su-Mo was very strong, she was not sure about facing these legendary gods. Su-Mo smiled and caressed her head. Okay, you're tired too. Go back and rest in peace. Don't worry, I can handle these. Seeing that the confidence on Su-Mo's face didn't look fake, Wanda breathed a sigh of relief. All right. She raised her head and kissed Su-Mo on the face, then turned around and opened a space door to leave. Watching the space door in front of you slowly close. Only then did Su-Mo turn his head. He glanced at the sky and sighed. I was thinking before that I would try not to change the plot so that I could have some foresight advantages. But in this situation, if I don't teach Odin some lessons, the other party will obviously not give up. When a rainbow bridge is repaired, it will be the moment when the other party comes to Earth. Wanda and Death Island can naturally deal with a miscellaneous fish like Hogun very easily. But if Odin comes and he happens to be absent, things will be a little troublesome. In this case, he can only solve this hidden danger in advance. After all, if he can only be a thief for 1,000 days, how can you prevent a thief for 1,000 days? Thinking of this, he waved lightly. A space door opened, and Su-Mo stepped towards the space door. At the same time, Hogun and the others who were in a coma behind him floated uncontrollably and followed Su-Mo's figure into the space door together. Asgard. Odin and Asgard. Heimdall stood below, looking eagerly at Odin, sitting on the throne. Your Majesty, the God King, my eyes can no longer capture Hogun and the others. I'm afraid something has happened to them. Accident. Odin's face darkened, and he stood up from his seat. There's no surprise. I'm afraid that boy has already noticed it. He tightened the gun of Gangnir in his hand, and thinking about the young man who accidentally hurt him before, a trace of anger surged in his heart again. In a moment, he suppressed the anger in his heart. How long will it take for the Rainbow Bridge to be repaired? Heimdall hesitated after hearing this. It will take at least half a year. Tell me to go ahead and speed up the repair process and try to complete the repair within 4 months. From Odin's mouth came an unquestionable command. The eternal fire, related to the prophecy of Ragnarok, must not be left outside. At this time, a portal slowly opened in the hall. Sumo's figure walked out. Wow! The bodies of Hogan and others fell hard to the ground under Sumo's psychokinesis, sliding along the smooth ground to Odin's feet. You little thief! How dare you bring it to your door yourself? Return the Banshee Lorelei and the treasures she stole immediately. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave intact today. Seeing Sumo's figure, Odin had a look of surprise on his face. Now he held Gungnir tightly in his hand, and a divine power sank from his feet into the ground of the immortal palace. With the entry of this energy, a huge amount of transparent light slowly enveloped Odin's Asgard. Odin naturally remembered the scene when Sumo escaped with Luo Lile last time. He could tell at a glance that that kind of ability was similar to Kamataj's teleportation spell. If he couldn't find a way to restrain it, even if he could defeat the opponent could escape at any time by relying on this ability. When the Asgard's protective shield was established, with the assistance of the Supreme Mage at that time, it was able to restrain this ability. And with the defensive power of this protective shield, even if he wanted to forcefully break it open, it would take at least a quarter of an hour. Feeling the protective shield gradually closing, a smile appeared on Odin's face. Sumo naturally felt the other party's small movements. However, he did not stop him, but slowly walked towards Odin. What I can't stand the most is others hurting my family. Anyone else is threatening me. Unfortunately, you did both. Having said this, Sumo raised his head and glanced at Odin, who stood up. In this case, I can only send you offline in advance. You little thief, you're talking too much. When Odin heard Sumo's words, an angry look appeared on his face. A set of golden armor appeared on him. He immediately rushed towards Sumo without hesitation. Heimdall on the side saw this and rushed forward together. At this time, Sumo was already wrapped in the feather god armor. A casual wave. Heimdall, who rushed forward, flew out uncontrollably. He faced Odin with his bare hands, holding the spear of Gungnir. With the experience last time, Odin was not careless this time. Instead, he used all his strength to stab Sumo with the magic gun in his hand. However, Sumo's power was completely different from last time. The last time, psychokinesis's power only reached more than 10 million tons after the Chinji disc's increase. And now his power, without relying on any increase, has reached 100 million tons. If the amplitude of force is exerted through the body, now he has cultivated the Thunder Sword to great perfection and can increase his body's strength 36 times. In this case, his force can reach 3.6 billion tons, more than 300 times more powerful than before. And that's just physical strength. If the Chinji disc is used and the 62 times psychokinesis amplitude is aggregated, the impact force can reach more than 6 billion tons. Even at this level, strength is no longer the most critical factor in determining victory or defeat. But this is also when the physical strength of the two is not much different. Judging from the situation of the last fight, although Odin was stronger than him at that time, he was not much stronger. You must know that the power of the Asa Protoss, like Odin and Thor, mainly comes from their godhead, and the power of the godhead controlled by them. With or without the bonus of divine power, their strength is almost completely different. Just like Thor, after losing the power of Thor, his body is just the same as that of ordinary people. And with the blessing of divine power, you can fight the Hulk hand-to-hand. The same is true for Odin in front of him. With the blessing of Odin's power, his physical strength can reach nearly 20 million tons. This kind of power is indeed a ceiling in this universe. Even Thanos did not dare to step into the Nine Realms before Odin died. But this power is not enough for Sumo now. Sumo stretched out his hand and directly grasped the opponent's gun of Gungnir. Then he directly lifted Odin, who was holding the other side, and smashed it to the ground. Boom! It was a loud bang. The other party's body was embedded in the ground. However, for their strength, this kind of injury is almost no different from scratching. Odin's body instantly ejected and slowly floated in the air. At this time, his face became very ugly. Although it didn't cause him any harm, it was extremely insulting. The majestic Lord of the Nine Realms suffered such humiliation at the hands of one person twice in a row, and the anger in his heart could no longer be contained. "You little thief, suffer death." The angry Odin flashed his body and struck Sumo with his bare hands. There was no way, at this time, Gungnir's gun was already in Sumo's hand. Sumo saw the opponent's figure appearing in front of him instantly, and swung the gun in his hand towards the opponent like a stick. There was another loud bang. Odin's body had hit the far wall. This time is different from the one just now. Sumo's massive force of hundreds of millions of tons burst out directly. The golden armor worn on Odin gradually turned into light spots and slowly floated away. As the armor disappeared, Odin's body also fell from the wall. At this time, blood overflowed from his mouth and nose as if it was free of charge. Even his eyes became a little blurry. Saw this scene. A look of surprise flashed across Sumo's face. It seems that the attack is a bit harsh. According to his expectations, the current strength of the main body should be able to suppress Odin, but it is unlikely to kill the opponent. But he seemed to have overlooked one thing. Now Odin is only a few years away from the end of his life. For the Asa Protoss, the longer they live, the stronger they become, but not the last few years of life. At this time, the end of life is approaching, and the body and the divine power in the body will begin to gradually decline. Until the end, the divine power completely disappeared, and the body also turned into ashes after losing the support of strength. Seeing the other party's appearance, Sumo thought for a moment. Lifting the opponent with one hand, he disappeared directly from the spot, in the soul enslavement space. Sumo threw the other party's dying body to the ground. In an instant, a beam of light enveloped him. Nearly 20 seconds later, the light disappeared, and Sumo already felt that he could easily control the other person's life. However, the other party still looked half dead. Sumo stretched out his hand. A bottle of water of life appeared in his hand. According to the characteristics of the Asa Protoss, the original strength of Odin's body is only slightly stronger than that of humans on Earth. This kind of thing that is useful to ordinary apprentices should be equally useful to him. Sumo poured the water of life in his hand into the other person's mouth. A dead horse is treated as a living horse. If you hang up, hang up. If he didn't die, he would have one more subordinate who is by far the most powerful. Even if he fails, the final loss is only 1,000 points, which is just a drop of money for him now. Sumo's twitch just now should have damaged the opponent's internal organs. As the water of life enters Odin's body, after a while, the other party's breathing gradually stabilized. Seeing this scene, Sumo felt happy. It works. As time went by, half an hour later, Odin also woke up. As he mobilizes the power in his godhead, his body's ability to recover is greatly improved. Until another hour later, Odin stood up from the ground. He saluted Sumo respectfully. "Owner." Seeing this, Sumo nodded with satisfaction. "Good. In this case, everything is already under control. From now on, I will get Odin, and he will live when he deserves to live, and when he deserves to die, he will be put into the Star Tower to feign death. As for the situation where the other party's lifespan is approaching, not a problem at all. As long as you practice the devouring method to the planet level, your lifespan can be increased tenfold. There are still about 6 years left before the end of his lifespan. In such a long time, it is not difficult to break through to the planet level. What's more, there is Sumo, the master cheating. This is no longer a problem. After giving instructions to each other, the two returned to the previous hall. At this time, Heimdall was still in a coma. Odin stepped forward and lightly kicked the opponent. Heimdall suddenly woke up. Standing up from the ground, he saw Sumo standing not far away, roared in his mouth, and wanted to rush towards him again. "Stop!" Hear Odin shout. Heimdall's figure instantly froze. Lord God King, no need to say more. Odin raised his hand to stop him. What happened last time was all a misunderstanding. He has agreed to return the eternal fire stolen by Lorelei. From now on, he will be our Asgard guest. Hearing this, Heimdall showed a surprised look on his face. After all, just before he fainted, the two of them were still at war with each other. After sleeping for a while, I woke up and the situation changed. And he looked at the mess in the hall. Apparently the two had already fought each other, but he didn't think much about it. Odin's majesty, accumulated over thousands of years, allows him to obey the other party's orders unconditionally. Moreover, after Sumo left last time, Sol has already explained that this matter is indeed just a misunderstanding. But it was Odin who was hindered by his majesty as the Lord of the Nine Realms, and the eternal fire related to Ragnarok and the prophecy was stolen by Lorelei that made them have to find Sumo. Heimdall naturally desires a peaceful solution now. As Odin removes the shield from Asgard, Thor came in with a large number of soldiers. The fairy palace protective shield will only be opened when it is invaded by an enemy. And the opening just now made Thor and the others outside the fairy palace realize that some kind of accident had happened inside the fairy palace. However, after the protective shield is generated, even they cannot enter it. All we can do is wait outside the protective shield. At this moment, the protective shield disappeared and they rushed in immediately. In the main hall, Thor looked at Sumo, who was chatting and laughing with Odin, and looked stunned. He couldn't react for a while. Since the last time Sumo left with Luolile, his father Odin seems to have always hated him very much. So what is going on now? Saw Thor walking in. Odin laughed. Thor, you're here just in time. Please tell me to go down, and I will hold a banquet in the fairy palace to entertain my best friend. No. Thor looked at Odin with a questioning look on his face. Do as I say. After Odin reiterated, he turned back and sat down. Sumo looked at Sol below. Hey Thor, we meet again. 2 hours later, a grand banquet was held in the hall. Dozens of people sat at a long table that was more than 20 meters long. There are all kinds of delicacies on the table. At the banquet, Sumo returned the eternal fire and the warlock's eye to Asgard in public. Of course, for him, it's just a left hand versus a right hand. Eternal fire doesn't matter. This thing can be generated by energy, and what is returned is just a trace of fire. He can have as much of this thing in his hand as he wants. The warlock's eye returned to his storage ring after a moment. Odin, who was sitting at the top of the table, drank all the wine in his glass. He threw the cup on the ground, stood up from the seat. There is one more thing to announce today. After attracting everyone's attention, he pointed to Sumo beside him and spoke. From now on, the two of us are called brothers. In Asgard, Su's orders are my orders. Hearing this, everyone at the banquet was in an uproar. No wonder everyone was surprised. This situation is as outrageous as in ancient times when the emperor suddenly appointed an ordinary person as prime minister. Even Sumo almost spit out the wine in his mouth after hearing this. This was not what he had just ordered. It's entirely Odin's decision. Of course, Odin did not do it out of malice. But after all, they all called Sumo their master. What would it be like if these people under his command, especially Thor, were brothers with Sumo? And in this way, a lot of trouble can be avoided. But since he would say it now, he was sure that this decision would not be opposed by everyone. This is indeed the case. Under the prestige accumulated over thousands of years, these people just discussed quietly for a moment and then agreed. Only Thor looked in disbelief. Father, seeing him standing up, Odin laughed quickly and stepped forward to grab him. Thor, come and meet your uncle. What? When he heard Odin asking him to call Uncle Sumo, his mouth opened wide, and there was no concealed look of shock in his eyes. Odin reached out and patted him on the head. What are you doing standing still? Hurry up and scream. After experiencing what happened last time, Thor's rebellious character has restrained a lot. Under Odin's urging, he finally came to Sumo and shouted reluctantly, Uncle! After saying that, he turned around and ran outside. Seeing that the matter was settled, Sumo didn't blame Odin. This would indeed make things easier for him in the future. But looking at Sol leaving the hall, his face flushed with pain, a smile appeared on his face. Anyone who suddenly has an uncle who is much younger than themselves may not be able to accept it for a while. Moreover, in Thor's view, Suemo still has the attributes of a love rival. The banquet lasted for a whole day. After the end, after Suemo handed over the cultivation method to Odin, he came to Odin's treasure house alone. Of course, most of the things here have no effect on him, but that didn't stop him from looking at each piece with gusto. He reached out and took off a huge amount of metal gloves in front of him. The shape of the glove is almost identical to that of the Infinity Gauntlet in Thanos' hand. The only difference is that Thanos' one is only his left hand, while the one in his hand is his right hand. From this perspective, there should be two Infinity Gauntlets, divided into left and right hands. And Odin may have collected Infinity Stones before. In the end, maybe for some reason, they were not gathered together. Suemo put the gloves back on the shelf in front of him and continued walking towards the inside of the treasure house. Take a tour around. The things inside did not have any effect on him, but he did not show any disappointment. He regarded it as gaining more knowledge. In the main hall of the Immortal Palace. So, your father didn't even tell you about TIE particles? Suemo sat on the seat, looked at Odin standing opposite, and asked. That's right. Odin nodded respectfully. Seeing this, Suemo could only sigh helplessly. After watching Thor 2, he naturally knew that one of the Infinity Stones, the Reality Stone, TIE particles, was buried by Odin's father Bauer. It was not until the intersection of the 9 realms that it was connected to Greenwich, and coincidentally entered the body of Jane Foster. I originally hoped to find a burial location with Odin. Looking at it now, it is obvious that this idea has failed. In this case, Suemo did not stay in Asgard any longer and directly opened a space door and left. Earth, Detroit, Michigan, on a remote and dilapidated road. Suemo walked out of the portal. He naturally understood what happened from Hogan and the others. He also realized that Avril should be equipped with some security personnel. And among the people on the island, the most suitable one is obviously Psylocke. Originally, the ability of Spirit Butterfly's awakening came with physical strengthening. Coupled with practice, her strength has now reached the peak of a high-level warrior. Coupled with psychic ability, there are almost no weaknesses. Through the perception of the slave chip, the other party is exactly in this position. Suemo sensed the location of Spirit Butterfly. Turn around and walk in a certain direction. In a dilapidated, abandoned factory, Ling Dai stood on the edge of the roof of a building, staring down. In the dilapidated square, overgrown with weeds below, a group of soldiers wearing military green camouflage uniforms, holding guns in their hands, surrounded a middle-aged man. Psylocke's eyes fell on a bald man standing behind the soldiers. A soldier is putting a black collar around the man's neck. Seeing this scene, Ling Dai showed an angry look on his face. He was about to start and jumped down immediately, but not before she could take action. A palm covered her shoulder. Ling Dai was startled, turned her head suddenly, and at the same time threw her right hand towards the back. Just when her right fist was about to hit the figure behind her, she saw clearly that the figure standing behind her was Suemo, who came over. Her expression changed, and she quickly retracted her fist. Owner, Ling Dai hurriedly wanted to kneel down on one knee, but was stopped by Suemo behind him. He looked down. Seeing the scene below, his eyes moved slightly. This is Sentry Secret Service. Then Ling Dai opened his mouth to explain. Through her explanation, Suemo also understood the whole story. The Sentry Secret Service, which he destroyed 2 years ago, has become active again. Although all the information and scientific research personnel of the Sentry robot have been packed away by me, but those congressmen relied on some remaining information. The organization was re-established, but this time they learned a little smarter. This organization went from being public to being underground. Capture mutants secretly. Before following Apocalypse, Psylocke and Caliban formed an underground mutant organization, relying on Caliban's ability to sense the location of mutants to sell mutant information. After joining Sumo's staff, they didn't restrict Psylocke's freedom too much. It wasn't until Psylocke returned to the station last time to check that she discovered that all the mutants in her previous organization, including her friend Caliban, had disappeared. After some investigation, it was discovered that these people had been captured by the Sentry Secret Service. Caliban, on the other hand, became a tool for them to find mutants. After hearing her explanation, Sumo looked at the bald middle-aged man standing behind the group of soldiers. "Is this your good friend Caliban?" Psylocke nodded. "Quick victory." After Sumo uttered a word, he took Spirit Butterfly directly through the portal and appeared below. Spirit Butterfly nodded, stretched out her right hand. A purple lightsaber appeared in her hand and disappeared in a flash. Those soldiers had no time to react before they were eliminated by Spirit Butterfly. In the end, only a middle-aged man who looked like the leader was left. Sumo directly activated the soul conjuration technique. After a while, Sumo casually broke the man's neck and threw it aside. It seems these people have learned to be smart. From the man's mouth, Sumo only learned information about a stronghold of the Sentry Secret Service. The man did not know the location of the headquarters, and even had a single line of communication with the superiors. Obviously, after being wiped out by the group last time, these people even hid the location of their headquarters. But it is not difficult to find them out. He doesn't even need to take action himself. At this time, Psylocke led Caliban up. "Hello, my name is Caliban. Thank you for your help." Caliban walked up and thanked Sumo. When Sumo heard this, he turned around and looked at the other party. The other person looked to be about 40 or 50 years old. His skin was unusually pale, and his figure looked as if he were skin and bones, as if a gust of wind could blow him down. The mutant's ability-suppressing collar that was put around his neck just now has been cut off by Psylocke. "You're welcome. You'd better thank Spirit Butterfly." After saying that, Sumo turned his head and looked at Lingdai aside. "Leave the affairs of the Sentry Secret Service to others. There will be something you need to do in the next period of time." "Okay, Master." Psylocke nodded. Naturally, she had no intention of resisting Sumo's order. An hour later, Sumo returns to Death Island. Spirit Butterfly has been sent to Avril by him. With her protection, Avril's safety no longer needs to be worried. Caliban was brought back by him and handed over to Emma for arrangement. Relying on his ability to sense the location of mutants within a certain range, there is no difficulty in finding the Sentry Secret Service. After all, there should be a lot of mutants imprisoned in that place. Sumo raised his head and looked into the sky. After a few days, the Sky City has arrived on the island and is floating in midair several hundred meters above the ground. Most of the Black Widows scattered around the world have also gathered on the island. There are 7,000 to 8,000 people who have arrived so far. The island has also become lively. Some soldiers who went out on missions were also called back. After Emma passed down the cultivation method, she divided these people into groups of 50, and these soldiers guided the cultivation on their behalf. It only takes a year or two. These people will become the mainstay of the island's power. The Green Devil skateboard has also been officially put into production. Maybe after the Kurita army arrives in a year, there will be no need to take action at all. The soldiers on the island can handle it independently. Seeing everything on the island is on track, Sumo ducked into the Star Tower. In the training room, he took off his clothes and lay down in the nutrition cabin. With the injection of nutrient solution, traces of gentle energy began to flow into his body, slowly increasing his strength. Feeling the improvement in physical strength, Sumo closed his eyes and activated the dream walking technique. I didn't choose to enter Spider-Man's world. Although the physical strength can successfully reach the 9th level of the star level in 1 year, but if you want to successfully break through to the cosmic level, you need to improve the strength of the beast god before then. However, it is conservatively estimated that at least 10 immortal crystals are needed to improve the beast god. That's a full billion points. In addition, by then, the Star-Devouring Vine will have almost reached the peak of stellar level. He needs to buy metal to upgrade to the cosmic level, which will cost a large amount of points. He must gain points as quickly as possible. In Spider-Man's world, there are currently not many channels to obtain points, so naturally, he can only choose to enter other worlds. Some world. In a dark room, Suemo slowly opened his eyes. Hiss. Severe pain spread from all parts of the body. It seems that I am in a bad situation in this world. Just feel a little bit. There are signs of swelling and bruises all over this body. After a moment, a look of surprise appeared on his face. What's going on? He didn't find the original owner's soul in this body. According to the past situation, after he used the dream-walking technique to travel across, the soul of the original owner would be sealed in the original owner's sea of consciousness and would be in a dormant state. This was the first time he had encountered this situation. There is no soul in the original owner's sea of consciousness. There is only one possibility. The original owner has died, and the soul has left the body. And, judging from his physical condition, it should take no more than an hour to die. He sat up from the ground with difficulty. Suemo took a look at the surrounding environment. Looking at the surrounding layout, I should be in a small room similar to a basement. The room was in darkness. It is also through mental psychokinesis that he can understand the surrounding scene. The room he was in at this time was a place similar to a storage room located underground. In the room, except for 3 sets of bedding spread in the corner, the remaining positions are filled with sundries. The mental psychokinesis was released and spread towards the surroundings. For a moment, a look of surprise appeared on Sumo's face. Judging from what he felt, he seemed to be in the basement of a certain villa. There was not a single figure in the villa, and judging from the thick dust on the items in the villa room, the villa has obviously been abandoned for a long time. The entire villa was extremely quiet. There is no sound. At this time, under his perception, 2 figures, a man and a woman, walked gently towards the villa. After a while, the 2 slowly opened the door to the basement and walked down the stairs. Through mental perception, Suemo could clearly perceive that the 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time after closing the basement door. Seeing this, Suemo looked thoughtful. "Brother, are you awake?" A young man walking in front who looked somewhat similar to him came down and tinkered with the corner a few times. The incandescent light on the roof turned on. He saw Suemo sitting up at a glance with a smile on his face. A look of surprise. He walked forward in 2 steps and straightened him up. Following the young man was a girl with 2 golden braids. When the girl saw Suemo sitting up, a hint of joy appeared on her face. "Su, how do you feel?" Seeing the expressions on their faces, Suemo forced a smile on his face. "Don't worry, I'm fine." It can be inferred from what he just said that the young man among the 2 people should be his biological brother. This can be seen from the somewhat similar appearance of the 2 people. As for the identity of this woman, he couldn't guess based on the information he had obtained so far. But I think the relationship between the 2 of them should be good friends. Although the original owner has died and is now in a state of death, these are not a big problem for him, as long as this body is still there. A simple drop of water of life can quickly restore injuries in the body. Here, Sumo's answer. The woman suddenly thought of something and reached out to pat the young man. "Xiaoyan, take out the medicine quickly and let your brother take it." "Oh well." After hearing this, Su Yin reacted, took off the backpack he was carrying on his back, took out some anti-inflammatory and analgesic medicine, and helped Suemo take it. When the girl saw this, she felt a lot more at ease. He also took off the backpack behind him. "Take out some trampled bread from inside. We visited 3 supermarkets and only found this little thing," she said with a sad look on her face. Then he divided the bread between the 2 of them, and finally took out a can of lunch meat from his backpack, opened it, and handed it to Suemo. "You are injured. Eat more so you can recover faster." Looking at the bread in his hand, Su Yin had a look of anger on his face. "Those people are simply too much. We kindly took them into the shelter. Not only did they drive us out, they also beat you like this." Hearing this, Sumo's expression changed. Shelter? Could this world also be a wasteland world? This thought flashed through his mind. Faced with the food handed over by the girl, Suemo did not refuse, but took it directly. Fortunately, the outer packaging of the bread was intact, so he didn't pay too much attention. With his current physical condition, even performing magic would put a huge burden on his body. For the time being, it's better to recover from the injury first. This body had obviously not eaten for a while, and his strong hunger made him eat even a piece of bread with gusto. After eating these things, his body also gradually regained some strength. Since among the three of them, except Su Mo, the other two only ate a piece of bread that was less than the size of a palm, they had no intention to speak, and Su Mo had no chance to learn information about the world from the two of them. Just over half an hour, there was an even sound of breathing from both Su Yin and the girl's position. Apparently, going out in search of food left both of them physically and mentally exhausted. I saw that both of them had fallen asleep. Su Mo then tested the time flow rate of the two worlds. Fortunately, the time ratio is also 1-to-1. Su Mo took out a bottle of water of life from his pocket and drank it directly. Then he closed his eyes. A warm current slowly flowed through his body. For any injured area, after the warm current flows through, the pain at the injured area will disappear almost within a few seconds. As waves of relief came, Su Mo slowly fell asleep. Early the next morning, Su Mo was woken up by a shrill sound. Opening his eyes, he immediately saw Su Yin and Lisa getting ready to go. Lisa is, of course, the girl with the two golden braids. "What are you two doing?" Hearing the sound, Su Yin noticed that Su Mo had woken up. The room's light was powered by a large battery in the corner. There is no way to replenish it after it is used up. So unless there are special circumstances, the room is completely dark. "Brother, you wake up." Hearing the sound, Su Yin realized that Su Mo had woken up. "You can rest in peace and recuperate. The two of us are going to go to some distant supermarkets to see if we can find more food. I'll go with you." Su Mo stood up from the ground and moved his hands and feet. In the cuffs that neither of them could see, the 10 rings appeared directly on his arms and then disappeared. As power surged through his body, he wished he could let out a long roar from his mouth. With the help of faint light, the two of them saw Su Mo standing up from the ground. "No, brother, you. How is that possible?" Seeing this scene, Su Yan's face was stunned. He knew the extent of Su Mo's injuries very well. Judging from yesterday's situation, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was dying. Before he went out to look for medicine, he even doubted whether the other party could support him until he came back. But now it only took one night to recover. Thinking of this, he hurried to the corner. After a while of operation, the lights in the room came back on. He didn't look at Su Mo, who was standing 2 meters away. He took 2 steps to the ground aside, picked up the medicine Su Mo had taken yesterday, put it in his hand, and looked at it carefully. "No, there's nothing wrong with this medicine." "Brother, how do you feel?" Putting the medicine in his hand on the ground, he came to Su Mo's side and stretched out his hand to touch Su Mo's wrist with a worried look on his face. See this action of the other party. There was a hint of surprise on Su Mo's face. "Do you still know about Huxia medicine?" "Don't know." "Then what are you pinching?" Su Mo silently shook off the other party's hand. "No, I just heard that people who have returned to the light will have cold hands and feet." Su Yin said sarcastically. "Roll." "Okay." In desperation, both of them spoke in Huxia, and Lisa looked at them in confusion. But she gradually reacted. Although I couldn't understand what the two people were talking about, judging from Su Mo's standing up and the expressions of the two people, it was obvious that Su Mo's body had recovered a lot. Both of them were firmly opposed to Su Mo's idea of going out with them to look for food. In desperation, Su Mo picked up a table leg as thick as an arm and broke it easily. The two looked at her blankly. "Damn, superpower?" Su Yin picked up the table leg that was broken by him, and after trying it himself, he looked at Su Mo with bright eyes. "I'm not sure what's going on. After I woke up in the morning, I felt like I had endless power." Su Mo made up a random reason. It doesn't matter whether they believe it or not. Su Yin looked stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then the excited general was still standing aside, picking up the medicine Su Mo had taken last night. There was a look of confusion on his face, but a decision was made almost instantly. "Wealth is found in danger. Fight hard." After saying that, he quickly took out the dose Su Mo took last night and drank it directly. Look at the other party's smooth operations. Su and Mo didn't stop him. They're just some anti-inflammatory and analgesic drugs. As long as they're not overdosed, they're not harmful to the body. He naturally knew what the other party was thinking, but the other party was destined to be disappointed. After taking the medicine, Su Yin showed a look of longing on his face. He just wanted Lisa beside him to take it too, but after thinking about it, he carefully put the medicine back into his backpack. He was still unsure of the effect of this thing, and he didn't give it to the other person rashly. Let's go. He took a deep breath, suppressed the joy on his face, got up, and walked towards the door. Lisa on the side looked at Su Yan's inexplicable operation with question marks on her face. Obviously, the other party was completely unable to understand his brain circuit. Came out of the basement. Suemo looked at the scene outside. After seeing the scene outside, he only had one thought in his mind. Quiet. Unexpectedly quiet. Looking at the trees outside and the temperature, he could easily tell that it was spring in April or May. But not even a bird could be heard in the trees around the villa. However, Suemo was not surprised. There are many types of zombie viruses. It is not surprising that animals and birds can be infected. Under the leadership of Su Yin, the three of them walked eastward along the road at the entrance of the villa. Suemo turned on the mental psychokinesis, spreading towards the surroundings. The location of the villa seems to be in a wealthy area halfway up the mountain. There are a dozen villas in total. Within this range, no trace of a zombie or a living person was seen. But there were other discoveries. Suemo focused his thoughts on a villa less than 500 meters away from the three of them. In the villa, a monster that looked somewhat like a mummy was lying on the carpet in the lobby of the villa. The monster is very large, nearly 3 meters tall. Its skin is black and gray, like dry bark. Its limbs, especially the forelimbs, are long and slender. There are no eyes on its head, only a mouth that covers the entire face. The moment he saw this monster, Suemo looked stunned. This monster looks familiar, combined with the very quiet surrounding environment. A quiet place. This thought flashed through Sumo's mind instantly. Thinking of this, he tried to cough. Hear this sound. Su Yin and Lisa's advancing bodies suddenly paused, and then they looked at Suemo with frightened eyes. Suemo ignored the expressions of the two people and sensed them through psychokinesis. Really, after he exited, the monster lying on the carpet of the villa seemed to have been stimulated by some kind of stimulation. He jumped up directly, and his mouth opened like a chrysanthemum in an instant, and he let out a roar. With a leap of body, he broke through the door and rushed towards him. Seeing this scene, Suemo was certain in his heart that this was the world of the Quiet Land. After mentally scanning the area again, Suemo let out a sigh. The number of these things does not seem to be much. There's only this one monster within a radius of 1 kilometer. From his point of view, even if all the monsters in this world are cleaned up, it is estimated that it will reach 1/10 of the zombie world. But he was content. It is conservatively estimated that at least 500 to 600 million points can be earned in this wave. These points can already solve his urgent need. As for whether he could deal with these monsters, Suemo had no doubts. This thing could be solved with a gun. In a one-on-one fight, it is estimated that it will be difficult for the skeleton soldiers to hold it for 1 minute. He was a little confused. Such a weak monster should not be difficult to deal with the help of modern steel. It should be easier to clean up. After all, this thing is too sensitive to sound. It can hear the slightest sound from as far as 500 meters away. If you give a train whistle, I'm afraid it can attract monsters from the entire city. When the time comes, a missile can clear the ground and wipe them all out. After thinking for a long time, Suemo could only blame it. There was a reason he didn't know. Su Yin and Lisa, who were walking in front, still stayed where they were after seeing Suemo making a sound. He rushed up in a hurry, picked him up, and ran towards the basement. However, before the two of them took Suemo and ran out a few steps, the monster had already appeared in the sight of the three people. He rushed towards the three of them at extremely fast speeds. Looking at the monster rushing towards me, Su Yin and Lisa's expressions changed. It's over. Because the three of them were kicked out of their shelter, they didn't even have a gun in their hands. Yesterday, they went out and tried to find some, but they didn't find any. I originally thought about searching today, but now it seems that I can only wait for the next life. It is obviously impossible to deal with this kind of monster with bare hands. Suemo, standing between the two of them, took a close look at this monster. There was only one thought in my mind. It looked so disgusting, especially after opening your mouth. Seeing this, Suemo did not hesitate. His hands broke free from the two's grasp. He made a fist with his right hand and swung it toward the monster less than 3 meters away from the people. The 10 rings on his arm instantly flew out with a golden light, knocking the monster away dozens of meters, and then returned to Sumo's arm instantly. The two people on the side only saw a golden light shooting back from Sumo's hand. The monster that was so close had already landed on the ground dozens of meters away and turned into a puddle of mud. Obviously, all the monster's internal tissues have been shattered. See this scene. The two of them rubbed their eyes in unison. Damn, I knew it. Suyan's face showed a look of ecstasy. Brother, you have awakened your powers, right? In excitement, he almost let out a roar. But in the end, he still retains a trace of sanity. If he really wants to roar, he doesn't know how many monsters he will attract. That's right. Seeing Suyan's excitement, Suemo nodded silently. At this time, Lisa also stepped forward and touched Sumo's arm. After finding that there was nothing special, she raised her head and looked at Suemo in surprise. What did you just eat? Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Suemo did not answer her question, but looked in one direction. Here comes another one. In his perception, a monster from the north once again broke into the range of his psychokinesis perception. Apparently, he was attracted by the movement here. It seems that this thing is more sensitive to sound than I expected. What? When Suyin and Lisa heard this, their expressions changed. However, seeing Sumo's calm look, the two of them felt a lot more at ease. However, due to the fear of monsters accumulated over a long period of time, the two of them carefully hid behind Suemo. For a moment, the second monster has appeared in the eyes of the two people. Seeing this, Suemo waved his hand lightly, and a skeleton soldier holding a bone knife appeared in the middle of the two and rushed towards a monster in the distance. This is just an ordinary skeleton soldier that has not been enhanced by hellfire. He is only a little over 2 meters tall, but facing a monster that was much taller than it, the skeleton soldier showed no cowardice at all. He waved the bone knife in his hand and jumped towards the monster with a single leap. The bone knife in his hand slashed towards the monster's waving forelimb as fast as lightning. The two passed by each other. The monster staggered and fell to the ground, and its last broken forelimb fell on the ground full of weeds. Feeling the pain from the severed limb, the monster let out an angry roar. But just as the roar was halfway through, the bone knife with a cold light was already slashing at it again. The skeleton soldier originally had no problem with endurance. After landing, he did not stop moving at all and jumped directly towards it. Maybe it was being at the top of the food chain for a long time. The fighting instinct of these monsters has deteriorated. Focusing only on the roaring monster, he didn't expect that the opponent's next attack would come so quickly. In a hurry, he could only use his remaining forelimb to block the bone knife. Like cutting tofu, the monster's other long arm was cut off directly by the bone knife. One can imagine what happens next. The monster that lost its 2 forearms could only be reduced to the plaything of the skeleton soldiers. Su Yin and Lisa, who were standing in the distance, watched the skeleton soldiers dismember the monster into pieces in a few clicks, with a trace of fear flashing in their eyes. Damn it, where did this monster come from? This damn thing is much more ferocious than the original monster. In the horrified eyes of the two people, the skeleton soldier walked towards Sanner. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the two people changed. It was obviously too late to run away now, so I could only hope that Su-Mo could deal with the other party. In the eyes of the two people, the skeleton soldier walked to Su-Mo's side and stood motionless. See this? It took the two of them a moment to come to their senses. Su-Yin stretched out his finger and lightly poked Su-Mo on the arm. Brother, you control this thing. Seeing Su and Mo nodding, the two of them let out a sigh of relief. Then if you didn't tell us earlier, you would have worried us for a long time. Su Yin muttered, carefully came to the side of the skeleton soldier and carefully circled around him. He looked the skeleton up and down. Just looking at it was not enough, and in the end he even reached out and touched the skeleton soldier's body. It's strange. This thing is just a skeleton. How does it move? Lisa on the other side gave Su Mo a vague look. Before, it could be attributed to some kind of change in his body, but summoning a skeleton is a bit unreasonable. She thought of a possibility. Could it be that the other party was taken away by some evil spirit lich or something like that? But after taking a look at Su Yin, who was groping around the skeleton, she didn't say these words. Su Mo naturally understood that this would easily arouse their suspicion. But he didn't care. He didn't have time to play house with them. Clean up the monsters in this world as soon as possible and earn points is the business. At this time, a gurgling sound came from Su Yan's stomach. Should we go find some food first? Su Yan covered his stomach and asked in a low voice. Su Mo turned to look at him. Certainly, she smiled at him. Su Mo's body floated into the air. The dark divine book slowly appeared in front of him. Endless black mist spread towards the surroundings, and within a short time, it covered an area of 4 to 5 kilometers in radius. Then, black shadows began to flicker in the black mist. The sound of neat horse hooves came from inside. The endless army of undead slowly walked out of the black mist. As the sound of huge amounts of sound spread, monsters began to gather from the outside. However, after the gather, monsters felt the majestic aura emanating from here. Their bodies trembled, and they wanted to retreat and escape. Although the monster's IQ is not high, it is based on the biological instinct. It can still feel the dangerous atmosphere here. But the undead army obviously will not let them go. Before they could retreat, they were pinned to the ground by several bone arrows. Half an hour later, the black fog gradually dispersed. Su Yin and Lisa looked at the boundless sea of skeletons within their sights and were stunned for a moment. In the sky, dozens of bone dragons, several times larger than passenger planes, were constantly circling. On the heads of several of the bone dragons stood a lich holding a staff. Su Mo sat on the back of a bone dragon. He looked at the small black dots in the distance that kept converging in this direction, with a smile on his face. The next step is hunting time, until I stood on the top of the Empire State Building, the tallest building in New York. Su Yin and Lisa still felt like they were in a dream. Even the rather nervous Su Yin realized at this moment that something was wrong with his brother. From time to time, he glanced at Su Mo secretly. As the air raid siren sounded, all the monsters in New York rushed toward the building. However, at this time, the building was surrounded by an army of undead who were waiting for them. Those monsters will be killed almost as soon as they show up. Su Mo sat on a small bench that he didn't know where he came from, guarding in front of a barbecue grill. The baking pan on the grill was filled with various seafood, shrimps, oysters, squid. Due to the ravages of monsters, all animals that can make sounds on land have become extinct. Only these delicacies in the sea are left unaffected. These things make a sizzling sound on the baking sheet. The aroma spread throughout the roof. This aroma instantly brought Su Yin and Lisa back to their senses. Thought for a moment. Su Yin still mustered up the courage and walked up. Who are you anyway? He stared at Su Mo and asked. When Su Mo heard this, he turned over the things on the baking sheet and then raised his head. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that your brother is indeed dead, but he died of his injuries. Hearing this, Su Yin and Lisa beside him changed their expressions at the same time. They didn't have any doubt about what the other party said. After all, they also knew very well that according to the original owner's injuries at the time, the chance of survival was not high. In the past, it could be attributed to the mutation of the body and the awakening of ability before recovery. Now it seems that it is just their own fantasy. Besides, based on the ability of the person in front of him, there was no need to lie to the two of them. The two of them could be easily dealt with. Su Yin wiped the tears from his eyes. Why don't you just hide it from us and tell the truth? Su Mo smiled softly when he heard this. What's the point? You have the right to know the truth. In the future, you two will no longer worry about surviving. This is your reward for occupying this body. No need. If you really want to repay me, just give me some weapons. Su Yin had a look of determination on his face. Are you going to avenge your brother? Looking at his expression, Su Imo immediately guessed the other party's plan. Thinking of this, he put his right hand into the portal, and when he came out, there was already an extra box of beer in his hand. Even if you want to go, you have to fill your stomach first. If you accidentally die there, you will still be a dead ghost. Hearing this, Su Yin was silent for a moment and then sat down opposite him. Lisa on the side heard this and sat down like Su Yin. She opened a can of beer and took a swig. I'll go with you later. The whole meal took a full 2 hours. After such a long time, almost all monsters in New York have been cleared away. Suemo opened the system panel and checked it. The points have increased by about 10 million. Not bad. Suemo nodded with satisfaction. It seems that the number of monsters is much more than I expected. Next comes the long-term project. Suemo opened portals to several continents. Under the leadership of the Lich King, the undead army began a journey to clean up the monsters. According to conservative estimates, it only takes a month to clean up the monsters on the earth. After all, these undead creatures don't know how to be tired at all, and they don't take any rest 24 hours a day. After dispersing all the undead army to various locations on the earth, Suemo turned to look at the two people behind him. Okay, now you can go take revenge. You two follow me. After saying that, he took the lead and walked into the teleportation door that opened on the side. The two of them looked at the portal curiously and then stepped directly in. After passing through the portal, they were already standing in an arsenal the size of a file of over 1,000 square meters. Whatever you need, take it yourself. Suemo gave an order and disappeared from the spot. This arsenal is located at an army base in the United States. The reason why he brought them here to select weapons was to investigate where those troops and soldiers had gone. Logically speaking, although these raging monsters are not weak, but facing a fully organized army, there shouldn't be much of an advantage. There are obviously other reasons for turning the entire Earth into a place of silence. He appeared outside the armory. At this time, the base was also extremely quiet. In the dormitory of the base, it was deserted by this time. Suemo walked into a room. The furnishings of the room and the bed were all extremely neat, except for a thick layer of dust. However, there were no traces of daily necessities in the room. Moreover, there are no dead bodies of soldiers in the base. Thinking about it, the soldiers in the base should have left in a hurry after receiving a certain order. Walked around the base. Except that the electronic and communication equipment had been completely damaged, no other special features were found. Suemo was aware of the damage to this electronic equipment. As far as he knew, these monsters would originally emit a special pulse that would damage all surrounding electronic equipment. On the Earth today, the only places where usable electronic equipment can be found are on ships and some small islands. After all, this kind of monster can't swim in the water. The safest places are probably those boats and islands. And he can be sure that most of the surviving population in the world is also located in these two locations. Return to the armory. The two of them had already picked out their equipment. At this time, the two of them could be said to be fully armed. Body armor, tactical helmets, pistols, rifles, sniper rifles, grenades. The backpack on his back also contained several large boxes of ammunition. Suyin was a little better. After adding these weights to Lisa, it was already very difficult to stand still and not fall down. Suyin, on the other hand, was standing next to a small howitzer that was about half a man tall. Judging from the meaning, it seems that he is thinking about how to take this howitzer away. Looking at the appearance of the two of them, Suemo sighed. The monsters over in New York have been cleared away, so there is no need for so many weapons. Hearing this, Suyin shook his head. Without external enemies, the next time will be internal struggle. Those humans are no easier to deal with than monsters. When Suemo heard this, he gave the other party a high look. What the other party said was not wrong. After the monsters are cleaned up, what they will face next is a disorderly society. It is indeed necessary to collect more weapons. Thinking of this, Sumo opened a portal leading to the villa where they had previously hidden. Said generously, "I'll give you half an hour to move as you like." Half an hour later, Sumo looked at the living room filled with various weapons, and his face was speechless. He stood next to a dozen cannonballs as high as a man placed in front of the window. "I can understand the rest. If you put this thing here, aren't you afraid of an accident that will send you to heaven?" "Yes." When Suyin heard this, he also reacted and quickly pushed the shells back carefully. The door of a villa a few kilometers away from the villa where they previously hid. The three people walked out of the portal. At this time, Suyin and Lisa each held a handful of microflush in their hands. Under Sumo's persuasion, the two still didn't come over with sniper rifles on their backs. But as a supplement, each of them has a few more grenades of various types. Suyin looked at the familiar villa in front of him with a hint of sadness on his face. "Before those monsters came, no, my family still had some money. On a whim, I built this doomsday shelter. Unexpectedly, it saved the lives of our two brothers. It's a pity that my parents don't live here anymore, and now I'm the only one left." Speaking of this, there was a hint of sadness on his face. Lisa saw this and reached out to pat him on the shoulder. Suyin wiped the tears from his eyes and then calmed down. After all, he is a person who has struggled to survive in the apocalypse for more than half a year, and his psychological quality is still good. Otherwise, he would have collapsed long ago. He looked at the villa with a sneer on his face. "Is my shelter so easy to steal?" After saying that, he took the lead and walked to a doghouse in the backyard of the villa. He reached out and flipped up the top of the kennel, revealing a pipe hidden in the kennel. "This is one of the shelter's 8 vents. After saying that, he took out a tear gas bomb from his body, pulled the tab, and threw it directly in. After thinking about it, I felt that one was not enough to relieve my anger. So I threw 2 more in succession and then blocked the opening of the ventilation duct with something. Next, he walked around various locations around the villa, blocked all the hidden vents in the underground shelter, held the micro rush in his hand tightly, and came to the entrance of the villa to the underground passage and squatted down. When Suemo saw this, psychokinesis shrouded downwards. The shelter is located more than 30 meters underground. It covers an area of more than 200 square meters, divided into upper and lower floors. There are all kinds of facilities inside. There are not only living rooms, bedrooms, and bathrooms, but also various supporting rooms such as entertainment rooms, gyms, and independent cinemas. There's also a storage room with a large amount of food and water, as well as an independent power supply and heating system. Of course, according to Sumo's ability, he could directly get rid of the people inside. But he didn't do that. It's best to leave the matter of revenge to their own devices. "It seems like this shelter of yours must have cost a lot of money, right?" "Certainly." Suyin nodded. "It cost more than $100 million at that time." In the shelter, Bob was lying comfortably on the sofa in the living room. He also held a glass of Lafite from 1982 in his hand. "I couldn't help but thank Suyin and the others who contributed to the shelter again. How could I have lived such a comfortable life if those idiots hadn't been overflowing with the Holy Mother's heart?" At this time, another man came up from downstairs. "Bob, what do you think I found in the warehouse?" "Top Iberian ham." He placed the delicate box in his hand on the table and opened it. "I have to say, those little bastards really know how to enjoy themselves. This ham alone is worth hundreds of thousands of USD. Now these are all advantageous for us, aren't they?" Bob took a sip of the red wine in his hand and answered with a smile. "Of course, we can taste it for those little bastards tonight." After saying that, Bud carried the ham and walked towards the kitchen on the side. At this time, a thick plume of smoke billowed from various vents in the ceiling. In just a few seconds, it filled the entire room. "Fake, what's going on?" Bud walked into the kitchen and ran out in a hurry. A dark-skinned, middle-aged woman also ran out of the bedroom on the side. "Damn bastards, what the hell are you two doing?" The middle-aged woman covered her mouth and ran out angrily. As soon as the words fell, tears and snot began to flow out uncontrollably from several people. "Oops, it's tear gas." Bob let out a scream and then ran towards the exit of the shelter. However, halfway through, He forced himself to turn around and return to the corner of the living room, holding the shotgun placed there in his hand, and then ran towards the door again. At this time, the entire shelter was filled with tear gas. The first floor of the villa. Su-Yin looked at the door in front of him and heard a burst of footsteps. He looked at Lisa beside him and hugged the gun tightly. For a moment, Bud and the black woman ran out of the door almost simultaneously. At this time, their eyes were red and they could hardly see the surrounding scene clearly. Seeing this, Su-Yin pulled the trigger towards Bud. Bang! There was a gunshot, and after Bard let out a scream, he directly received the lunchbox. When Lisa saw Su-Yin shoot, thinking of the woman's slap on her face before, a trace of anger flashed in her eyes, and she pulled the trigger right after Su-Yin. However, she didn't seem to be familiar with firearms. Under the recoil of the shot, the muzzle of her gun was tilted upward. At the same time, he squeezed the trigger tightly with his hands. In a few seconds, she emptied the magazine. The middle-aged woman opposite was beaten into a sieve by her. Seeing this, Su-Yin glanced at Lisa in surprise. I muttered something secretly in my heart. What a cruel woman. The middle-aged woman was hit by 3 or 4 bullets in the face, and her skull was blown off. It was so miserable. However, he retracted his gaze in an instant, but pulled Lisa and hid aside again. There are a total of 3 people in this shelter. Apart from these 2, there's also the most cunning one, and he remembered very clearly that these people had guns in their hands. Although he was not sure whether the other party would come out with a gun in this situation, he did not take it lightly. Besides, it was impossible for the remaining person not to hear the gunfire from above. The other party is probably hiding in the stairs, waiting for an opportunity. Waited for a minute. The last person did not appear at the door, but they were not in a hurry. At this time, the smoke of the tear gas had spread to the exit. After staying in the smoke for a long time, the other party was much more anxious than themselves. His guess was correct. Bob, who was hiding in the corridor, finally managed to open his eyes and saw that the tear gas had spread. He couldn't wait any longer. He immediately gritted his teeth, took off his clothes, and threw them outside. Taking advantage of the moment of the gunshot, he jumped out. Just as he was about to shoot, he felt a bump under his feet. He lowered his head and saw out of the corner of his eye that he was stepping on an anti-infantry mine. F***K, F***K. He only had time to leave these last words before there was a loud explosion and it shattered into a blood mist that filled the sky. After all 3 people were dealt with, Su-Yin and the 2 men let out a cheer. He turned around and looked around, only to find that Su-Mo's figure had disappeared. Su-Mo at this time, the world that has left the quiet place. The Lich King is naturally responsible for cleaning up the monsters, and there is no need for him to keep an eye on that world at all times. Naturally, he traveled directly to other worlds. Pandora, in a certain forest, in a space capsule. Are they kidding me? Of the 3 avatars they cultivated, 2 died, and they haven't been back for several years. Is the security situation in the United States already so bad? The one who died was at least replaced by a crippled twin brother. What should we do with the one in front of us? A middle-aged woman wearing a white coat and short curly brown hair was furious at the assistant. Professor Gray Silk, let us figure it out on our own. The assistant lowered his head and whispered, find a solution. How to find solution? These avatars are all cloned based on the original genes of humans. They are of no use to anyone else except for their own use. Professor Gray slapped the table hard. At this time, lying on the bed, a figure nearly 3 meters long with blue skin suddenly opened his eyes. It was Su-Mo who had just traveled through time. The moment he woke up, he felt something was wrong with his body. He suddenly sat up from the bed. Su-Mo lowered his head and looked towards himself. What came into view was a blue butt. I became a Smurf? His action attracted the attention of Professor Gray Silk and his assistant. Seeing Su-Mo sitting up, Professor Gray Silk looked stunned, and then looked at the assistant beside him. The assistant also looked stunned. Seeing the professor's gaze, he hurriedly opened the information in his hand and checked it carefully. Yes, the information sent by the headquarters is indeed this avatar. After saying that, She looked at Su-mo again, who was looking around. Are you Mr. Su-mo? Yes, it's me. Su-mo nodded. Through psychokinesis, he has figured out his condition. Avatar, he muttered in his mind. At this time, he also realized why he felt something was wrong after waking up. Although the Avatar's body looks somewhat similar to humans as a whole, the differences are not small. First of all, there's the difference in body shape. The Avatar is nearly 3 meters tall, and the muscles on his body are extremely strong. Furthermore, the Avatar has a tail, plus the braid on the back of his neck that can connect nerves. Natural feelings cannot be the same as humans. After realizing this, he got up and walked to the door of the space capsule, opened the door and walked out. There were towering trees everywhere, with arm-thick vines twisting between the tree branches and all kinds of strange-shaped shrubs on the ground, none of which were familiar to him. But one thing these shrubs have in common is that they look very beautiful. Looking at the beautiful scene in front of him, Su-mo also let out an exclamation in his heart. In the space capsule, Professor Gray looked at Su-mo walking out and gave instructions to his assistant. Contact the headquarters to see if the information is wrong. After saying that, she lay down in a device similar to a nutrition cabin next to her. After a moment, an avatar lying nearby, who could barely be seen to be female, stood up and walked outside behind Su-mo. Welcome to Pandora. Half an hour later, the two of them returned to the space capsule with Su-mo familiar with the knowledge of Pandora. The assistant saw this. He looked at Su-mo carefully and then pulled the gray silk aside. Professor, I have repeatedly confirmed with the headquarters that the gene of this avatar is indeed dead, and there is no other person named Su-mo at the base. Upon hearing this, Professor Gracie's expression changed, and he looked at Su-mo in surprise. Who are you anyway? Su-mo heard clearly the conversation between the two. He also understood why he would directly enter the body of this avatar after coming here. The self that was originally in this world no longer exists, and this avatar was cultivated with the genes of his own homologue. Under the dreamwalking technique, he naturally entered the body of this avatar. Hear the professor's questions. Su-mo replied calmly. Didn't I already say it? My name is Su-mo. I am 23 years old. I graduated from, and then signed up to participate in the Avatar project. Listening to him easily telling his life experience, the confusion on the faces of the professor and assistant became even more serious. What the hell is going on? Professor Gray Silk muttered. The experiences mentioned by the other party are exactly the same as those recorded in the materials in their hands. In addition, the cloned avatar can only be controlled by the genetic person, so it is very likely that this is the person in front of them. At this time, the assistant on the side came to her side. Professor, are you talking about the possibility that some kind of mutation occurred during cloning, and his own memory was also copied? Upon hearing this, Gracie's face looked blank. It's not impossible. At present, this is the only possibility. Thinking of this, Gray Silk stepped forward. Second Lieutenant Su, welcome to join the Pandora Biological Research Team. When Su-mo heard this, a hidden smile flashed in his eyes. The information about the original owner that he just mentioned was naturally what he saw from the two people through psychokinesis. If there were any, he would tell the truth, and if there was not, he would just make it up, which allowed him to get away with it smoothly. Originally, he had just planned to leave here directly. However, after he tried it, he discovered that he could not perform magic in this body at all. This discovery made his expression change at that time. After using the dream-walking technique, the only thing he relied on was magic. But obviously, this avatar's body is naturally insulated from magic. Without the ability to cast magic, he couldn't even take out the 10 rings from the Dark God book. The only thing he can rely on now is the mental psychokinesis he can now display. The only thing that can be considered good news is the avatar's body is much stronger than the human body. The psychokinesis that is naturally displayed is also much stronger than that of ordinary humans. He roughly estimated that the current strength of psychokinesis is about 4,000 kilograms, barely reaching the standard of a senior warrior. At this time, two blue figures walked in from outside. Seeing Sue Mo sitting there adjusting to his body, the two of them walked up together. "Hello, my name is Jack, and this is Norm. They are all newcomers to Pandora." Suemo. Suemo uttered two words briefly. His eyes took one more look at Jack's face. If he remembered correctly, this man named Jack was the protagonist in Avatar who finally abandoned his human identity and finally became a Gnostic. "Okay, kids, have a good rest today. Tomorrow morning, we will be extracting specimens from the jungle 100 kilometers away." Professor Gray Silk clapped his hands, attracted everyone's attention, and then spoke. Obviously, according to the age of the Avatar, all three were babies less than a day old. The next morning, Suthimo slowly woke up. The power of this Avatar's body has reached the level of a quasi-warrior. You can begin to absorb cosmic energy. Last night, he directly practiced the genetic energy cultivation method. When practicing for the first time, all the cells in the body are in a state of hunger and thirst, which generally results in a substantial improvement in strength. This is also true. After one night, this body underwent earth-shaking changes and reached the peak of a junior warrior. In terms of cultivation, Avatar's talent is obviously higher than that of humans. And the time difference between this world and the original world is about 3-1. 1 day has passed in the Marvel world, and 3 days have passed in this world. As far as he knew, there were a lot of rare ores on this planet, and he planned to check it out. If there were 1 or 2 kinds of ores needed for the evolution of the star-eating vine, he would make a lot of money. Just evolving from the stellar level to the cosmic level. To redeem the ore required for the star-eating vine, more than 200 million points are needed. If he can find part of it on this planet, the worst he can do is exchange it for dimensional travel and bring the star-eating vine over to absorb it. Anyway, he will need to redeem this kind of ability sooner or later. Otherwise, just relying on dream walking would be too restrictive. That is, when improving strength in the nutrition warehouse, it is more appropriate to use the dream walking technique. After a while, a Samson transport plane parked in the open space in front of the capsule. After the transport plane stopped, 3 figures, 2 men and 1 woman, walked down from above. One of the figures sitting in a wheelchair is naturally the human body of the protagonist Jack, and the other man is the last of their 3 avatars, Gnome, an expert in biology. After a few people said hello, finally, the woman with long hair, wheat-colored skin, and a plump figure stretched out her hand towards Suemo. "Hello, my name is Chudi. I am the driver of your operation." Suemo. His words were as concise as ever. At this time, Professor Gray Silk walked out with a box full of instruments in his hand. "Get your weapons, and let's go." As the circular fan blades on both sides rotated, the transport plane slowly floated up and flew towards the jungle in the distance. Holding an unknown model of gun in his hand, Suemo sat by the open door of the transport plane, looking towards the mountains and jungles at his feet. As far as the eye can see, there is a sea of green. Under the rising sun, the steaming mist slowly dispersed, and a breathtakingly beautiful picture came into view. "Wow, so beautiful!" Norm on the side exclaimed. Suemo and Jack all nodded in agreement. "This place is very suitable for retirement." A sigh came from his mouth. "Don't be fooled by this beautiful scenery. This jungle is much more dangerous than you think. Any monster can kill you." After hearing Sumo's words, Professor Gray Silk gave a warning. "After you get off the plane, don't shoot randomly without my order." She looked at Suemo and Jack and said, "Among the 4 avatars, only 2 of them held weapons in their hands. Originally, the configuration of their team should be 3 biological experts, including Jack's twin brother Tommy, coupled with Suemo, a 2nd lieutenant in the Marine Corps, as a security force. But Jack, who replaced Tommy, obviously could not inherit the other party's knowledge. This also leads to a situation where the team becomes 2 experts and 1 security force. Half an hour later, the transport plane slowly landed in an area. "Little guys, put on your equipment. We will be on our own for the next day." Graysil put her backpack on her back, shouted, and then jumped down. The other 3 followed closely behind. "Trudy, turn off the engine. We will stay here for a while. Walking to the glass of the cockpit, Gray shouted something inside. She couldn't help but speak louder. The propellers of the transport plane were located on both sides of the cabin door. Under the huge amounts of noise, the sound was so low that other people couldn't hear it all. In the cabin, Chudi, who was wearing a transparent mask on his face, nodded. The transport's engines grew quiet. Suemo jumped down from the cabin and looked at the surrounding environment. He didn't see any difference between the surrounding scene and the location of the space capsule. Let's go. Seeing that the three of them were still looking around at the surrounding environment, Professor Gray Silk shouted, and then took the lead and walked deep into the forest. Suemo saw this and followed him directly. As far as he knew, the rare ores in this world were mainly concentrated under the huge home tree where the heroine was located and the soul tree that connected the entire planet. And if you want to find them, it will undoubtedly be faster to go with Jack. After all, the current range of his mental psychokinesis is only about 50 meters. It is tantamount to wishful thinking to find these two places on such a huge planet. And after being with Jack and meeting the heroine Atyree, the other party will most likely bring the two of them to the gathering place. The four of them focused on a direction and explored slowly. Every time they walked a certain distance, Gray Silk and Norm would stop and extract samples of certain plant from the ground. Whenever this time, Suemo and Jack were alert to the surrounding environment. According to the original plot, several people will encounter the Death God Beast and get separated. The appearance of the Death God Beast is similar to that of Black Panther, but its size is more than 10 times larger. Its height alone is about 3 meters, and its body length is 7 or 8 meters. Not to mention humans. Even avatars armed with guns would have to rely on luck to survive when encountering such a monster alone. But Suemo wasn't worried at all. Although in terms of strength, he is only about twice as powerful as Avatar. But his mental psychokinesis is close to the peak of a senior warrior, reaching the level of more than 10 tons. The weight of this avatar's body is only 200 to 300 kilograms, so it is not difficult to fly with psychokinesis. Worst of all, with his power amplitude reaching 36 times, even if the strength of his body is not enough to exert it, it is still no problem to reach 7 or 8 times. Although the body will suffer a certain degree of damage, it should be enough to deal with the Death God Beast. Really, a few hours later, Suemo was teasing a balloon monkey hanging on the tree. From Gracie's mouth, I learned that this kind of monkey is called a lemur. This kind of monkey is much more well-behaved than the monkeys in Mount Amay. They even picked some kind of fruit from the tree and handed it to Sumo's hand. Suddenly, Jack in the lush bushes on the other side let out a cry of surprise, and then a beast roar came from there. Sumo's eyes moved, and he ran over there. By the time Suemo arrived, Gracie and Norm were already standing aside. In the open space not far from the three of them, a Death God Beast was roaring towards this side. Run! A roar came from Gray Silk's mouth. He turned around and ran in one direction with Norm. When Jack heard this, he ran away in the opposite direction. Upon seeing this, the Death God Beast chased directly towards Jack, who was alone. For a moment, no one noticed Suemo appearing beside him. Seeing this, Suemo jumped onto the tree and chased in the direction of Jack and the Death God Beast. Relying on psychokinesis, he hung behind the two from beginning to end. When Jack's life was not in danger, he did not take action rashly. If he fails to meet Natini from a Nasik tribe because of his actions, it will no longer be a simple matter to find them in the vast forest. Jack ran around in a panic, and finally escaped the pursuit of the Death God Beast by hiding in the water. Naturally, he got lost. Not to mention him, even Suemo, who was following behind, no longer knew their current location. In his opinion, the surrounding scenery is similar. Except for the Nasik's people who have lived in the jungle for a long time, only a ghost can tell which is which. After wandering around in the jungle for a few hours, the sky had darkened. Jack held a torch in his hand and was driving away the poisonous wolves surrounding him. Above, Suemo sat on a treetop dozens of meters above the ground, watching the scene below. Within the range of his perception, a female Na-6 was running towards this side. Naturally, it is the heroine Neytiri. Seeing this figure, Su-Mo's eyes lit up. After waiting for a day, it finally came. Compared with the people on Earth, the Na-6 people are naturally much more bold and unrestrained. At this time, only the key parts of Neytini's chest and lower body were covered, and most of the skin on her body was exposed to the air. A flat and smooth lower abdomen, a slender and soft waist, combined with a pair of straight and slender thighs and a slightly raised tail behind her, make her look strangely beautiful. And the other person's appearance seems quite attractive. This is the original avatar. Su-Mo looked at this scene and couldn't help but sigh. However, he did not move, but still stood leisurely in place. There was no danger between the two of them, and there was no need for him to take action. He only needs to follow them, and the two of them will naturally lead him to the gathering place of the Na-6 people. After finding out the type of, or he would decide whether to stay in this world or leave directly. After the two people below dealt with the poisonous wolf, Neytiri turned around and left, while Jack shamelessly chased after her. Su-Mo slowly hung behind the two of them. Relying on psychokinesis, even Neytiri, a veteran hunter, didn't notice that he was following behind. Half an hour later, Su-Mo followed the two of them and came to the branches of a giant tree. The giant tree is hundreds of meters high, and one branch alone is more than 1 meter in diameter. Looking along the way, Su-Mo was shocked by the night scenery in the jungle. The plants in the jungle emit various lights, illuminating the night extremely brightly, and walking among them makes you feel like you are in a fairy tale world. He secretly made up his mind. Even if there is no or that he needs here, after his strength improves, he will return to this world and receive Pandora into the Star Tower. This place is simply a holiday destination. Below, Jack and Neytiri had stopped on the treetops, arguing about something. It looks like Neytiri is chasing Jack away. Su-Mo, who has watched the original drama, knows that Neytini's sister died at the hands of the Earthlings, and she has no good impressions of the Earthlings. The reason why they saved him was because Gray Silk, an Earthling, had taught them knowledge. But Jack is clearly not stupid. He had tried it just now. As an Earthling, he stayed alone in this primitive jungle at night, and the possibility of surviving was almost zero. How could you not grasp this only life-saving straw? Su-Mo looked at the scene on the ground in boredom. At this time, a small thing that glowed white, like a jellyfish, slowly floated on Su-Mo's shoulder. Is this the seed of Ava, the tree of souls? As the seed fell on Su-Mo, a woman's voice sounded in Su-Mo's mind. You good child. Hearing this intermittent sound, Su-Mo looked stunned. Are you Ava? You can say that. The woman's voice sounded in his mind again. More jellyfish-like seeds fell on him and soon wrapped his entire body. At the same time, the voice in his head became smoother. The natives of the planet do call me that. To be precise, I am the integrated product of all consciousness on the planet, or you can call me the will of the planet. Hearing this, Su-Mo's face showed a look of surprise. As far as he knew, all creatures on the earth can be connected to the soul tree, and after these creatures die, they will upload their consciousness to the soul tree network. It would not be wrong to call it the will of the planet. So, what do you mean by contacting me? I want you to save this planet and drive those sky people away. A woman's voice sounded in Su-Mo's mind. You seem to think too highly of me. Why should I expel them on my own? Having said this, a smile appeared on Su-Mo's face again. Besides, you should know that I am also a member of the Sky People. Why should I help you and stand on the opposite side of my own people? Ava was not angry after hearing Su-Mo's words. I can feel that you are not in the same group as them. Your mental power is not at the same level as theirs. They cannot be the same species. Moreover, you are following the two of them, obviously with some plan. You can tell me your requirements. If you can do it, I will definitely satisfy you. Having said this, the voice paused for a moment before speaking again. As for resisting those sky people, the creatures on this planet will naturally be on your side. After hearing this, Su-Mo's eyes lit up. With Ava controlling the entire planet network, it would undoubtedly be very simple for him to know all the types of metals on the planet. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate. He answered directly, "I need to know what metals are on this planet." "Metal? Sure." As soon as he finished speaking, countless information with pictures poured into Sumo's mind. This information is all about the types of ores on Pandora. Because there are so many types of ores, Ava can only pass on the pictures and basic characteristics of these ores to him. Next, Sumo closed his eyes and browsed the types of ores. Ava seeds are almost equivalent to a death-free gold metal on this planet. There is no need to worry about animals disturbing him. While Sumo was concentrating on checking the information about the ore, Jack and Neytiri below also noticed the scene here. After all, Sumo, wrapped in Ava's seeds, was equivalent to a huge amount of light bulb at night. It's hard for them not to notice. Seeing Sumo's appearance at this time, an exclamation came from Neytiri's mouth. After a while of climbing, he came to the branch where Sumo was. She circled around Sumo twice, with a look of disbelief on her face. From Sumo's exposed fingers, she could tell that the other person, like the fool behind her, was an avatar created by a Skyman. The biggest difference between Avatar and Gnostics is, the Gnostics only have 4 fingers, while the Avatar clone from Earth genes has 5 fingers. May. At this time, Jack, who was following Neytiri, acknowledged Sue. Due to proficiency issues, his climbing speed was much slower than that of his opponent, and he had just arrived here. "You know him?" Hearing Jack shout, Neytiri turned around and asked. Yes, he was with me. He got separated when we met the monster in the morning." Hearing this, Neytiri did not show any surprise. After all, Avatar must be related to Sky people. He hesitated. Neytiri took off the bow and arrow from her back and stood beside Sumo on guard. Although she didn't understand what the other party's current state was, it was obvious that the other party was the one chosen by Ava, and she had to ensure his safety. When Jack saw the seeds covering Sumo's body, he immediately reached out to help him drive them away. "No!" Seeing this, Neytiri quickly swatted his outstretched hand away. Jack, whose palm was slapped away, saw the fierce look on his face and turned to look at Sumo again. "What the hell is going on?" Seeing that he gave up the idea of disturbing Sumo, Neytiri whispered, "This is a miracle." Sumo naturally felt the arrival of the two of them, but he didn't care. "Still seriously accept the information of those ores in my mind. There are more than 500 kinds of ores on the entire planet. Iron ore, useless. The gold mine is useless. Looking at it one by one, almost half of them are ordinary ores that are found on most planets. Wait a minute, this is red blood copper." Soon, Sumo found a rare metal needed for the star-eating vine to advance to universe-level plant life. A flash of joy flashed across his face. Continuing to look down, he soon found 7 or 8 kinds of precious ores that he needed. These ores not only contain the minerals needed by the star-devouring vine to advance to the universe level, but there are even 2 of them that it needs to advance from the universe level to the realm lord level. These 2 ores alone are worth hundreds of millions of points. The only pity is that the ore required for Star-Devouring Vine to advance from stellar level to cosmic level was not found. He had already made up his mind. These Earthlings must be driven out. He wants to decide this Pandora planet. Half an hour passed quickly, and the information in his mind had turned to the last page. Sumo was stunned when he saw the ore recorded on the last page. Holy shit! He hurriedly opened the system panel, found the metal formula required for Star-Eater Vine to advance from World Lord to immortality, and looked at a white and transparent crystal inside. Heavenly Soul Crystal. This thing, to be precise, is not a metal, but it is an indispensable material for the Star-Eating Vine to upgrade to the immortal level, and starting from immortality to every small realm, even to the breakthrough to the universe venerable level. This Heavenly Soul Crystal is an indispensable item. The content of Heavenly Soul Crystals on Pandora's planet alone is worth tens of billions of points. Looking at the message Ava delivered to him, This kind of crystal is a strange substance formed under the soul tree over tens of thousands of years. He suppressed his excitement. Ava, I agree. When Sue Mo agreed, Ava's voice became a little happy. Thank you. All creatures on Pandora will be grateful for everything you do. Sue Mo shook his head. That's not necessary, but before that, you have to ensure the activity of these heavenly soul crystals. Heavenly soul crystals are generally produced in battlefields where a large number of creatures die, and once this kind of thing is formed, it needs to be preserved in a special way, otherwise it will soon lose its activity. In this case, this thing will have no value. Just to redeem the containers that hold these heavenly soul crystals would require hundreds of millions of points. Instead of exchanging the container, it is better to store it directly under the soul tree. When you need it, come and collect it. Of course, before that, we must ensure that we are not disturbed by those humans. The deal between the two was reached, and Sue Mo slowly opened his eyes. The soul tree seeds that fell on him also slowly floated away, as if they had received some kind of order. Notice that Sue Mo had woken up. Neytiri quickly turned her head. You, take me to where you live. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Sue Mo said to him, and he was using the language of the Gnostics people, which was what Ava had just left in Sumo's mind. With his huge mental power, he learned the Gnostics language in an instant, and he was as proficient as his native language. Oh good, Neytiri nodded. Originally, according to his idea, he wanted to take Sue Mo to meet the priest at their Omatica gathering place, her mother Chaksik. She was not surprised at all that Sue Mo understood the Gnostics language. It is not surprising that any strange things happen to people who can be favored by Ava. Follow me. After saying that, Natini turned to look at Sue Mo and took the lead in running in the original direction. Brother, what happened? Jack looked at Sue Mo and wanted to ask what was going on, why the knobby woman in front of him hated him so much, but seemed to be very obedient in front of him. Sue Mo looked at Natini, who was gradually going away. You'll know if you follow me. After saying that, he chased after Natini directly. Seeing this, Jack shook his head helplessly and finally had no choice but to follow. He has already seen the dangers of this forest, and he does not want to stay and feed the wild animals. Half an hour later, the three of them had run out for nearly 20 kilometers. After all, avatars are a race born with strength comparable to that of quasi-warriors, and their running speed and endurance are not weak. At this time, a giant tree with a height of more than 400 to 500 meters appeared in front of the three people. Because it's night, it wasn't until they came to the giant tree that Sue Mo and the two of them could clearly see the trees that were blocking the sky and the sun in front of them. The trees seemed to be hollow structures, with 3 or 4 huge gaps leading inside. The widest part below the gap is 6 to 7 meters wide, like a huge city gate, which can accommodate 4 or 5 Gnostics people entering and exiting at the same time. Around the giant tree, the Gnostics people in 2s and 3s looked at this side with strange expressions. As Gnostics people, they can naturally tell the difference between the two at a glance. After a while, under the leadership of Natini, the two walked in. Inside is an open space of several hundred square meters file size. In the center of the open space is a structure that spirals upward like a staircase. Saw 2 people walking in. All the surrounding Gnostics people also gathered. While gathering, there were roars coming out of their mouths. Sue Mo felt as if he had arrived at the water curtain cave. From a central spiral staircase, a pair of older Gnostics people came down. Among the Gnostics people who only had 2 strips of cloth wrapped around their bodies, the 2 of them were already wearing luxurious clothes. At least they had 2 cloak-like clothes on their shoulders. Natini explained the identities of the 2 to Sue Mo. These 2 people are the chief of this tribe, Ada Kong, and her wife, the high priest Chaksik. They are also the parents of Neytiri. Neytiri, why did you bring them here? I once said you are not allowed to bring aliens here. Echikang looked at Sue Mo and Jack standing behind Natini and asked her. But a miracle happened to him. Neytiri quickly explained. After hearing her words, a sturdy Gnostics man standing next to Ada Kong walked up. Natini, these sky people have weird methods. Maybe you were deceived by them in some way. Let me try him. Since you can be chosen by Ava, you can't die in my hands. After speaking, he threw the bow and arrow in his hand to a Na-6 tribesman standing aside. He took out a dagger made of strange material tied to his chest. Come on, defeat me, and I will admit that you are the one chosen by Ava. Seeing this, Neytiri quickly stepped between the two of them. He looked at Sutai angrily. Sutai, I saw everything with my own eyes. I won't. Before she finished speaking, Su-Imo stepped forward to stop what she wanted to say. He's right. You have to prove yourself. Now he has no way to use magic. If he wants to drive away the heavily armed Earthlings, he will ultimately have to rely on these Na-6 people. In this case, it is natural to conquer these people as soon as possible. Primitive tribes like the Na-6 follow the law of the weak and the strong. Everything is based on strength. If you want to subdue these people, you must naturally show your powerful force. Otherwise, even with Ava's support, it will be impossible to get these Na-6 people to obey him. The Sutai in front of him was no stranger to him either. He is the next chief of the tribe. Naturally, he is also the strongest person in the tribe at present. Of course, this strength is only relative to ordinary Na-6 people. Hearing the Na-6 language spoken by Su-Imo, the surrounding Na-6 people, including Chiefs Echikang and Chaksik, showed surprise on their faces. But I was just a little surprised. Jack looked at the situation in front of him with a confused expression. He couldn't understand a Na-6 language, and he had no idea why several people wanted to take action while talking. Seeing Su-Imo, he agreed to come down. The people around him also gradually retreated, giving up the space in the middle. When Neytiri saw this, she no longer stopped her. Instead, she took out the dagger tied to her chest and handed it to Su-Imo, who was standing aside. She saw with her own eyes that Su-Mo's body was covered with soul tree seeds, and she firmly believed that the other party was a messenger sent by Ava to save them. Naturally, she could not watch him die in Sutai's hands. See this action of hers. There were exclamations from the surrounding Na-6 people, but Sutai, who was standing opposite Su-Imo, turned red and looked as if his anger was about to overflow. Seeing this scene, Su-Imo seemed to realize something. He glanced at the dagger in his hand. Doesn't this thing have any special meaning? Otherwise, why would Sutai across the street look like his wife had been robbed? You must know that according to normal development, Neytiri will pair up with him and become the next chief and priest. As for myself, I really have no idea. After all, the two are not the same race at all. But he didn't care. Not to mention whether he could grab it or not. It wouldn't be Sutai's turn in the end. If he hadn't intervened, Neytiri would have ended up as a couple with Jack. Sutai, whose anger level was already full, roared and rushed towards Su-Imo. The surrounding Na-6 people saw this and let out a cry at the same time. Su-Imo looked at the other party calmly. It wasn't until the dagger in the opponent's hand was less than half a meter away from him that his body began to exert strength. After pouring the secret method of exerting force into his legs, Su-Imo's speed instantly increased several times. He dodged the opponent's attack in a flash. Instead of using the dagger in his hand, he punched the opponent in the stomach like lightning. Boom! After a loud noise, Sutai was already stuck to the inner wall of the giant tree more than 10 meters away. At the last moment, Su-Imo even withdrew a little strength. There was no hatred between the two, so there was no need to kill each other. You must know that these Na-6 people in a primitive tribal state do not have so many tricks. As long as you can get their approval, these people could devote their loyalty without reservation. Saw this scene. All the Na-6 people in the hall were stunned. They didn't even see Su-Mo's movements clearly before Sutai flew out. Moreover, one punch can knock someone away more than 10 meters, and this power is no less powerful than those of ferocious beasts. Seeing Su-Mo's clean resolution of the battle, Chief Echikang and High Priest Chaksik looked at each other. At this moment, they were almost 80% sure that the other person was the one chosen by Ava. Standing in the center of the venue, Su-Imo noticed everyone's expressions and immediately planned to add more information. Psychokinesis extends towards the veins under your feet. In this world, Ava's consciousness can be connected everywhere. Almost instantly, Countless soul tree seeds swarmed in from the outside. It fell on Suemo. As these jellyfish-like seeds gathered more and more, until no more seeds could fall on Sumo's body, the seeds began to slowly rotate around his body. At the same time, under the control of mind power, Sumo's body gradually floated. Saw this scene. The surrounding Na6 people were in an uproar. Easily defeating the first warrior of the tribe, coupled with the scene in front of them, convinced them that Suemo was the one chosen by Ava. A miracle, Mother Goddess Ava appears. High Priest Chaksik was the first to react and knelt down to Suemo in midair. Hear the cry of the High Priest. The surrounding Na6 people knelt down and worshipped. Even Sutai, who had just regained consciousness, was no exception. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and knelt down to Sumo's position with a pious expression. Jack at this time, he was looking at Suemo floating in the air with a dull look on his face. At this time, he only had one thought in his mind. Who am I? Where am I? He really spent the whole process in a state of confusion. Just when he was doubting his life, two Na6 people came up and forced him to kneel down. Natini, who was closest to Suemo, knelt on the ground and looked at Suemo in midair with admiration. Suemo looked at the Na6 people kneeling on the ground. Understand that your purpose has been achieved. Now he slowly landed on the ground. The soul tree seeds around his body also floated gently, and after a while, they disappeared into the tree hole. The Na6 people who were kneeling on the ground also stood up at this time. The high priest bowed and walked to Sumo's side and announced to everyone, Ava's messenger will be the next chief of our tribe. After saying that, she turned to look at Netini in front of her with a smile on her face. Netini, as the next priest, in the next period of time, you will lead the envoys to familiarize themselves with everything in our tribe. Hearing this, Netini's eyes flashed with joy. Okay, mother. The beautiful people below readily agreed. This time, even Sutai, the original next chief, did not raise any objections. As if everything is as it should be. The next morning, on one of the trunk branches of the home tree, Suemo woke up from cocoon bed, looking at the huge home tree on the side. It was quite dark last night, so I didn't feel much of it yet. Now that it's dawn, I can feel the shock firsthand. The giant tree that blocks out the sky and sun is like a large village, with cocoon beds lying horizontally between each branch. By this time, most of the Na6 people had already gotten up. After all, we are a primitive tribe. There are no entertainment facilities at night, so we generally go to bed early. Woke up. Neytiri's voice came from the cocoon bed next to her. Breakfast is a palm-sized purple berry that tastes similar to a peach. In the hall beneath the home tree. Sue, can we have a few words alone? Jack glanced at Neytiri, who was standing next to Suemo, then at a strong Na6 man standing next to him, and said with a wry smile, Sure. Suemo nodded and asked Netini to wait for him in the distance. He and Jack came to a jungle a few hundred meters away from the home tree. You became the chief of the tribe? After confirming that no one was around, Jack asked excitedly. He still clearly remembered the scene where the Na6 people knelt down to Suemo last night. It's the next chief. Suemo corrected him and glanced at Jack opposite him, with an inexplicable smile on his face. He can naturally guess what the other party is looking for. Jack is different from me. He has a human body. After the avatar falls into a deep sleep at night, his consciousness will naturally return to the human body. Presumably, he has already reported what happened last night. Now Jack is still on the human side. Moreover, he can be regarded as Colonel Miles's man. Hearing Sumo's words, Jack nodded. This was almost the same as Professor Gray's analysis last night. In their analysis, although the other party received Ava's favor, it was impossible for him to become the chief of the tribe directly. He should have become familiar with the tribe for a period of time before he became the chief. Professor Gray and Colonel Miles have something they want me to tell you. Jack looked around and whispered, Explain. Suemo did not show any surprise. He could have asked the tribesmen to send the other party away this morning. But after thinking about it for a while, he changed his mind. If he were to be driven away, without hope, Miles would probably resort to violent eviction in a short period of time to mine the or under the home tree. In comparison, It would be better to leave Jack behind as he is now. Use him as a microphone to talk to the other party and delay time. What I need most now is time to develop. Judging from the talent of the Na-6, as long as he gathers most of the warriors from the Forest Tribe and passes on the cultivation method, it will only take a few months at most to have the strength to confront the current human troops on Pandora. After all, the humans on Pandora are just interstellar fleets sent by the RDA company. Even those soldiers were just some private armed forces hired by the company. There are no weapons that are too powerful. Professor Gray Silk asks you to try your best to bring her into the tribe. That's no problem. I'll just give you the order later. Suemo nodded. Having watched the original drama, he knew very well that Gray Silk disapproved of the company's plan to violently expel the Or from the beginning to the end. And whether the other party comes or not has no impact on the overall situation. Seeing Sumo's readily agreed, Jack breathed a sigh of relief. Yesterday, he had learned that Sumo's human body had died long ago. The one in front of him was just a copy of the other party's memory. The humans in the base were afraid that the other party would side with the Na-6. So he no longer ignored the orders from the base. But now it seems that those people obviously thought too much. Thinking of this, he immediately stated Colonel Miles's request. Colonel Miles's order: find a way to lead these Na-6 people away as soon as possible. After saying that, he turned his head and looked at the huge home tree behind him. The company has detected that underneath this giant tree is the area with the densest or reserves within a radius of several hundred kilometers. Hear this. Suemo pretended to have a trace of embarrassment on his face. I've just said that I am just the next chief. These Na-6 people may not necessarily follow my advice on this kind of thing. Certainly, Jack nodded in agreement. The company has also taken this into consideration. They gave him 3 months. If it doesn't work, at this point, he made a gesture of wiping his neck. After the current chief dies, you will naturally become the new chief. It is better for one person to die than for most of the tribe to die in war. When Suemo heard this, he lowered his head and showed a trace of confusion. After a moment, he looked up. Tell the company to give me 5 months. If we can't talk about tribe migration by then, I will adopt the method you mentioned. Home tree interior. Suemo was sitting in a room with Neytiri and her parents. Itukin, the tribal chief, stood up suddenly. You mean, sooner or later humans will launch an attack on our tribe? That's right. Suemo nodded. After a few clicks on the tablet in his hand, a holographic projection appeared in mid-air among several people. What is shown above is the home tree and the mineral resource distribution map below. He got this thing from Gray Silk. Yesterday, he brought the other party into the tribe. This is... High Priest Zaxik looked at the image in mid-air with a puzzled look on his face. Suemo pointed to the mineral distribution map under the home tree. These things are the goals of those sky people. And if you want to dig out these things, the first step is to knock down the home tree. No way. We will never allow this to happen. Neytiri, who was sitting next to Suemo, spoke angrily. Of course, no Na-6 would allow this to happen. Suemo comforted the other party. Then, the holographic projection screen was changed to videos of various human flying attack ships fighting. Seeing the huge power of the shells fired by the attack ship, Echikang's expression became extremely solemn. Being able to become the chief, he is naturally the most courageous and skilled among the original Na-6 people. After seeing the power and defense of these attack ships, he knew in his heart that with the current combat power of the tribe, there was no ability to resist in front of these attack ships. Finally, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Suemo opposite. By telling us this, are you trying to persuade us to leave this home where we have lived for decades? Of course not. Suemo shook his head. Under the home tree, there are several kinds of metals needed to improve the star-eating vine. How could he let others mine these metals? The reason why Ava chose me is to lead you to expel these sky people. Hear this. The eyes of the 3 people in the room lit up at the same time. However, Echikang's expression quickly returned to seriousness. I can't figure out how to resist such a powerful weapon from the opponent. Seeing the other party's expression, Suemo chuckled. You guys come with me. After that, He led the three of them out of the room. The room was originally built in the main trunk of the home tree, and when you walk out, it is on the branches in mid-air. Suemo whistled. A banshee-winged beast flew over, and he turned over and rode on it. Connect the ends of the braid to the other person's nerves. A strange feeling came, as if the banshee-winged beast beneath him had become a part of his body, and he could freely control the opponent's movements. On the second day after arriving in the tribe, at his strong request, Neytiri took him to the gathering place of banshee-winged beasts and captured one as a mount. With his strength, there would be no difficulty in catching him. The banshee-winged beast is like a little chicken in his hands. He can only let him do whatever he wants, directly forcibly connecting with the opponent. And under his strong mental power, the opponent has no room for resistance at all. Neytiri, who had witnessed the whole process from the sidelines, still maintained a dull expression until he controlled the banshee-winged beast to fly away. No matter which Nasik's person, connecting to one's own banshee-winged beast is an extremely dangerous thing. This was also the first time she saw someone like Suemo. Ride up, connect, and take off cleanly, all in one go. The ferocious banshee-winged beast was like a little girl who had no power to resist, letting him do whatever he wanted. At this time, seeing Suemo skillfully riding the banshee-winged beast away, her eyes shone again. But she came to her senses instantly and greeted her parents. With a leap of body, he landed on the back of the flying banshee-winged beast and chased after Suemo. After a while, the four of them came to a forest. Suemo looked at a death god beast that was preying below, disconnected from the banshee-winged beast, and jumped down. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the other three people suddenly changed. No! An exclamation came from Neytiri's mouth. There are no blocking branches from this position to the bottom. If you fall from this height, you will die or be disabled. But the other party's movements were so fast that she had no time to stop him. Just as he was about to control the banshee-winged beast underneath him to catch the opponent, Sumo's figure was already suspended in midair. Ow, how was this possible? Itukin let out an exclamation of exclamation. A few days ago, the other party was flying in midair, and it could be understood that the seeds of the soul tree were holding him up. Now what's going on? He had never seen a Nas who could fly. The key is that the opponent doesn't even have wings, so he flies in midair on something. Neytiri and his daughter had similar expressions to his, and they also looked surprised. However, Suemo didn't pay attention to their expressions. Instead, he moved and hit the ground with a boom. Not far away, the praying death god beast heard the sound and jumped away, looking at Suemo warily. Several people in the sky also noticed the death god beast not far away from Suemo. This kind of animal is called the death god beast because they're almost at the top of the food chain on land. With their huge size and flexible body shape, no creature can threaten them. Several people also understood Sumo's thoughts instantly. He wants to challenge this soul-eating beast. Realizing the other party's crazy idea, several people were also surprised. On the ground, after the death god beast noticed that it was only a lone avatar that had disturbed it, it roared towards him. Then he moved and pounced forward. Suemo, however, bent his body and jumped out at great speed. Passing directly under the leaping body of the death god beast, he landed behind the death god beast. He stretched out his hands, grabbed the death god beast's hind limbs, which were as thick as a human waist, and swung it hard. In the past few days, Suemo redeemed a portion of dragon blood from the system mall. Dragon blood, made from the heart blood of king-level dragon beasts. After use, physical fitness can be increased by 2 to 4 times. Valid at apprentice level. Points required for redemption. 5,000 points. Before taking the dragon's blood, Suemo had already increased his strength to 3,000 kilograms. Coupled with the effect of the dragon's blood, his body's strength exceeded 12 tons. His strength has reached the level of a junior warrior. Coupled with the addition of force-generating skills, his current strength can reach 60 or 70 tons at the limit that his body can bear. It is easy to deal with a death god beast by relying on physical strength alone. The Death God Beast's body hit the ground uncontrollably. The force of the countershock directly made it dizzy. In a moment, the Death God Beast stood up from the ground again, shook its dizzy head, and looked at Suemo with angry eyes. When Suemo saw this, a phantom flashed across his body, appears above Death Godman's head. A whip hit the Death God Beast hard on the head. Boom! After a loud noise, the Death God Beast was already lying on the ground and fainted. Suemo connected his nerves with the Death God Beast, and the Death God Beast that fainted instantly opened its eyes and stood up from the ground. Under his control, the Death God Beast God made a few flexible leaps and already appeared on the top of a nearby hill. Netini and the other three also landed on the top of the mountain. Several people looked at Suemo in surprise. The battle just now was witnessed by several people. Although he had seen the opponent easily defeat Sutai a few days ago, the strength he showed at that time was completely different from now. Suemo glanced at the faces of several people. If every warrior in the tribe can reach this level, do you think they can deal with those sky people? Of course. Itoken nodded mechanically. Then he reacted suddenly. What? You mean all the warriors in the tribe can reach this level? The excitement in his eyes almost overflowed. If everyone in the tribe reaches this level, not only can they drive out the sky people, but the Gnosix people will also become the overlords of the entire planet. Although they have lived in the jungle for generations. But almost every time they go out to hunt or collect food, a tribesman will be killed by various beasts in the forest. Otherwise, after so many years of reproduction, the tribe's population would not have remained at around 2,000 people. Seeing Suemo nodded, Itoken stepped forward excitedly. From now on, you are the chief of our tribe. Suspended Mountain. It is also called Harry Liam Mountain by people on Earth, because the mountains are rich in superconducting ores and have unique magnetic fields. These mountains are all floating in midair under the influence of the magnetic field. In the entire area, there are hundreds of mountains, large and small, suspended, located in a hollow mountain range among these mountains. Fully 800 young and strong Gnosix people gathered here. This is already all the combat power in the tribe. The rest are the old, weak, sick, and disabled. At this time, these people all looked like primary school students, sitting upright on the ground. In front of everyone, Suemo was explaining the cultivation method of gene energy cultivation method. Until half an hour later. Only then did Suemo stop with his mouth dry. Neytiri on the side handed over water contained in some kind of leaves. Suemo took a sip and looked at the Gnosix people who were whispering below. I have to say that it is indeed not an easy task to teach these primitive people to practice. Yesterday, I spent an entire afternoon explaining it, and today I spent another entire morning. Looking at the clear eyes with a hint of confusion below them, Suemo sighed. The only thing to be thankful for is, not all Gnostics are stupid. Last night, more than a dozen people had successfully absorbed cosmic energy, and their strength had increased to the level of junior warriors. I believe that after this morning, this number should be able to increase several times. At that time, under the leadership of these tribesmen who have successfully cultivated, it will not take a few days for all these people to reach the threshold of cultivation. After letting these people try it on their own, Suemo took Neytiri to a platform at the highest point of the cave. The cave in the middle of this suspended mountain is so large that it can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. Suemo planned to use this place as the headquarters of the Gnosix people. The Gnosix people of this tribe are just the initial seeds. After all these people have entered the path of cultivation, he will naturally integrate all the tribes in the jungle, large and small. A conservative estimate is that a force of 5,000 to 6,000 Gnosix warriors can be organized. Even among these people, 1/10 can break through to the warrior level within 5 months. 500 to 600 generals are enough to completely destroy those mercenary troops. After all, after reaching the warrior level, the threat to them from ordinary firearms and bullets has almost been reduced to the extreme. Even some anti-material sniper rifles need to be attacked in a sneak attack before they can hurt a general-level warrior. After all, with the reaction ability of a general-level warrior, it is not too difficult to dodge bullets. Did you understand what I just said? Neytiri nodded. She just came here today. After only listening for a whole morning, she had already memorized what Suemo explained. Suemo also discovered that most of these Na-6 people who easily understood the practice were Na-6 people who had studied in the school run by Gray Silk. Obviously, after studying, these Na-6 people's IQs were much higher. Under Suemo's guidance, Natini assumed a posture with 5 hearts pointing toward the sky. Close your eyes and start feeling the energy of the universe. Concentrate. Seeing the other party's trembling eyelashes, Suemo gave a light drink. Hearing Suemo's shout, Natini began to feel it with all her heart. An hour later, Suemo, who was also energy-absorbing, seemed to feel something. He opened his eyes and looked in the direction of Natini. At this time, waves of weak cosmic energy were slowly penetrating into her body. Seeing this, Suemo nodded. As long as it begins to absorb cosmic energy, it means that the other party has officially entered the threshold of cultivation. After confirming that there were no other abnormalities on the other party, Suemo closed his eyes again and absorbed the energy of the universe. Before, he still underestimated the talent of the Na-6 people in cultivation. Normal humans differ according to their talents or guidance skills. The cosmic energy can only be absorbed for 1 to 2 hours a day at most. After that, the cells will reach a saturated state and require a day of digestion and absorption before energy absorbing can occur again. But for the Na-6, with the same guidance technique, the amount of energy absorption is 2 to 3 times that of the people on Earth. In other words, the cultivation speed can reach 2 to 3 times that of humans. Compared to his own mixed-race body, purebred Na-6 are much stronger. The first time he practiced, he only more than doubled his physical fitness. As for the Na-6 who started training last night, their strength increased at least twice after their first training, and all of them reached the strength of intermediate warriors. Until the next morning, Neytiri just stopped the first energy absorbing. During this period of time, Suemo had already made some statistics through psychokinesis. During this day, about 200 avatars successfully absorbed the energy of the universe and reached the level of intermediate warriors. The reason why there are so many is also due to the neural connection ability of the Na-6 people. Among these young Na-6 people, the number of men and women is roughly the same. 1/3 of the Na-6 people are married. Husbands and wives usually understand each other through neural connection capabilities. This ability can convey some of one's own knowledge or feelings to the other party. In this way, those Na-6 people who have successfully practiced can pass on their insights to their significant other in this way. The only pity is that this kind of matching connection can only be between husband and wife. However, with these more than 200 cultivators, 1 belt and 2 are in a situation. It won't take too long for them all to reach the threshold of cultivation. At this time, Neytiri fluttered her eyelashes a few times, then slowly opened her eyes. She stood up with excitement on her face. This is so... As soon as she finished speaking, her body jumped 5 or 6 meters high. It startled herself. Fortunately, as a Na-6 hunter, she has great adaptability. After turning over, he landed firmly on the ground. Slowly standing up, she looked at her hands with a look of disbelief. My strength has increased at least 4 times. Although I had seen the huge changes in those of my own race yesterday, when it really happened to me, the feeling was completely different. This feeling of power all over her body made her intoxicated. 3 days later, groups of Na-6 people stood on the suspended mountain. Whistles sounded, and countless banshee-winged beasts landed beside these Na-6 people. These Na-6 people jumped onto them neatly, and then looked at Suemo standing in the center with reverence in everyone's eyes. Suemo glanced around. Yesterday morning, all the Na-6 people sensed and absorbed cosmic energy for the first time, and all of them have reached the strength of intermediate warriors. More than a dozen people, such as Natini and Sutai, have directly reached the peak of intermediate warriors. I believe that it won't take long for their boxing power to reach 4,000 kilograms and enter the threshold of senior warriors. After a day, these people have now adapted to the changes in body strength. Today, it is time to unite to hunt and return to the home tree. After all, with the existence of Jack and his friends, the long-term disappearance of nearly one-third of the tribe's people could easily arouse their suspicion. A clearing in the forest. A group of Na-6 people rode quietly on heavy armored horses as if waiting for something. After a while, two male Na-6 people ran out of the jungle nearby. Chief, no young warriors were seen in the gathering place of the Omatica tribe. They must have all gone out to hunt. One of the Na-6 people reported the report with excitement. The leader of the Na-6 people is tall, with some kind of red juice smearing lines on his skin, and wearing a necklace made of some kind of teeth around his neck. There was a cruel smile on his face, and he waved his right hand gently. Except for women and children under 1 year old, no one will be left alive. Following his order, there was a burst of cheers from the Na-6 people in the rear. Almost at the same time, he drove the heavy armored horse under him and rushed in the direction of the huge tree in his sight. Home tree interior, in a certain wooden house. Jack stood behind Gray Silk. Why haven't you seen Sue in the past few days? He is now the next chief and has a lot to learn. This is not normal. Gray Silk replied casually while fiddling with the test tube instruments in her hands. After speaking, the movement of her hands paused. But recently, the warriors in the tribe have been dispatched quite frequently. They're dispatched in large numbers almost every day. At this time, a violent shaking came from under my feet. Then the whole room began to shake, and test tubes filled with some kind of juice on the table fell to the ground. What's going on? Jack let out an exclamation, then staggered to the window and looked under the home tree. I happened to see groups of Na-6 people riding heavy armored horses rushing to the open space in front of the home tree. What the hell are these people doing? Jack didn't pay attention. He just muttered something. After all, he had only been in the tribe for more than a week. How could he know all the warriors in the tribe and think that these Na-6 people were warriors in the tribe? No, it's a predator. Feeling that the room was no longer vibrating, Professor Gray Silk put the instrument in his hand and walked to the window. When he saw the Na-6 man with red tattoos on his body below, he let out an exclamation. Then he turned around and found two firearms in the room and threw one to Jack. What is a predator? Jack took the gun thrown by the other party with a confused look on his face and asked. After checking the gun in her hand, Gray walked out of the room and explained. Predators are the name of some of the Na-6 people who live by plundering. It is said that these Na-6 people were originally members of ordinary tribes. After making mistakes, they were expelled from the tribe. Later, I don't know what happened, but these people got together to form a new tribe. The tradition of this tribe is to plunder the surrounding tribes that expelled them from time to time. Following Gray Silk's explanation, the two of them also came to the bottom of the home tree, on a branch more than 10 meters above the ground. This is undoubtedly the best location for shooting. Hiding her body among the branches and leaves, Gray Silk added one last sentence. You'd better pray that the tribe can repel these predators. As long as the tribe is captured by them, not a single male Na-6 in it will survive. Of course, my end won't be much better. After hearing her explanation, Jack had a crazy smile on his face. Although more than 10 days had passed, in his subconscious, he regarded this as a game. This avatar is just a game character controlled by him. After death, it just returns to the body of an earthling. Die. Doesn't exist. This also resulted in him not having any fear at all. Behind the home tree that no one can see, a banshee-winged beast, under the control of the Na-6, flew towards the location of the suspended mountain. Beneath the home tree, Echikang led more than 50 warriors, also riding heavily armored horses, and rushed out from the side and rear. Theodore, half of your tribe's warriors died last time, and you dare to bring people to invade our tribe this time. Aren't you afraid that everyone will die here? The leader of the other party burst into laughter upon hearing this. Echikang, you don't need to delay. I know you have sent people to ask for help, but it's a pity that you won't survive long enough for them to come back. After saying that, he waved his right hand forward. Do it. When Ata Kong heard this, the expression on his face did not change. Fighters of Amatica, come with me to fight. After saying that, he controlled the heavy armored horse under him with his mind, led more than 50 soldiers behind him, and headed towards the opposite side. These warriors all hold spears made of some kind of material. As soon as the two parties came into contact, dozens of corpses appeared on the predator's side instantly. No, how is that possible? The expression on Theodore's face changed drastically as he stayed where he was. At the moment of the fight, all the spears of all the soldiers on one side were knocked away, and immediately after, the opponent's spears were pierced into the chests of these people. These predators had little resistance. In this primitive forest, how could Suemo not leave any force to protect the tribe? These days, every day, 50 Nasiks who have reached the level of intermediate warriors will be left to garrison on the side of the home tree. The strength of these Nasiks people is enough to deal with most emergencies. Before these plunderers could react, more than 50 soldiers jumped into their ranks. For a time, these 50 warriors seemed like tigers entering the flock of sheep, and a large number of these predators fell instantly. At first, they were still thinking about counterattack. However, after all those who wanted to fight back died in the hands of the opponent, these predators also realized the strength gap between the two sides and turned around and fled towards the rear. Seeing this, Theodore hurriedly turned his horse's head and fled towards the original road with the remaining plunderers. Upon seeing this, the warriors in the tribe mounted their horses and chased the opponent without any hesitation. On the branches, Gray Silk and Jack also looked stunned when they saw this scene in front of them. Originally, the two of them thought that there would be a tough battle next, but they didn't expect that these predators were like soft-legged shrimps, and they fled directly after holding on for less than 5 minutes. It made them worry in vain. The two of them glanced at the corpses left on the ground, then ignored them and turned back to their original room. In the jungle on the other side, 50 warriors, led by a Tuken, chased the fleeing marauders. Echikang has naturally also improved to the level of an intermediate warrior, and he was one of the first people to practice. As the two parties entered a valley, the predators running ahead stopped and turned to face the pursuers. At the same time, 5 machine guns more than 2 meters high were pushed out from the rear of the group of predators. Ata Kong, who was chasing him, saw this scene and his expression changed drastically. Retreat. These predators have colluded with the Sky people. A shout came from his mouth, and then he jumped off the heavy armored horse without hesitation and got into the jungle on the side. Other side, hundreds of Nasiks people rode on banshee-winged beasts and followed Suemo along a river that ran through the entire jungle to the sky above the hushy wetland. In the wetland below, the view is very wide. Unlike other places, there are lush shrubs and tall trees. On the river beach, only some low aquatic plants grow sparsely. Riverside, groups of various animals gathered together. After Suemo took these Nasiks people around, he finally locked his sights on a group of hammer-headed thunder beasts. The meat of the hammerhead thunder beast is somewhat similar to beef. It is one of the better-tasting meats that can be eaten in the jungle. However, although this animal is a herbivore, it is huge and has rough skin and thick flesh. The Nasiks people's bows and arrows have no way of breaking through their skin. They can only be killed by shooting bows and arrows into a fist-file-size organ on both sides of their head, similar to a nostril. And these beasts usually live in groups. Only by riding on the banshee-winged beast can the Nasiks dare to provoke them. Each time a large number of tribesmen were dispatched, after half a day, they could only catch 4 or 5 at most, which was barely enough for the whole tribe to have dinner. In comparison, the prize/performance ratio was very low. But now it's different. After practicing the genetic energy cultivation method, the strength of these warriors is at least close to 3 tons. It has become much easier to hunt these hammer-headed thunder beasts. Received Sumo's order. Dozens of Nasiks controlled the banshee-winged beasts to land towards their location. The hammer-headed thunder beast below saw their approach, turned around, and ran away. The Nasiks fell behind. when the banshee-winged beast was only 5 or 6 meters away from the thunder beast on the ground. These Gnostics held spears in one hand and jumped down. Use all your strength to pierce the spear into the hammer-headed thunder beast's body. According to the original strength of the Gnostics people, there is no way to pierce the opponent's skin by doing this. But after the strength increased 3 to 4 times, with all his strength, the spear penetrated more than half a meter deep. The hammer-headed thunder beast fell to the ground after letting out a roar. As soon as those Gnostics people plunged their spears in, they had already jumped up again and landed on the banshee-winged beast that had been following above. Suemo saw the scene below. I couldn't help but sigh my heart. Living in the primitive jungle all year round, these Gnostics people are all good at fighting. Both the timing and the control of power are perfect. At this time, a sharp cry came from far behind. With the sound of this voice, Suemo instantly felt a burst of fear in the consciousness of the banshee-winged beast beneath him. Natini looked behind her, and the expression on her face also changed. No, it's the phantom. Suemo followed her gaze. A dark red flying beast appeared at the end of the rear sight. The size of the flying beast is 3 to 4 times the size of the banshee-winged beast beneath him. File size. Seeing the appearance of this phantom, the Gnostics people in the sky showed a look of horror on their faces. This thing is considered the natural enemy of the banshee-winged beast. When you encounter this thing when riding a banshee-winged beast, the probability of escaping is very low. Even if you don't die in the mouth of this thing, and the mount underneath you is injured, you still can't escape. The fate of being thrown to death. As the phantom approaches, the banshee-winged beast flying in the sky became a little restless. You bring back the prey below. After giving instructions to everyone, Suemo rushed towards the phantom. The Phantom Knight seems to have a very high status in the hearts of these forest Gnostics people. If you want to summon warriors from other tribes, the Phantom Knight can also increase your leverage in recruiting those Gnostics people. He was originally not very interested in this thing. This thing looks like a large butterfly, and its strength can only dominate this world. If you can use magic, you can summon a bone dragon and kill this thing with a slap. Watching Suemo move towards the phantom, all the Gnostics people in the rear showed excitement in their eyes. Suemo still underestimated the value of the title of Phantom Knight in the hearts of these Gnostics people. Phantom Knight. It can make the leader of a tribe willingly give up his position as chief and follow the other party willingly. Neytiri is no exception. Looking at Sumo's back, there was a look of expectation in his eyes. Ahead, after getting within 100 meters of the phantom, the banshee-winged beast beneath him shrank back and did not dare to step forward. Suemo didn't show any surprise when he saw this scene. If he really charged forward, he would probably be killed in an instant by the claws of the opposite phantom. Suemo moved and flew towards the phantom on the opposite side, directly relying on psychokinesis. The reason why he was in the tribe was still wearing the same clothes as before. On the one hand, like the Gnostics, they are generally not used to being close to naked bodies. On the other hand, it is to facilitate flying under the influence of psychokinesis. When the phantom saw Suemo, who was as big as a fly compared to its body size, it let out a roar, stretched out its head, and bit Suemo as if it wanted to swallow him whole. This action is exactly what Suemo meant. Under the influence of telekinesis, his figure instantly rose up and appeared above the phantom's head. Make a fist with your right hand and punch it above the head. Bang! After a muffled sound, Phantom rolled his eyes and fell downwards. Suemo slowly followed it and landed downwards. It wasn't until the body was almost close to the ground that the phantom woke up. It quickly waved its wings to slow down, but it was still a little slow. It hit the ground and rolled out. Suemo landed gently on the ground and walked slowly towards the phantom. It's hard to say about other aspects, but this phantom's body can indeed withstand the torture. After a series of injuries, the phantom still shook its head and slowly stood up. It took almost less than half a minute to recover. Seeing this scene, Suemo showed a smile on his face. It looks pretty good. I like this kind of mount that can be tossed around at will. While muttering to himself, Su-Mo had already walked up to Phantom. Seeing Su-Mo in front of him, there was a trace of anger in the Phantom's eyes. Just as he was about to attack Su-Mo, Sumo's little fist had already hit its forehead again. Phantom rolled his eyes and fainted again. Neytiri in the sky saw this scene and excitedly reminded him, "Connect. Take this opportunity to establish a connection with the other party." Su-Mo was not in a hurry. Neytiri looked up at the air and showed a gentle smile, then looked down at the Phantom and punched it again as it gradually woke up. After receiving 7 or 8 punches, the Phantom put his head on the ground as soon as he woke up. Then he stretched out the nerve connection organ at the back of his head that was similar to the braid on the back of their head. When Su-Mo saw this, he smiled with satisfaction and established a spiritual connection with the other party. There is no way. He doesn't like to move on his own. Over the forests of Pandora, the huge Phantom flew in front, followed by the large army of the tribe. The Gnostics people were riding on the backs of the banshee-winged beasts, looking at the Phantom in front of them with fiery eyes, and kept making ouch sounds in their mouths. Su-Mo, who was sitting on Phantom's back, heard the roars coming from behind, and his face was filled with black lines. Those who didn't know thought they had become the Monkey King. But I have to say that compared to the banshee-winged beast, the huge Phantom is much more stable to ride. Half an hour later, the outline of the home tree appeared in everyone's sight. Inside the home tree, countless figures came out of it. After seeing the large army in the sky in the distance and the Phantom flying in front, excitement showed on their faces. The tribe warriors are back from hunting. Look at the hanging prey below. They are hammer-headed thunder beasts. There are so many of them, probably hundreds of them. Wait a minute, that's the Phantom Knight flying in front. Oh my God, it's really the Phantom Knight. Shouts of exclamation echoed throughout the tribe. Gray Silk and Jack also walked out of it. What is the Phantom Knight? After Jack listened to the shouts from the elders and children in the tribe, a puzzled look appeared on his face. The Phantom Knight is the spiritual leader in the hearts of all Gnostics people. Gracie looked at the huge figure in the sky and explained. After saying that, she turned to look at Jack. You should learn the Gnostics language faster. According to common sense, the selection of avatar clones is very strict. After starting the cloning, those who control the avatar need to systematically learn all kinds of common sense on Pandora and the language of the Gnostics people. This process alone will take several years. But obviously, people like Jack, who are temporarily in charge, have not experienced this process. After coming here, Gray Silk has ordered him to start tutoring in this area of knowledge. But in the short term, the effect is not great. Mid-air, Su-Mo controlled the Phantom to land on the huge branch of the home tree. As he jumped off the back of the Phantom let out a cry and flew into the sky again. After establishing a neural connection, a certain connection has been established between it and Su-Mo. As long as they are on Pandora, they can feel each other's position through the ubiquitous spiritual network on the planet. Su-Mo only needed a thought to call him over. At this time, all the Gnostics people in the tribe looked over. After seeing that the person who became the Phantom Knight was the next chief of their tribe, these people cheered again. Descending from the branch, Su-Mo took a look at the crowd. Where are Itukin and the others? His eyes fell on an old man. Upon hearing his inquiry, the old man quickly and excitedly described what happened before. In their opinion, when those people in the tribe faced the plunderers, it was simply a one-sided massacre, and they had no worries about them going out to pursue them. The worst thing is to let the other party escape. Naturally, there is no need to worry about the safety of Echikang and the others. After Su-Mo heard this, he frowned. After thinking for a while, he was just about to take someone to check when Echikang and the others had already walked out of the jungle in the distance. At this time, they looked a little miserable. Almost everyone was injured. The Gnostics people who followed behind were carrying 7 or 8 corpses. Seeing this scene, Su-Mo's expression darkened. It was obvious that something had happened. Otherwise, based on their current strength, it would be impossible to deal with the predators in such a miserable situation. But even though they looked miserable, Echikang and these people all had joy on their faces. From today on, our tribe will no longer suffer from predators. Echikang walked to the center of the plain, raised the spear in his hand, and shouted excitedly. Upon hearing this, a cheer instantly erupted from the tribe. Before, the tribe was no less harassed by those predators. Almost every time at least dozens or hundreds of people died. Compared with the previous situation, only 7 or 8 people died now, and it was undoubtedly a great victory to eliminate all these predators. Think of this. All the Na-6 people in the field focused their attention on Su-Mo, who was standing aside. During this time, good things continued. The hunting team that went out brought back hundreds of hammer-headed thunderbeasts. After these prey were made into dried meat, it was enough food for the tribe for nearly a month. In this way, tribal hunters do not have to risk going out to hunt during the rainy season. You know, when hunting in heavy rain, the mortality rate of hunters is very high. According to the habits of the Na-6 people, they will collect enough food before the rainy season to survive this period. Then the Phantom Night appeared in the tribe. Without exception, the period in history when the Phantom Night appeared in the tribe was the most prosperous period for the tribe. Now all the raiders who often infested their tribe have been wiped out. This made these Na-6 people allocate credit to Su-Mo, the person chosen by Ava. Natini standing behind Su-Mo. He looked at Su-Mo's back with bright eyes. She knew very well that the tribesman's ideas were not wrong. All these can indeed be attributed to the cultivation method passed down by Su-Mo. This gaze fell in the eyes of Jack in the distance, and 2 words with a sour taste came out of Jack's mouth. Anthemaniac. An hour later, in a room in the home tree, Echikang explained what happened to Su-Mo with excitement. Although he was still the chief of the tribe on the surface, privately, he now admired Su-Mo. After eliminating those predators today, he also fully realized how strong this tribe would be under the leadership of the other party. There were 500 to 600 people on the other side, but the enemies who were 10 times their size were like children in their hands, without the slightest resistance. If those people hadn't colluded with the Sky People and obtained such powerful weapons from the Sky People, there would have been no casualties on their side, let alone deaths. Even if the other party has that kind of weapon. In the end, they paid the price of 7 or 8 deaths and wiped out all those people. With this kind of fighting power on the planet Pandora, except for those Sky People, they're already considered invincible. And from what Su-Mo said, this was just the beginning. In the future, their strength will be several times, dozens or hundreds of times that of now. Su-Mo listened to his explanation. I immediately understood that this matter was probably related to Colonel Miles. This man is the same as the boss of RDA Company. They are all people who do anything for profit. In order to obtain the underground ore and massacre the Na-6 people, the other party would naturally be able to do it. To be fair, from a human standpoint, their approach cannot be said to be wrong. But Su-Mo is not a judge, and he has no intention of examining whether the other party is right or wrong. But if they want to get these ores underground, Su-Mo can only say, they have a way to die. It is hundreds of kilometers away from the home tree. Among the strongholds established by RDA Company, a group of people were gathered in front of a monitor, watching the images played on it. This is impossible. Professor Gray looked at the scene inside and exclaimed, how can the power of the Na-6 be so strong? The video played showed Echikang and the others fighting the predators in the forest. One Na-6 threw another Na-6 up to a height of more than 10 meters. Because of Su-Mo's special instructions, when Gray Silk and Jack are present, they cannot show too much exaggerated strength. Therefore, when they were under the home tree, although they caused a unilateral massacre of the predators, in the eyes of outsiders, their performance was not too exaggerated. It seemed that they were just stronger than the opponent. It's different when facing those machine guns in the jungle. It was a desperate effort. If you weren't careful, you might be killed by the machine gun. Naturally, those people wanted to use all their strength. The performance is naturally very different, etc. When Gray Silk saw a few familiar faces inside, she immediately came to her senses. This seemed to be the scene of those in the tribe fighting the predators today. Her eyes fell on the face of Colonel Miles standing aside. Where did you get this video? As soon as she finished speaking, She heard the sound of machine gunfire in the video. The sound seems to be right next to the camera. She understood immediately. You provided weapons to those marauders? Are you crazy? You will become the enemy of all Na-6 people on the planet. Hearing Gray Silk's question, Miles didn't take it seriously, and a sarcastic smile flashed across his face. So what? Do you care what the monkeys think? You, Gracie looked at each other in disbelief. It can be heard from the other party's words that in the other party's eyes, there is no difference between the Na-6 and those animals on this planet. She wanted to refute the other party's words, but she didn't know how to refute them for a while. Miles ignored the angry expression. Turn around and leave with your deputy. It seems that these Na-6 people are not as easy to deal with as imagined. Tell Jack to investigate what happened to the Na-6 people in this tribe. Yes, sir. The next evening, in the jungle outside the base, Sumo looked at the huge base covering an area of more than 10 square kilometers in front of him. All the bases are steel and cement buildings. A wall dozens of meters high was built on the outside, and various weapons were set up on the wall. With the original backwardness of the Na-6 people, it is tantamount to wishful thinking to resist this star civilization. If the Earthlings had not been here for too short a time and the number of humans was too small, it would have been impossible for the Na-6 to drive the Earthlings out. Psychokinesis spreads towards the interior of the base. Judging from Jack's intentional and unintentional testing this morning, it was obvious that these soldiers were aware of the unusual strength of those soldiers. But he was not surprised, since the other party handed over the machine guns to those predators. It's impossible not to do some tricks on it. It's normal to install cameras and the like. It's impossible for those predators to find out anyway. Sumo stood in the jungle outside the base, and psychokinesis spread towards the inside. After several years of development, the animals in the jungle have long realized the danger here, and no animal will attack the base again without fear of death. This also resulted in the base defense personnel's original vigilance having long since disappeared. At the outpost on the city wall, several soldiers on duty were already somewhat drowsy. Of course, this is also normal. There's no way to go to work without taking advantage of the situation, not to mention the night shift. Moreover, a rotating camera is installed at regular intervals on the fence. Once an abnormality occurs in the cleared area nearly 100 meters outside the wall, these cameras will sound an alarm, so these soldiers don't need to worry at all. Soon, Sumo found a room on the wall full of weapons. There are not only various firearms, but also bullets and grenades. Sumo exchanged a storage ring. Some of the firearms and bullets were collected from a room, and then under the control of his psychokinesis, the safety guards of all the grenades fell off, and a gentle collision sound came from the box where the grenades were stored. Boom! After a loud noise, the concrete wall shook violently. The entire roof of the building where the ammunition was stored flew into the sky, and a huge amount of hole was blasted out of the nearly 5-meter thick wall. The drowsy soldier in the duty room was frightened and fell to the ground. His brain also woke up. He got up and ran to the window and looked outside. Suddenly, he saw the room that had turned into a fireball. After Sumo detonated the ammunition depot, he turned around and ran in the other direction. With his current mental state, psychokinesis can only cover a range of about 300 meters at most. Less than half a minute had passed since the first explosion when another explosion sounded. In the next 5 minutes, huge amounts of fireballs would erupt from a location on the walls around the base every once in a while, until all 6 or 7 ammunition depots on the wall were blown up. The successive explosions made the entire base lively. Half an hour later, in the war room in the center of the base, Colonel Miles looked at a group of officers standing below. Can anyone tell me what's going on? These mercenary troops are naturally responsible for the security of the base. We have investigated through surveillance and found that no one entered the ammunition equipment room before the explosion. An officer opened his mouth to explain. So what? You mean all the city defense ammunition depots had accidents at the same time tonight? Colonel Miles roared. Colonel, is it possible that those Na-6 people did it? An officer spoke softly. Do you think those blue-skinned monkeys have such intelligence and can bribe our people?" Miles glared at the officer and asked. He didn't think those Gnostics people had the ability to come to the city wall quietly without being discovered. Since under surveillance, no one entered during the period before the explosion. The only possibility is that someone inside the base installed some kind of delay or remote-controlled detonation device inside. Keep checking. Also, before the wall is repaired, arrange all the idle soldiers to defend the gaps. If a monster breaks into the base, I will feed you to it. Suemo on the other side. He was already sitting on the back of a death god beast and rushing towards the home tree. The mental force reached into the storage ring and counted the harvest of those weapons. At this time, the storage ring was filled with various firearms and ammunition. There are a total of 7 warehouses on the city wall. In each warehouse, Suemo will collect 1/3 of the weapons and 2/3 of the ammunition. After all, after the violent explosion and burning, the entire warehouse had been reduced to rubble, and the fragments of ammunition and firearms had flown to unknown locations. No one is bored enough to put the pieces together to see if anything is missing. The focus in the base will be on finding the traitor. After a while, Sumo's mental power retreated from the ring. There are a total of more than 200 firearms of various types in the space, with tens of millions of bullets of various types. After all, this warehouse is mainly used to store ammunition, and there are not many firearms. Moreover, most of these bullets are machine gun bullets. After all, the defense of the city wall mainly relies on the machine guns mounted on it. With the 5 machine guns of the capture predator, this thing can be used. It's a pity that the psychokinesis that can be used is not strong, and the coverage range is too small. Otherwise, their main weapons arsenal will be looted directly. Originally, Suemo had planned to directly redeem the Millennium Willow with Heart yesterday. With his current points, the points needed to redeem these were just drizzle for him. However, the system informed him that he had just used Dragon Blood and that it would take at least a month before he could take Thousand-Year Willow Heart again. Otherwise, it may cause an accident to his body. Of course, he can also redeem those high-level treasures in the mall, ignoring restrictions and directly increasing his strength to the peak of the God of War. It's like the solution prepared in the nutrition warehouse. But the points required are a bit more, hundreds of thousands. Suemo finally thought about it. Still not redeemed. Although he has a lot of points now, there's no need to waste it on them. No matter how strong his body is, he still can't stay here all the time. In the end, he still has to rely on the Gnostics to help him protect the ores on the planet. After your own strength increases, it won't be of much use. Moreover, this is just a temporary body. There's no need to increase the strength too high. Just let nature take its course and practice. Anyway, with his current mental strength, while absorbing the energy of the universe, he can also distract himself from practicing the celestial records. Within the next few days, Suemo was busy riding the Phantom and visiting various tribes. In this jungle covering 1 million square kilometers, there are more than a dozen tribes like them. These tribes range from large to small. Large tribes like this tribe have 2,000 to 3,000 people. The smaller one has only more than 1,000 people. With the blessing of the dual identities of Phantom Knight and Ava Messenger, these tribes swore their allegiance to him without any hesitation. It took a full week. Suemo has already taken these tribes and moved them all to the caves on the side of Suspension Mountain. According to his plan, after those people from RDA Company are dealt with, the tribes on the home tree side will also migrate here. Compared to the jungle, the Suspended Mountain side is undoubtedly much safer, and there is no need to worry about being disturbed by those monsters. And the reason why these tribes did not choose Suspended Mountain. The main reason is that most of the warriors in the tribe are unable to tame the Banshee-winged beast. Even the number of flying knights in some large tribes is only 200 to 300, and there is no way to hunt enough food for the tribe. But it's different after practicing. After the strength increased several times, it became extremely easy to conquer the Banshee-winged beast. After all the tribal warriors entered the ranks of warriors a few days ago, the first thing these people did was to conquer a Banshee-winged beast. The habitat of the banshee-winged beast was originally on another suspended mountain not far from the suspended mountain where the cave is located. No one desires to fly freely in the sky, and the Gnostics people are no exception. In the suspended mountain cave. At this time, more than 20,000 Gnostics people lived here. After excluding the elderly and children, the number of young and middle-aged warriors reached about 8,000. It was much more than Suemo expected. In the next few days, under the teachings of the Gnostics people who had become warriors in the Omatica tribe, these 8,000 people also began to gradually embark on the path of cultivation. Whenever a Gnostic becomes a warrior, the first thing these people do is to go to another suspended mountain to conquer the banshee-winged beast mount. In just 3 or 4 days, 8,000 Gnostics warriors all became warriors. The banshee-winged beasts on the nearby suspended mountain had already been captured long ago, and those who followed had to go to another banshee-winged beast habitat on the outskirts of this area to capture them. This day, more than 8,000 banshee-winged beasts took off from the suspended mountain one after another and plunged into the mist in the distance. The fog was also a reason why Suemo chose Suspended Mountain as his base. The special magnetic field in this area, coupled with the fog that persists all year round, means that even with various high-tech equipment, people from RDA cannot monitor the situation in the Suspended Mountain. There's still more than half a month left, and the rainy season on Pandora will last for more than a month. Once the rainy season arrives, it rains heavily almost all day long, and the Gnostics people have no way to go out to hunt. They have to store enough food before then. This is not a problem for the Gnostics people who have now greatly improved their strength. Home tree. Suemo, who was practicing in the room, suddenly opened his eyes. After arranging everyone to Shinkong Mountain, he returned here and began to concentrate on studying the secret method, 9 Tribulations secret code. Although according to the rules of the universe, before reaching the lore of the universe, he can only increase his genetic level to 100 times at most, which is the current level of his body. But the only 9 Tribulations secret code in the universe created by the powerful God King can break through this limitation. This secret technique is divided into 9 calamities in total. Each calamity can increase its genetic level exponentially based on the current level. It's like after cultivating to the first calamity, one's own genetic level will be tripled. In other words, his original gene level of 100 times that of ordinary humans was directly multiplied by 3, reaching 300 times. This exponential growth becomes even more outrageous in the later stages. This is also the reason why only one person in the universe is allowed to practice this secret method. Correspondingly, one can imagine how difficult it is to practice this secret method, and as soon as you start practicing, once you fail, your body's genes will collapse instantly. This is why each level is called a calamity. Before duplication, Suemo would never dare to practice this secret method. But now that he has the ability to resurrect duplication, he has begun to understand and plans to start practicing after coming out of the nutrition cabin. At this time, Neytiri's voice came from outside. "Sue, can I come in?" "In the room. You don't have to be too impatient. I believe that after a while, you will be able to easily master the technique of exerting force." Suemo once again demonstrated the power-generating technique of the thunder knife to her. A few days ago, he had passed the thunder knife to Natini. But obviously, after several days of practice, she still made no progress on this. After receiving Sumo's comfort, Natini's anxious expression eased a lot. Then she looked confused for a moment and looked up at Suemo. "Actually, there's a way for me to master this technique instantly." After saying that, Natini stared at Suemo seriously with her big Kazalan eyes. Sumo's eyes moved. He naturally knows what the other person is saying. Neural links. Just like the method used by Gnostics couples when learning the gene energy cultivation method. However, in the tradition of the Gnostics people, this is like making love and can only be done between 2 people who intend to pair up. When Neytiri proposed this, it was almost equivalent to a disguised confession. Sumomo really looked at the other party. You have to think about it carefully. Suemo had already told her that he would leave after a while. Through this period of understanding, he also learned a little about the habits of the Gnostics people. This race does not have the custom of divorce and remarriage. Once two Gnostics people pair up, they will not change for life. Even if the other party dies, there is no possibility for the remaining Gnostics to pair up again. In other words, as long as the two of them are paired up, even if Suemo leaves and never comes back, Natini can only keep waiting. The reason why he taught her the Thunder Knife was that he planned to let her take care of and protect the mineral veins in this world after he left. Well, I've decided. Neytiri nodded. I can wait for you. She took Sumo's hand, held it tightly, and looked at Suemo seriously. Good. The other party had already spoken to this extent, and Suemo didn't hesitate. Hold the braid at the back of your head in your hands. When Neytiri saw this, a bright light flashed in her eyes, and she held the braid at the back of her hand. The moment the two come into contact, the nerves in the braid instantly connect. A strange feeling came. Suemo felt that the two of them seemed to become one, and a sense of spiritual joy came from them. There was even a heavy breathing sound coming from Natini's mouth opposite. For a moment, the two people in the room were instantly entangled. The next morning, Suemo woke up from his sleep. At this moment, Neytiri curled up in his arms. As expected of a race that lives in the jungle and hunts all year round, Neytiri's body flexibility is unparalleled. With a slight groan, Neytiri slowly opened her eyes. Looking at Suemo, who was playing with her tail, a lazy smile appeared on her face. Don't make trouble. She slapped Suemo's grasping hand away. He sat up from the ground. The rainy season is coming soon. Why don't we go out and collect some food? Good. Suemo nodded. After studying the secret code of 9 tribulations for more than 10 days, it was time for him to go out for some exercise. Moreover, the food stored in the tribe was nothing more than some dried meat and fruits. He couldn't bear to eat dried meat for more than a month. Anyway, with the existence of the storage ring, you can store meat in it without worrying about it going bad. Think of this. He once again exchanged a storage ring and the Black God's suit and handed them to Natini. This is also considered a standard suit for women he approves of. At least with these two things, their safety can be guaranteed to a certain extent no matter where they are. Wait until Neytiri becomes familiar with the characteristics of the two things. He rushed forward and hung onto Suemo. I changed my mind and will go hunting again in the afternoon. Lake Toya. It is the largest lake within dozens of kilometers of Jiyuan Tree. Around the lake, there are a large number of various beast groups living. Suemo and Natini rode on the back of the Phantom and flew along the shore of the lake. The various beasts that were drinking water on the shore were frightened after hearing the Phantom's cry and turned and hid in the jungle. As the top predator on the planet Pandora, the deterrence of the Phantom is evident. Looking at the vast lake below, Suemo felt much better because of the slow progress in comprehending the 9 tribulations secret code. Oh, it's Stammen. Neytiri, who was hugging him behind her, let out an exclamation. Suemo heard the words and looked in the direction pointed by the other party. In a shallow water area on the shore of the lake, there are groups of beasts that look like one-horned rhinos, but are 3 or 4 times larger than rhinoceroses, lowering their heads to drink water. This beast is 5 meters tall and weighs at least 10 tons. The meat is fresh and tender, and it is considered a top ingredient in the Gnostics people's recipes. However, because this animal is extremely difficult to reproduce, coupled with the hunting of Gnostics and carnivorous beasts, it is now extremely rare. Otherwise, Neytiri wouldn't have screamed in surprise when she saw it. Following Suemo's order, the Phantom's figure dived in the direction of Stam's herd. A Stammen that was drinking water saw the shadow on the ground, looked up, and happened to see the Phantom swooping down. He immediately let out a roar and ran towards the shore. The herd heard the cry and quickly reacted. They all wanted to escape. I'll do it. After Neytiri yelled excitedly, the Black God's suit spread over her body, turned into a black armor, and jumped towards Stammen. When Suemo saw this, he was happy and relaxed. Control the Phantom to land on the shore, blocking the escape direction of the beasts. Neytiri landed directly on the back of a Stammen, raised her fist with a layer of iron armor, and struck the opponent on the head. After nearly half a month of training, she has now reached the threshold of a high-level warrior, and her strength has reached close to 5,000 kilograms. This punch will directly shatter the inside of Stammen's head. She easily put it into her storage ring and landed on the ground. At this time, another Stammen from behind who was panicking and rushing directly towards her. Neytiri used her legs to do a backflip and landed on its back. The same trick was repeated, and another Stammen was taken into the ring. Since entering the ranks of warriors, this is the first time that Neytiri has gone out to hunt. Compared with the previous situation where she was dancing on the tip of a knife and could be injured or even life-threatening if she was not careful, now she can only use relaxed and freehand methods. To describe, the rest of the time almost turned into her personal show. Her flexible body kept turning and moving among the beasts, and in a short time, she had already collected more than a dozen Stama beasts into the storage ring. The remaining beasts seemed to be angered by her series of actions. They gathered together and charged towards her. But her body had just landed on the ground, and she had no time to dodge. Boom! There was a loud noise, and Neytini's body was knocked out and fell into the lake in the distance. See the situation. Suit-Mo stood aside without the slightest hint of worry. Sure enough, in less than 10 seconds, there was an explosion on the water's surface, and Neytiri's body leaped out and landed on the ground on the shore. She touched it on her body. I found that there was not a trace of damage on my body. The look on her face suddenly froze. Facing a collision with a beast weighing more than 10 tons, he was still intact. Usually when this happens, even if you don't die, you'll be disabled for life. It's the reason for this black god suit. Only then did she truly realize how powerful this thing was. When she was knocked out, she didn't even feel much. All the force of the collision was offset by the black god's suit. Thinking of this, she glanced at Sumo's position. He turned around and was about to pounce on him again. Seeing this, Sumo quickly reached out and pointed at the Stama beasts that were rushing towards her again. Only then did Neytiri give up her plan to pounce on them and turn around to face the Stama beasts. After realizing the power of the black god's suit, Neytiri instantly transformed into a female Tyrannosaurus, no longer dodging at all. She grabbed Stammen and Fire Blast. This time, it took less than 2 minutes for her to knock all the remaining dozen Stam beasts to the ground. Sumo looked at the other party and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He is naturally very clear about the defensive power of the Black God suit. As long as she is not standing in the center of a nuclear explosion, the Black God suit can protect her from fatal injuries. Things like the collision force of this monster, and those guns can't even break through the defense of the Black God suit. Finally, under Neytiri's strong will, the water battle and air combat achievements were unlocked. If it hadn't been for Sumo's reminder, the whole afternoon would have been wasted here again. Until evening. The two then rode the Phantom back to the home tree. At this time, the two people's storage rings were filled with various prey. They collected some food that ran on the ground, swam in the water, and flew in the sky. They had all tasted good food that the Gnostics people had eaten before. 2 days later, the rainy season has arrived. The whole world became misty under the heavy rain. Sumo, Neytiri, Gray Silk, and Jack sat around in a hollowed-out room in the home tree. On the bonfire in the middle, a large row of animal meat skewered on wooden skewers was roasting. The grease sizzles. Sumo sprinkled a small bottle of seasoning on the pieces of meat that exuded a strange aroma. He redeemed this seasoning in the system mall. It only cost 1 point to redeem a whole box. It contains cumin, chili powder, salt, and pepper, various barbecue seasonings. Smelling the aroma that filled the whole room, Professor Gray Silk and Jack's mouths watered. Life on this alien planet is naturally incomparable to life on Earth. Most of their usual food is based on liquid food with some nutrient solution. The nutrition is sufficient, but the taste can only be said to be swallowable. Including this tribe, food is even simpler. Fruit, grilled meat. A primitive tribe like this naturally cannot expect that the food they make will be as delicious. The only advantage is that these animal meat ingredients originally taste quite good. but it is naturally far from food marinated in spices. Natini on the side swallowed hard as she smelled the fragrance. After finishing the seasoning, Su Imo took out a portion and handed it to Natini. Try how it tastes. Natini took the meat skewer and took a bite on it gently, regardless of how hot it was. As the barbecue entered her mouth, her eyes suddenly opened wide, and the bonfire in front of her was reflected in her bright eyeballs, as if her eyes would light up. Great! Before she finished speaking, she turned her head quickly and sneezed 4 or 5 times in succession. The first time she ate chili pepper, she was obviously not used to it. After sneezing, she turned around and looked at Su Imo with bright eyes. So delicious. If it tastes good, just eat more. Su Imo smiled and divided some of the remaining skewers between Gracie and Jack. The two of them couldn't wait for a long time. After taking it, they feasted on it. Seeing this, Su Imo took out a bunch and tasted it himself. As the barbecue entered his mouth, his eyes lit up. This animal meat melts in your mouth, and after adding seasonings, the taste is almost better than anything he has eaten before. He glanced at the meat skewers in his hand. This planet Pandora is truly a treasure. Su Imo couldn't help but sigh. When he is strong enough, he will take this planet into the Star Tower, no matter what. If you stay here, you never know when it will be destroyed by those people on Earth. Thinking of this, he looked through the window at the huge planet in the sky that seemed so close at hand. That planet is the planet Phimos, which is thousands of times larger than the planet Pandora. Strictly speaking, Pandora is only a satellite of Phimos. When the time comes, both must be included. Otherwise, if only one Pandora star is collected, the gravity on it will change by huge amounts, which may bring devastating disaster to Pandora planet. And the distance is so close, there may be minerals useful to me on that huge amount of planet. Honey, what are you thinking about? Neytiri's voice woke him up. Neytiri once studied in Gray Silk School and knows some of the living habits on Earth. After the two confirmed their relationship, she changed her name to Su Imo. Hear her name. Su Imo was accustomed to it and didn't react at all. Gray Silk and Jack, who were feasting on the opposite side, were stunned. Their eyes fell on Su Imo at the same time. You, after being stunned for a moment, Gray Silk asked. That's right. Su Imo reached out and stroked Natini's head and said with a smile. For the convenience of hunting, the Nassix people always braid their hair into small braids. But Su Imo didn't like the hairstyle that looked like dreadlocks, so he asked Neytiri to let her hair fall straight. I heard Su Imo admit it. Gray Silk hesitated for a moment, but still didn't say anything. After all, his human body has died long ago, and only this avatar body is left. So there's nothing inappropriate about combining with the Nassix. More than a month will follow. Su Imo has been staying in the home tree, spending most of his time immersed in cultivation every day. Continuously comprehend the first tribulation of the 9 tribulations secret book. Of course, the daily practice has not fallen behind. After more than a month, his body strength has reached that of a high-level warrior. The punching power exceeds 40,000 kilograms, and the psychokinesis reaches 130,000 kilograms. The people in the tribe are more talented than they thought. Most have reached advanced warrior status. Very few are only one step away from the general. And under Su Mo's special care, Natini has broken through to the warrior level. But as the rainy season ends, the human base also started taking action. This day, Su Imo was riding the Phantom and slowly landed on the World Tree. He had just arrived in the cave of Suspended Mountain to check the cultivation progress of the Nassix people. Among the 8,000 people, more than 7,000 have reached the level of advanced warriors. Nearly 1,000 people have reached the peak of advanced warriors, and 10 people have even broken through to the warrior level like Neytiri. As soon as he got off the Phantom, Jack hurried in. It's not good. After a while, Su Imo sat in the room, lost in thought. Just found out from Jack. Colonel Miles has ordered several people to give them 3 days to persuade the Nassix here to leave. If you don't leave by then, the Nassix people here will be buried with their home tree. Su Imo was not surprised by the other party's remorse. Although the time limit previously agreed was 5 months, the other party has also agreed. But neither Sue Mo nor Miles took this matter to heart. Sue Mo was just trying to buy time for these Na6 people to develop, while Miles was waiting for the day when the president of RDA Group couldn't help it anymore. After all, without the consent of the president, he did not have the right to use force to expel the Na6 people. Now it seems that the other party obviously can't wait any longer. Sue Mo came back to his senses and looked at Jack opposite with a smile. If the other party wants to do this, let them do it. Why are you anxious? In the worst case, we can just leave. No, how could you do this? It's impossible for people from their tribe to leave. Are you just watching? Jack shouted with an anxious look on his face. But halfway through, he noticed Sue Mo's playful eyes. Only then did he realize that the other party was teasing him. Okay, I did recently have a relationship with a woman in the tribe. I know them very well. It is impossible for them to agree to leave, and the same goes for Neytiri. Jack eagerly explained. Sue Mo smiled and shook his head. Then you have to give it a try. Regarding the matter of moving to Xiankong Mountain, Sue Mo had already discussed with Chief Echikang. The other party did not object. After all, although the strength of the tribe has been far greater than before, the old people and children who stayed in the home tree are still not completely safe. Naturally, he would not have any objections to being able to move to the Hanging Mountain where the clan members were safe. With the number of Banshee-winged beast knights in the group now, there is no need to worry about the source of food. The reason why he never moved there was just because Sue Mo wanted to delay time. The opponent's next target is the Soul Tree under Xiankong Mountain. However, since there was no way to 100% confirm the credibility of the other party, Sue Mo did not intend to tell the other party for the time being. He looked at Jack seriously. Now is the time to make a choice. The war between humans and the Na6 is inevitable. I want to know which side you plan to stand on. Of course, this side, Jack explained eagerly. After a period of living among the Na6 people, he has completely integrated into the life of this tribe. Good. Sue Mo nodded. I need a detailed distribution map of weapons in the base. Wait, you won't lead the Na6 to attack the base. Jack had a look of horror on his face. Otherwise, if we wait for the opponent's flying fleet to take off, do you think the Na6 will have a chance? Sue Mo replied calmly. Hearing this, Jack lowered his head and fell into confusion. However, this dilemma did not last long. He raised his head suddenly, seeming to have made some determination in his heart. Okay, I will find a way to bring this thing over tomorrow morning. After saying that, he turned around and left. Etc. Sue Mo stopped him. You'd better move your human body to a place no one knows before tomorrow night. Here, Sue Mo's reminder. Jack nodded. I see. Trudy, Professor Gray, and Norm don't agree with Miles's idea. We can take the transport plane driven by Trudy to transfer the body and consciousness synchronization capsule. The next afternoon, Sue Mo led everyone in the Omatica tribe to migrate to the caves in the suspended mountain. At this time, there is a huge amount of square in the cave. Team 1, you are responsible for destroying all the flying dragon battleships in this area. Sue Mo pointed to the map projection suspended in the air and said to a male Na6. He has divided these Na6 into 80 squads. Each team has 100 people. In this way, it is easier for him to assign tasks. In the morning, Jack had taught him the detailed defense and building distribution map of the base, which detailed the distribution of the buildings inside the base. Of course, he had already gone to the outside of the base to verify it. Now that the coverage range of his psychokinesis has reached about 800 meters, it is easy to verify the authenticity of this map. Facts have proved that Jack did not lie. In the early hours of tonight, he planned to lead the Na6 people to attack the RDA company's base. RDA corporate base. Colonel, those Na6 people have left. In the base headquarters, a middle-aged man looked at the satellite map in front of him and shouted excitedly. Hear the sound. Miles quickly came over and looked at the information displayed on the satellite map. Where did those Na6 people go? After hearing his question, the man zoomed in on the map. How could it be possible? These people can no longer be found on the map. After hearing this, Miles looked at a location on the map calmly. Suspended mountain. Those people must be hiding in the suspended mountain. What? There was an ugly look on the man's face. The suspended mountain is also where we will mine or next. Will we have to expel them again then? No need to bother. Miles had a gloomy look on his face. Tomorrow you will lead a team to clean up that big tree. I will take people directly to Suspension Mountain to pull out these Na-6 people and deal with them privately. This will save the people in the base from obstructing them. Talking to G aliens about human rights is a bunch of retarded people. After saying that, he ignored the expressions of his men and turned around to leave. That night, batch after batch of banshee-winged beasts took off from the suspended mountain. Before these Na-6 people riding banshee-winged beasts flew away from the suspended mountain, they spread out to prevent them from being monitored by RDA satellites. After flying a certain distance, these Na-6 people flew in the direction of the base in unison. Eventually, these people arrived at the outskirts of the base one after another. At this time, there was silence in the base. Only the sound of patrolling soldiers walking around could be heard from time to time on the wall. Since the last incident, round-the-clock patrols have been added to the base walls. After confirming that everyone had arrived at the designated location, Su-Mo ordered the communicator worn around his neck. Get started. Within the base, in the command room, there was a sudden burst of sirens. The soldier on duty came to the huge projection map and looked at the dense yellow dots representing life around the base. His expression changed drastically. Not good. Although the soldier was in a panic, he still remembered his duty and quickly walked aside and sounded the alarm for the entire base. Instantly, huge amounts of sound echoed through the base. People who were sleeping in various buildings woke up at this harsh sound. This sound was not unfamiliar to them. They heard this voice during the first day of training on Pandora. This is the highest level of alert, indicating that the base is in unprecedented danger. These people hurriedly put on their clothes, got up, and ran outside. Su-Mo, who was standing a few hundred meters away from the base, naturally heard the loud siren coming from the base. A smile appeared on his face. It's a pity it's too late. Although the flying speed of the banshee-winged beast is not too fast, it is enough to fly from one end of the base to the other in half a minute. What's more, now they are pouring into the base from all directions. Even the team that is farthest from its goal only needs more than 10 seconds to reach its position, because more than half of the base's defense force is concentrated on the wall. Half of the Na-6 jumped directly from the banshee-winged beasts and landed on the wall, while the remaining half flew towards their goals. Almost in less than 20 seconds, the entire base is full of Na-6 people. The positions of those flying dragon battleships and fighter planes have received special care. For a time, gunshots and explosions were heard everywhere in the base. In such a short time, except for the soldiers on duty, the others had just put on their clothes when they found that several Na-6 people had rushed in. Even individual soldiers who moved quickly. He held the gun in his hand, but before he could react, he lost consciousness. The speed of a senior warrior can reach at least 60 meters per second. Within a distance of 20 or 30 meters, it can reach almost in the blink of an eye. South of the base, there are nearly 20 Samson transport aircraft parked in a huge amount of hangar. In the very center is a huge flying dragon attack ship. On both sides of the warehouse, there are a row of 4 to 5 meter high combat mechas parked on each side. At this time, soldiers ran out from behind the door on one side of the warehouse and ran towards the positions of the fighting mechas on both sides. Quickly, get on the mecha! A man who looked like an army officer shouted. Then he ignored these people and ran towards the nearest mecha. It is obviously impossible to deal with a Na-6 with only the guns in your hands. After all, the size difference between the two is huge, and the human beings can only reach the chest of the Na-6 at most. In addition, they had just seen from the surveillance that the Na-6 people seem to be on drugs today. If you can't board the mecha, you'll be worse than a child in the opponent's hands. At this time, there was a loud boom. The door in the other direction was kicked away by a Na-6. Then countless Na-6 people poured in from a door. Seeing these Na-6 people, The soldiers ran faster and even used their strength to feed themselves. Despite this, in the eyes of these Na-6, who are at least advanced warriors, their speed is no different than that of a turtle. What's more, the leaders are 5 warrior-level Na-6. In less than 2 seconds, 5 generals had already rushed into the group of soldiers. In an instant, the soldiers were like sandbags, their bodies flying out in all directions, but they were still a little slower. 3 or 10 soldiers had already entered the Mecca. Naturally, this also included the fastest officer. As the Mecca's shield slowly descended, the officer let out a proud shout. "You bastards, prepare to face the wrath of the uncle." As he spoke, he controlled the Mecca to pick up the huge gun leaning on the side and pointed the gun directly at the few general-level Na-6 who were wreaking havoc among the soldiers. Regardless of the few soldiers standing with them, they pulled the trigger hard. Heavy gunfire echoed in the empty hangar. The gunfire lasted less than 2 seconds and then stopped. The officer controlled the Mecca and wanted to rotate his body. For no other reason than that, several Na-6 people had disappeared from his sight. The burst of shooting just now, in addition to beating his men to pieces, also nothing works. Before he could turn around, I felt a huge amount of power coming from behind me. The Mecca body collapsed and fell directly to the ground. Then 2 click sounds came from both sides. The officer lying in the cockpit turned his head and saw that the 2 arms of the Mecca had been torn off by Na-6 and thrown aside. Immediately afterwards, the Na-6 directly hugged one of the legs and lifted the Mecca up. Word fuck. The officer only had time to let out a curse, and then flew out together with the Mecca. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. Until this time, the remaining soldiers who got into the Mecca had just started the Mecca. Seeing this scene, these soldiers lost their fighting spirit in an instant, turned around, and ran away while controlling the Mecca. Unfortunately, the remaining warrior-level Na-6 had already targeted them. In less than half a minute, all of them were pulled out of the Mecca by the Na-6 and knocked unconscious. While these generals were busy cleaning up these soldiers, the rest of the Na-6 people were not idle either. They directly transformed into a demolition brigade. The transport planes, battleships, and mechas in the hangar were dismantled to pieces. Outside the base, Su-Mo gradually calmed down as he listened to the movement inside, and then controlled the Phantom beneath him to fly into the base. Land on the landing pad in the center of the base. At this time, the fighting at various locations in the base has stopped. Only in a mechanical warehouse near the north, huge amounts of noise could be heard from time to time. Su-Mo got off the Phantom and walked in that direction. In less than 5 minutes, Su-Mo walked into an assembly workshop similar to large equipment. In the open space in the center of the workshop stood a combat mech 8 or 9 meters high. This kind of mecha is very similar in appearance to the 4 to 5 meter tall mecha I saw before. It seems to be an enlarged version of that mecha. However, compared to that kind of ordinary mecha, the figure of this mecha is smoother. At this time, the corpses of more than a dozen Na-6 people were lying around the mecha. Seeing Su-Mo walking in, Colonel Miles's voice came from the mecha. "I knew it was your kid who did it." As the mecha turned around, Su-Mo also saw clearly a middle-aged man with short hair inside the mecha. The man was looking at Su-Mo with a gloomy expression. "You must be Colonel Miles?" Su-Mo waved his hand lightly, and all the Na-6 warriors who rushed in from behind retreated. Judging from the corpses of the Na-6 lying on the ground and the undamaged mecha, it was obvious that the strength of the senior warriors posed no threat to this mecha. Letting these people in will only result in their lives being wasted. It seems that you really don't have the memory you originally promised. Otherwise, how could you not recognize me? Miles looked at Su-Mo, who was standing there calmly, with a look of interest on his face. "Who are you?" Su-Mo made a slight stroke with his right hand, and all the Na-6 people lying on the ground flew out. Fortunately, these people were wearing at least one piece of clothing. Otherwise, Su-Mo's mental psychokinesis will not be able to attack him. Having just passed the psychokinesis, he has already perceived that these Na-6 people are still breathing. Send them out first, and maybe they can be saved. After sending these people away, Su-Mo looked up at Miles in the mecha. Feel the height gap between the two. Su-Mo slowly floated into the air in front of the opponent. Who do you think I am? An inscrutable smile appeared on his face. Miles watched all the other party's movements, with a look of shock on his face. How is that possible? First, he was able to control the bodies of the Na-6 people from a distance, and now he was able to fly directly into the air. There was a hint of mystery in all of this. Wait, is it superconducting or... No, that thing seems to have no effect on other locations on the planet. After muttering a few words to himself, Miles, who had no clue, raised his head and looked at Su-Mo. Pretend to be a ghost. He no longer thinks too much. As long as he catches the other party, he will naturally understand what is going on. After saying that, he controlled the mecha and rushed toward Su-Mo. Su-Mo looked at the mecha rushing toward him, his eyes moving. The action speed of this mecha is more than 10 times that of an ordinary mecha. But you can understand it if you think about it. If it wasn't fast enough, how could it possibly hurt the Na-6 who were high-level warriors? After all, their speed has reached at least 60 meters per second. The distance between the two is only 2 steps for the mecha's huge body. Almost instantly, the robotic arm arrived in front of Su-Mo. Looking at Su-Mo floating in the air motionless, Miles had a bad premonition in his heart. The other party is not a fool. It is impossible for him to watch him take action without reacting. Sure enough, when the robotic arm was about to touch the opponent, Miles noticed a smile flashing in the opponent's eyes, and then raised his right hand and lightly snapped his fingers. Miles instantly felt the mecha's movements stop. No matter how he controlled it, the mecha didn't move at all. With a squeak sound, the cabin door of the cab opened automatically, exposing his body. No, how is that possible? Colonel Miles' expression suddenly changed. Su-Mo slowly floated in front of him. Colonel, I'm waiting to find the control center of the mecha. What are you waiting for? A smile appeared on Sumo's face, looking at Miles, who was still trying to activate the mecha. The reason why he delayed for half a minute was to find the control center of the mecha. Of course, if he uses violent means, he can turn this mecha into a pile of scrap metal in an instant. After all, his mental psychokinesis will not be blocked by these armors, and he can easily destroy the circuits inside. For him, the easiest thing to deal with is these high-tech armors and mecha equipment. In these worlds, there is no way to prevent psychokinesis. Even Tony's armor is no exception. With just one thought, he can easily destroy things like the control chip inside the armor. It's just that this thing is of some value to him, and it would be a pity to destroy it directly. Only then did he find the center of the mecha and directly destroy a line connecting the core components of the center. After trying several times in succession, Miles was unable to make the mecha beneath him move even a little bit. Miles had a look of madness on his face. He raised his hand and pressed a button on the mecha. However, when he pressed it hard, he found that the button seemed to be stuck and could not be pressed at all. Su-Mo waved his right hand lightly, and Miles' body was thrown out of the armor. Although he didn't know the function of the button that the other party wanted to press, just now, Su-Mo knew that it was definitely not a good thing for him. As long as the other party wanted to do something, he would never go wrong by blindly blocking it. With a wave of his hand, he put the armor into the space ring. Before you dare to confirm whether there is any research data on this kind of armor in the base, it is better to save such a sample. The figure slowly landed in front of Colonel Miles. The opponent came down from the top and was beaten to pieces. At this time, he just recovered and got up from the ground. After seeing Sumo's methods, he simply gave up resistance. If I had known that something like this would happen, I shouldn't have handed you over to that ***ch gray silk before. So, I won't make the same mistake as you. Sumo smiled. A nearby steel pipe flew up directly under the influence of telekinesis and inserted into Miles's chest. The next morning, Su-Mo looked at the tens of thousands of people gathered on the tarmac. Gray Silk stood aside wearing a mask. I have asked all the technical staff, and they have agreed to work for you. Su-Mo nodded after hearing this. He was not surprised by these people's agreement. You know, the Earth in this world is already in danger. Its resources have been almost exhausted, and the environment has become very harsh, and it is no longer suitable for human habitation. Otherwise, in a few years, the government will start the Pandora immigration plan. Compared to the Earth, this place is already a paradise. Except for the fact that you need to wear a breathing mask when going out, it is almost more comfortable than living on Earth. As for working for the Gnostics people, this is the easiest thing to accept. If aliens promise to occupy the Earth and provide people with free housing, food, and a comfortable working environment, the only thing humans have to pay is just a few hours of work every day. It is expected that more than 1/3 of the people will directly become the leading party. Suemo naturally agreed to keep these people. In a few years, people from Earth will come again. At that time, Pandora will have to face the regular official force department. It is also very necessary to equip these Gnostics people with some high-tech equipment. This base is a ready-made weapons and equipment production factory. Naturally, some humans will be left to operate these machines. A few days ago, Beast God Duplication has completely absorbed the Immortal Crystal. Duplication's strength has also been upgraded to the 3rd level of Stellar level. According to his estimation, at least a dozen Immortal Crystals are needed to increase the strength to the cosmic level. After all, the further one improves, the more Immortal Crystals are needed. Suemo first exchanged 8 Immortal Crystals again in the mall and asked the Beast God Duplication to swallow them. He redeemed the remaining 100 million points for the ability to teleport through dimensions. Dimensional teleportation. You can open a portal to other universes and travel through other universes. Points required for redemption, 100 million points. Although the dreamwalking technique can also achieve the effect of traveling through other dimensions. But with that kind of ability, it's difficult to bring back things from the universe, just like the ores from Pandora. Without the ability to use magic, Suemo couldn't bring back any of them. And after redeeming this ability, you can send all of your people to the parallel world to help you earn points. With the redemption of ability, a strange wave came from Sumo's body. It seemed like something was changing inside him. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that this change stopped. Suemo closed his eyes and felt it. Now he had a feeling that a portal to other worlds could be opened at any time. Opening his eyes, he returned to the villa in the Marvel world, and then waved casually in front of him. The space was like a piece of paper cut open by some kind of ability emitted from his body, revealing another world behind it. As the special energy overflowed from the body, the hole open became larger and larger, and finally expanded to allow several people to pass through at the same time, and then gradually stabilized. Is this the ability to teleport? After muttering something, Suemo stepped directly into the crack in front of him. As the door slowly closed, Suemo appeared in a spacious living room. "Owner!" A voice came from behind Suemo. He turned to look. On the stairs behind, Jean Jenny was holding a plate of fruit and looking at him with surprise. The hand holding the grapes and trying to put them into his mouth paused in midair. Heard her shout. There was a running sound of dong-dong upstairs. In a moment, Kim Tae-hee and Alyssa also appeared on the stairs and ran down the stairs with Jean Jenny. Seeing Suemo reappear, Jean Taishi also showed excitement on his face. Although, in this world, they feel that less than 2 months have passed. Alyssa, on the other side, is much more unrestrained than the two of them. With a flying swoop, it landed on Sumo's body. Judging from the situation, if it weren't for Kim Taishi and the other 2 sisters, I'm afraid there would be a negative distance between me and Suemo now. Okay, stop making trouble. Suemo reached out and patted her back, and she reluctantly jumped off Suemo. After a while, the 3 of them sat down in the living room. What is the world like now? Suemo asked, looking at Jean Taishi sitting opposite. Among the 3, she is the only one who is more stable and normal. Hearing Sumo's words, Jean Taishi sighed. The explanation began immediately. Listening to her explanation, Suemo gradually understood the current situation of the world. A simple word: chaos. Since the undead army cleaned up the zombies, these billions of undead armies have been concentrated in certain cities without Sumo's orders. At first, the human beings on the earth were more honest due to the threat of the undead army. They just returned to the emptied cities. Logically speaking, based on the current resources and population on the Earth, human beings without the threat of zombies should live a very comfortable life. After all, in a city that originally had a population of several million, now only tens of thousands of people can support the sky. The countless supplies in the city allow them to spend the rest of their lives comfortably. But that's not the case. Wherever there are people, there will be strife. After these people realized that the army of the undead ignored them as humans, those who were full of food and drink and had nothing to do all day long set their sights on the women in the city. Some like-minded people began to gather together and form gangs. At first, these people just wanted to get some women. After all, after the zombie apocalypse, society will be returned to its most primitive state in an instant. Originally, there were relatively few women who could survive the apocalypse. When resources are abundant, women have become a scarce resource. The two gangs would fight to the death for an ordinary-looking woman. Slowly, those forces with increasing numbers began to have ambitions. Of course, for now, these people only occupy one city and recruit people vigorously. But it can be expected that in the next few decades, if there are no accidents, the world will be in turmoil. After hearing the explanation, Suemo also sighed. Sure enough, wherever there are people, there will always be disputes. Even if the remaining population on the entire planet is less than 100 million, this situation cannot be avoided. But Suemo had no intention of taking care of these things. The main purpose of his coming here was to take away the three of them and the undead army. After talking to the three of them, they naturally agreed to leave with Sumoi. But Master, what should we do with the materials we collected? Jenny asked. What supplies? Suemo looked at her doubtfully. Of course, the things I collected during this period. Jenny then opened her mouth to explain. During this month, the three of them were idle and bored, so they led the undead army and began to integrate all the materials on the Earth. They collected everything they thought Suemo might need in the future. Master, come with me. After Jenny Jean finished speaking, she hugged Sumo's arm and walked outside. Seeing this, the other two people followed directly behind. After walking out of the room, Suemo discovered that the place where the three of them lived was a villa built on a hill. At this time, look around. This small hill seems to be located on the edge of a certain city. Looking at the city not far away, the roads in the city were being swept clean as if before the end of the world. On the road, there are all kinds of brand new vehicles and various machinery neatly placed. Obviously, they collected these from various cities. Jenny opened a portal and walked in with Suemo and the others. After coming out, he was already in a warehouse of huge amounts. At this time, the warehouse was filled with various materials. Food, drink, and almost everything you can find in the city are all here. Considering the shelf life of the food, I didn't eat much. Most of it was daily necessities. Jenny Jean opened her mouth to explain. In the following time, they took Suemo around various places in the city. In the city, every room is filled with various supplies. Various ordnance weapons are what they pay special attention to. They didn't even let go of things like gold stored in the vault. So you fill the entire city? Suemo asked in surprise as he looked at the various tanks, missile vehicles, self-propelled howitzers that were parked in the warehouse, covering an area of tens of thousands of square meters. Of course not. Jenny Jean shook her head. This is just one of the cities. We are among 50 cities that will be occupied by undead soldiers. All the rooms are full. Hear this. Suemo was also a little shocked. Have you collected all the useful things in the world? Almost. Jenny Jean nodded. These things are originally the trophies of your undead army, Master. Why should you give it to those bastards with spermatozoa? Besides, they should also thank you for this. Otherwise, they might have died in the mouth of a zombie by now. After saying that, there was a trace of regret on her face. It's a pity that we have to leave, and there is no way to take all these things with us. Of course, I can take them all away. After hearing her words, Suemo spoke. It is naturally difficult to collect so many supplies with a storage ring, but he has the Star Tower. Although he still has no way to control the Star Tower independently, there is still no problem in putting some things into the Star Tower. Of course, The premise is that this thing does not exceed the standard. Just like wanting to capture a planet, with his current control of the Star Tower, there is no way to do it. But some small ones, like a city or something, are still no problem. The premise is that this city has been separated from the planet. This is not a difficult problem for Sue and Mo. Take the three of them back to the hill where the villa is located. Sue and Mo first took the undead soldiers outside the city back into the Dark God book. Don't be surprised by anything you see later. He opened his mouth and gave an instruction to the three of them. Sumo's figure disappeared instantly. Then, the three of them felt a darkness between heaven and earth. A huge creature with no end in sight appeared in the sky, covering the entire sky. It seemed that the entire city went from day to night in an instant. This is this. Seeing this creature that covered the entire sky, the three of them shrank their pupils. Because of the huge amounts of it, they couldn't see the appearance of this creature clearly. Within sight, there are scales the size of half a city. It wasn't until the shadow was far away from everyone's sight that they could clearly see the appearance of this creature. It has 2 wings on its back, its body is dark purple, and its 4 hoofs and claws stand in the air. Isumo's beast god duplication. The moment the beast god duplication appeared, half of the United States saw this giant beast. Ignoring the panicked figures after seeing duplication, Suemo raised his right paw and waved it gently toward the city filled with supplies below. The 3 women only felt a slight vibration under their feet. Then the whole city slowly floated. You can see from a distance that the entire city was dug out of the earth by the beast god and held in the palm of his hand. Sumo's thoughts moved. This city was taken into the Star Tower by him, in the forbidden space. Suemo naturally placed the city directly in the space where Lorelei and the vampires were. With Sumo's control, a huge crater with the same shape as the city appeared on the land dozens of kilometers away from the beach villa. Then a city appeared out of thin air and fell into the giant crater. It didn't cause the slightest movement. The 3 girls, Kim Tae-hee, only felt their eyes flickering before they appeared in this world. Outside world. After Suemo took over this city, he immediately came to another city controlled by the undead army. A similar operation. In just over half an hour, on the earth of the zombie world, along with the disappearance of 50 cities, 50 giant pits hundreds of meters deep appeared on the ground. After everything was done, Suemo switched to his real body, returned to the Marvel world, and directly entered the Star Tower. Come to the forbidden space. Kim Tae-hee and the other 3 were still looking at the surrounding scenes in surprise. Located on a hill, the 3 of them could clearly see that the scene outside the city had undergone huge amounts of changes. There are trees with dense foliage on 3 sides. On the last side, within sight, is the boundless ocean. It was as if the city had been thrown to the edge of the primitive jungle by the giant beast that covered the sky and the sun. Beast roars came from the jungle from time to time, making them feel a little uneasy. It wasn't until Sumo's figure appeared again that the 3 of them felt relieved. Master, where is this place? Kim Tae-hee once again glanced at the direction where the roar of a tiger came from and asked carefully. Suemo noticed her eyes. He said with a smile, "Don't worry, those things won't come here. This can be considered my world. As a forbidden space, there are naturally various guardian puppets inside. These guardian puppets have different shapes. Most of them are in the form of beasts. There are puppets in various forms, such as tigers, leopards, scorpions, and centipedes. There are hundreds of millions of these puppets in all stages of strength, from the weakest ones at universe level to the strongest ones who are close to the overlords of the universe. Unfortunately, with Sumo's current strength, he did not have the authority to take these puppets out of the Star Tower. Otherwise, why will we train subordinates? These puppets alone are enough for him to sweep across the world. However, there's no way to bring out these puppets, but there is no obstacle to controlling these puppets in the Star Tower. With his orders, these puppets will not harm these people in the space. Master, your world? Jenny Jean asked doubtfully. What? You don't believe it? Suemo said with a smile. Then he turned to look at the city below the mountain. Following his thoughts, the entire city's layout began to undergo huge amounts of changes. A river meandered through the city, dividing the city into two, and finally flowed into a lake that slowly appeared at the foot of the mountain. Seeing this scene, the expressions on the three people's faces changed at the same time. What kind of magical trick is this? Ignoring the expressions of the three, Sue Mo threw the booklet recording the genetic energy cultivation method to them. From now on, in addition to practicing magic, you will spend the rest of your time practicing the techniques in this booklet. If you don't understand something, just ask a few people in the beach villa. After that, he took the three girls to the villa on the beach. The city center is dozens of kilometers away from the seaside, but the hillside where the three girls are located is originally located on the outskirts of the city and is close to the coast. The straight line distance from here to the seaside is only 7 or 8 kilometers in total. Luo Lile, who was sunbathing at the beach, saw Sue Mo appearing with the three girls at a glance. Are the new people here again? Luo Lile stood up from the recliner and came to Sue Mo's side. His hands naturally held Sue Mo's arms. Lolilii, I'll leave these three to you. Teach them the techniques. Don't worry, master. Lorelei patted her swollen chest. Wrap it all over me. Hearing the other party's assurance, Sue Mo nodded. Although this person seemed a little unreliable, she did not dare to disobey Sue Mo's order at all. Right before leaving, Sue Mo gave a reminder. Some cities were brought in with them. If you're lacking something, just go to the cities to get it. After settling the three of them, Sue Mo handed the information he brought back from the world of Avatar to Emma, and then lay back in the nutrition cabin. In the Spider-Man universe, Sue Mo slowly opened his eyes. Although only 2 or 3 months have passed in the original world, the time flow rate between this world and the original world is more than 10 times different. At this time, more than 3 years have passed in this world. Wander to the office on the top floor of the research room. At this time, there were not many figures visible in the entire research room. When Sue Mo walked into Gray Silk's office, she was leisurely holding a cup of coffee, sitting in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the office, looking up into the sky. When she heard the door opening behind her, she didn't even look back. Sally, you. Gracie turned around and realized that Sue Mo was standing behind her. Owner. Gray's face showed joy, but almost instantly returned to her indifferent expression. What about the people in the research room? Why can't I see anyone? Sue Mo sat down directly on the chair behind the desk and asked. Temporarily on vacation. Gray Silk put down the coffee in her hand and then started to explain. After several years of research, the research team headed by Mr. Fantastic Reed has obtained some preliminary results in the study of Spider-Man's blood. Modeled after Spider-Man's blood sample and the genetically modified spider, they have developed a medicine they named Spider Serum. This potion is similar to the Super Soldier Serum, which can greatly improve the strength of the injector. According to their calculated data, the injector can roughly reach 1/3 of Spider-Man's physical fitness. But in the end, experiments on this serum on several species of animals ended in failure. Although the effect was as expected and could greatly enhance the physical fitness of these animals, each time the serum was injected, these animals would die mysteriously after a period of time. 3 consecutive years of research and countless financial investments. In the end, Reed obviously couldn't accept this result. However, after several consecutive improvements failed, he thought of a method similar to gambling. According to his observations, during this period, a cosmic storm will descend in outer space. He then thought about taking this serum into space to try to see if the cosmic storm could cause some special changes in this medicine. Later, with the help of Gray Silk, Reed took this spider serum and took a spaceship to the space station of the Baxter Group, the company founded by Victor, intending to conduct research. These few years, Gracie is naturally not idle, relying on the knowledge she has accumulated over the years and the startup funds. Virtually create a business empire. Even the Baxter Group owns part of the shares, so arranging this matter is naturally effortless. The company founded by Victor. After hearing her explanation, Sue Mo sighed. Victor is the famous Dr. Doom, and he's also the boss of his neighbor Susan. After going around in circles together, they went to outer space. In this case, it is very likely that the Fantastic Four and Doctor Doom will still be born. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Then Sally's figure walked in from outside. Ms. Gray Silk. Seeing Sue and Mo sitting in the room, Sally stopped talking. "Boss, are you back?" After saying that, she trotted up excitedly. But when she saw Gray C beside her, she realized that it was working time, and Gray C was a very rigid and rigorous person. Immediately, he stopped and stood still. Ms. Gray Silk, Professor Reed, and their spacecraft have taken off and are expected to arrive at the space station in 4 hours. Okay, got it. Gray Silk nodded. How many people in the research laboratory are going to space on a spacecraft? Suemo thought for a moment and asked. The number of people on board the spacecraft is limited, and there is no need for researchers in the space station. Only Reed brought some of the created serum aboard the spacecraft. Then he lowered his head and looked at Sue and Mo, because during this period, each of these researchers was immersed in research and only had a few hours of rest every day. So I took this opportunity to force them to take a few days off. So, do you need me to summon all those researchers back? Sue and Mo waved his hand. What you did is not wrong. The research is not short of a few days. If these people have physical problems, it will be a little troublesome. That's it. Hearing this, Gray Silk nodded. He raised his head and glanced at Sally, standing aside. In that case, I'll get busy first. After saying that, she walked directly outside. Looking at Gray Silk leaving the room, Sally breathed a visible sigh of relief. Although she has been following her for 3 years, Sally always feels a little nervous every time she sees him, like a primary school student facing the teacher. Sue, I heard from Gray C that you returned to Xia Kingdom. I didn't expect that it would be more than 3 years since you left. Facing Sue and Mo, Sally felt much more relaxed. He went up to him and gave him a hug, smiling. Ah, indeed, but it seems that you're doing pretty well during this time. Noon, New York, in a restaurant. Sue and Mo and Sally sat by the window. He looked out the window. At this time, pictures of Spider-Man can be seen everywhere on both sides of the road. He casually opened the Daily Bugle he just picked up at the door of the restaurant. The top headline is an eye-catching picture of Spider-Man, with a line of huge amounts of headlines. Spider-Man, the evil nemesis of New York. The headlines in newspapers now are about him at least 4 or 5 days a week. After ordering and handing the menu to the waiter on the side, Sally noticed Sue Mo's gaze and explained. Sue Mo nodded. He glanced at the photo in the newspaper again and frowned slightly. There is no other reason. What Peter is wearing above is an all-black, tight-fitting spider suit. This means that the venom has arrived and is attached to Peter's body. According to Sue Mo's estimation, venom should have arrived on Earth at least 5 or 6 years after Peter became Spider-Man. But now it seems that it is 2 to 3 years earlier in this world. But this is not surprising. After all, this is not the Spider-Man world he is familiar with. In this world, there are still Fantastic Four. Apparently, just a parallel universe. Now that the venom has arrived, my plan can already begin. Sue Mo muttered secretly in his heart. Millions of symbiotes, when used properly, can be a powerful fighting force. After lunch, Sue Mo and Sally walked out of the restaurant. Well, this restaurant is not bad. Sally followed Sue Mo and asked with a proud look on her face. Really? Sue Mo nodded. Considering that he didn't like Western food, he thought this restaurant tasted pretty good. Hearing his approval, Sally smiled, then looked at Sue Mo carefully and asked casually, You came back this time without your girlfriend? No. Sue Mo shook his head. Hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed across Sally's face, but she continued to ask, Why? She doesn't like the life here. Her reaction caught Sue Mo's eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. How could he, a veteran in love, not understand what the other person was thinking? No, I don't have a girlfriend. He was not wrong. In this world, he does not have a girlfriend. As for other worlds, it's like bringing it doesn't count as giving it. None of it counts. From beginning to end, he adhered to the motto of his previous life, never taking the initiative, never refusing, never. Of course, he still had to bear the responsibility. With such strength, there is no need to pretend to be a saint. Hear what he said? A flash of joy flashed in Sally's eyes. I live in an apartment nearby. Would you like to go up and visit? She lowered her head and whispered. But after waiting for a long time, she didn't hear the answer from Sue and Mo next to her. She turned to look. Sue and Mo was looking at the distance in front of him in trance. The two of them were on a street near New York Park. There were restaurants and shops on both sides of the street. Sally followed Sue Mo's gaze. Suddenly, she saw a young man in a suit with a parted hair, more than 20 meters away from the two of them, walking towards the opposite direction. However, in her opinion, he seemed to be seriously ill, walking and dancing at the same time. The pedestrians next to him naturally looked at him with strange eyes, but the man didn't seem to care at all and was still immersed in his own world. Sue and Mo stared at the scene blankly. I felt embarrassed for Pete. Looking at this situation, it is obvious that the other party has already let himself go under the influence of the venom. Presumably, he has also sprinkled ashes in Eddie's eyes. However, he quickly reacted, took out his cell phone, and recorded the situation in front of him. As a best friend, he had to help the other person recall the scene after he woke up. Soon, Pete noticed the situation here. After all, it was difficult not to notice Sue and Mo recording him with his cell phone. When Peter saw this, he was just about to come up and smash the cell phone of the person who was trying to record the video, when he saw clearly the appearance of the person holding the cell phone. After seeing clearly it was Sue and Mo, Pete's eyes lit up. May. After saying that, he hurriedly walked up and looked him up and down. It's really you. You really haven't changed at all, Peter shouted excitedly. Sue and Mo noticed the glances from all around and rubbed his forehead helplessly. But you have changed a lot. After hearing this, Peter didn't take it seriously. I really like this situation now. Sally on the side looked at Sue and Mo and then at Peter opposite, with a look of surprise in her eyes, as if she couldn't believe that Sue and Mo, who had always been steady, had such a friend. Sally, I'm afraid I'll have to visit your house next time. Sue and Mo looked at the other party's eyes and said apologetically. Half an hour later, Peter watched Sue and Mo put 7 or 8 large speakers into the trunk of the car, with a look of confusion on his face. Sue, what are you doing? Of course I'll take you to a good place. An inexplicable smile appeared on Sue Mo's face, and then he turned back to the cab of the car, looking at Peter still standing there. What are you still doing? Get in the car, quickly. Oh. Hearing Sue Mo shout, Peter came to his senses as if waking up from a dream and sat in the passenger seat. He didn't know what was going on just now, but there seemed to be a voice in his heart telling him that the other party was in danger and to stay away from him quickly. But Pete didn't care. The two of them were friends who grew up together. How could Sue and Mo harm him? By the time the car stopped, it was already dark. Pete got out of the car. At this time, the two were located in a vacant lot in the suburbs of New York. Looking at the deserted place in front of him, Peter asked with a puzzled look, I don't think this is a good place to camp. Okay, stop talking nonsense and help me move these speakers down quickly. Sue and Mo opened his mouth and gave instructions. Hearing this, Peter felt a familiar feeling in his heart again. There seemed to be a voice that was very offended by this and kept telling him to leave quickly. Pete shook his head to expel the thoughts in his mind, and then followed Sue Mo's instructions to place the speakers in a circular shape on the open space, all facing the center. Sue and Mo saw everything in his eyes. I also had some judgments in my mind. Unlike Venom's next host, when it possessed Peter, it was obviously Peter's will that dominated it. Venom had no way of controlling Peter's body and could only influence him sideways. Just like now, it magnified the dark side of his heart. But it seems that the effect is not very good. At most, it can transform Pete from the social fear he used to be to the social cow he is now. The darkest thing is just to give Eddie, who slandered him, some color and throw dust into his eyes. But after entering Eddie's body later, due to the original gap between the two, it was even able to control the other's body. Until Sue and Mo finished debugging all the speakers. When Peter came with him to the middle of the circle surrounded by speakers, Venom seemed to truly realize that something was wrong. He turned into liquid on his own initiative and wanted to escape from Peter's body. Su-Mo grabbed Peter and threw him to the middle position. This time, Venom's deep voice with a hint of anxiety could be heard clearly in Peter's mind. Go, get out of here right now. Pete is just a little dull, but not stupid. Hearing this voice, combined with all of Su-Mo's previous inexplicable actions, he also realized that Su-Mo seemed to be doing all this to deal with this strange creature in him. The venom in his body. Seeing Su-Mo about to turn on the speakers, Peter remained motionless. In anxiety, he wanted to forcefully control Peter's body and escape from this place. Peter did not hesitate at all. He directly suppressed the signs that the venom wanted to control his body, and then stretched out his hand to tear off a large piece of the venom flowing on his body. In his heart, he had great trust in Su-Mo, who had grown up since childhood. He didn't think the other party would harm him. Since the other party wants to deal with this kind of creature in the body, he must have his reasons. Moreover, he also vaguely noticed that there seemed to be something wrong with his temperament recently. After Peter tore the venom off his body, the duplication of the venom was applied to him again, like a dogskin plaster. For a time, the two fell directly into a state of anxiety. One is tearing it apart desperately, while the other is sticking it up desperately. At this moment, a harsh sound sounded in Peter's ears. Su-Mo has turned on all the speakers. As the sound sounded, Venom's body instantly began to shake violently as if it was cramping. Under this kind of shaking, it has even lost control of its body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Peter quickly broke free from Venom's entanglement and ran out of the area surrounded by speakers. After he left, Su-Mo also turned off the sound. Losing the influence of the noise, the body of the venom left behind began to expand rapidly. In almost a few seconds, it turned into a huge black monster with huge amounts of blood on its head, and a bloody mouth full of sharp teeth let out a loud sound. Roar! Then countless tentacles sprouted from the body. Peter stared at the scene in front of him in stunned silence. It was only then that he realized what kind of terrifying monster was parasitic on him. It seems that after possessing Pete for a period of time, Venom actually gained some autonomous fighting ability. The huge venom pounced directly in the direction of the two of them. Seeing this, Su-Mo pressed the switch in his hand again. In an instant, the venom turned into a soft-footed shrimp again and collapsed into a puddle of black liquid. Su-Mo stepped forward, took out a glass container of huge amounts, and put inside. After sealing the mouth of the jar, Su-Mo turned to look at Peter. How does it feel? After hearing this, Peter recalled what he had done in the past few days, with a look of embarrassment on his face. I think, in fact, dying directly in the opponent's hands is a good choice. After saying that, he looked at the venom that was crawling like slime in the container in Su-Mo's hand. What should I do with this thing? I have to take it back and study it. Su-Mo put it in the trunk of the car. Okay, but you'd better be careful and don't let this thing enter your body. That feeling. Pete was about to talk about the pleasure of being infatuated, but then he recalled the scene where he danced. Fortunately, that scene was not seen by Uncle Ben and Aunt May. He took a deep breath thankfully. Don't worry. Su-Mo comforted him. I have recorded your appearance on the road. I believe Uncle Ben and the others will be happy for your change when they see it. No, you can't do that. Pete's urgent voice echoed in the car. Night. Su-Mo had dinner at Uncle Ben and Aunt May's home. Seeing Su-Mo, whom they hadn't seen for a long time, the two of them also sighed. When we returned to the villa, it was almost 9 o'clock. There was darkness in the nearby villa. Susan and Johnny both went to the space station in space with Reed. When they came back, they might have transformed into the Invisible Woman and the Human Torch. After several years, the villa is still the same as when he left. This is, of course, the result of Gray Silk. She still returns to the villa occasionally. Su-Mo returned to the room, holding the glass container containing the venom. Open the container. The venom slowly flowed out from inside, like a puddle of mud. After flowing out, Venom's iconic head quickly appeared in front of Su-Mo's eyes, opened its bloody mouth, and bit Su-Mo's head. You really don't have a long memory. Su-Mo shook his head and sighed. Then the 10 rings on his right arm buzzed, and Venom instantly collapsed to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Su-Mo waved his right hand lightly, and a ball of hellfire shot into Venom's body. As Sumo's thoughts moved slightly, Venom, who was paralyzed on the ground, let out a painful roar. The characteristics of hellfire determine that Su-Mo can completely control whether it causes damage to a certain creature or object. This also leads to, after integrating the fire of hell into Venom's body, Su-Mo only needs one thought to burn the other party into a pile of ashes. With the power of hellfire, not to mention being afraid of the venom of fire, even the poison with the highest resistance to fire has no way to resist it. No, stop it, we can talk. Soon, Venom, who was in agony from the torture, begged for mercy. It is not low in intelligence. Every time the flame burns it for a period of time, when it feels that it can't bear it, it will stop. After it gradually recovers, the flame will continue to burn. It easily guessed that the other party did not want to kill it. Su-Mo ignored it. Instead, he continued to control the hellfire and tortured it for more than 10 minutes before letting it go. By this time, Venom had become somewhat weak. After all, this is not an ordinary flame. Even if Su-Mo controls the intensity of the flame every time, it still causes huge amounts of damage to people who are already afraid of flames. I am afraid it will take at least 7 or 8 people's brains to recover. Of course, if it was my brother-in-law, this amount would have to be doubled. Seeing that the other party was honest, Su-Mo spoke. Tell me how you came to Earth. In fact, according to the characteristics of symbionts, even one symbiont can split into countless subbodies, and each generation of subbodies is stronger than the previous generation. However, these symbionts all have a fitness problem. Only 2 parties with high enough compatibility can coexist together. Otherwise, although the host body can also be enhanced by the symbiote, it will lose its life in a short period of time. This is why Su-Mo had to find a large number of symbionts. After all, if one doesn't fit, there are millions of others to choose from, and one of them will fit. Los Angeles, Life Foundation headquarters. Su-Mo looked at the building in front of him. From Venom's mouth, we learned that they came to Earth on this organization spaceship. If you want to know the location of the symbiote planet, you can only go through this organization. After all, symbionts like Venom and the others have no way of understanding the coordinates of the universe created by people on Earth. Building interior. In a laboratory on a certain floor, Drake watched as the rabbit parasitized by the parasite slowly fell to the ground and died, and then a pool of gray slime-like stuff flowed out of the rabbit's body. He had an ugly expression on his face. Dr. Drake, we have tried more than a dozen species of organisms so far. The longest survival time of these hosts is only 2 days, and then they will die due to internal organ depletion. We haven't found any rules in terms of survival time, but at present, it should be related to the compatibility of the two. The higher the degree of matching, the longer the creature will survive. Dr. Dora came next to him and looked at the information report in his hand. Keep trying, and one day we will be able to find a completely matching host. At this time, Sumo's figure walked in from outside the laboratory. Noticed Sumo's figure. Derek stepped forward and stopped him. Who are you and how did you get in? After saying that, he turned his head and shouted in the direction where Su-Mo came in. Sam. The Sam he was talking about was naturally the security guard of the laboratory, but no matter how much he shouted, there was no response from outside. No need to shout. The Sam you were talking about has gone home for vacation. Su-Mo kindly reminded him, and then looked up and down at the person in front of him. It seems that you are the person in charge here. So, you must know where these things come from? He turned to look at the symbiote that was the same as Venom in the laboratory next to him. Hear the other person's question. Drake instantly understood Su-Mo's purpose. He took a few steps back unconsciously. The other party was able to enter his laboratory in such a grand manner, and the security personnel outside made no movement. This only meant that the other party had already eliminated all those security personnel. At present, they're the only researchers left in the laboratory. Obviously, it is impossible to be the opponent's opponent. At this time, the other researchers in the laboratory also gathered around and looked at Su-Mo warily. Following Drake's cryptic look, these people stopped in front of Su-Mo. Seeing this, Su-Mo showed a surprised look. Logically speaking, when encountering this kind of situation, according to a normal person's personality, they would run as far as they can. After all, they're just working as workers to earn a little salary, so there's no need to work hard. Being willing to risk his life to stop him only shows that the boss has given enough. In this case, Su-Mo was not prepared to hold back. Psychokinesis surged out, and instantly these people were thrown away and smashed against the wall. Drake behind him changed his expression when he saw this, and was about to flee. However, as soon as he took 2 steps, he was pulled back by Sumo's psychokinesis. Tell me where the symbiote is on the planet. As a purple light emitted from Sumo's eyes, Drake's face instantly became dull. Then he turned around and went to the computer on the other side. After some operations on it, he copied a star map information to a computer. The hard drive was handed over to Su-Mo. Su-Mo nodded with satisfaction. After canceling the soul-obsessing spell, he came to the glass window that closed the symbiote. If you remember correctly, there were a total of 4 symbiotes captured by the Life Foundation, and Riot, the leader of them, had already escaped. Only 3 symbiotes remained, including Venom. The remaining 2 are imprisoned here. The intelligence of the 2 symbiotes seems not to be low. Su-Mo just opened the door. The 2 of them rushed towards Su-Mo at the same time, turning a blind eye to the others next to them. The talent of symbionts allows them to clearly sense the physical qualities of nearby humans. Sumo's current physical fitness, even without relying on the increase of 10 rings, relying solely on the nourishment of strong mental power, his current strength is comparable to that of a junior warrior. In the eyes of the symbiote, a physically strong person like him is undoubtedly a piece of cake. But Sumo's movements were much faster than them. With a wave of his hands, 2 containers appeared in his hands, and the mouths of the containers were aimed at the 2 symbionts. Boom! There was a soft sound, and the symbiote had no time to react and plunged into the hole. Su-Mo quickly closed the mouth of the container. He didn't like having something like this enter his body. Let's not talk about how much this thing can increase the body. He couldn't accept the fact that this thing was an intelligent species. After all, if he is symbiotic with this thing, it will be as if he's being monitored by others all the time. Even if he really wants to integrate the symbiosis, he will choose to erase the intelligence of this thing. Send the 2 containers back to the villa through the portal. Su-Mo disappeared in a flash. Clinta is 3 to 4 light years away from the Earth. Su-Mo walked out of the portal. He turned around and looked at his surroundings. The planet in front of me looked full of life, with lush blue plants everywhere in my sight, but the surrounding environment was surprisingly quiet, with no sound at all. Su-Mo felt relieved when he thought about Venom's fear of sounds. Then he pulled out an oxygen mask from the space door and put it on his face. When he just stepped out of the portal, he could notice that there was no oxygen in the atmosphere of this planet. Psychokinesis spreads around. No trace of the symbiote was found within the scope covered by the power of thought. But this is simple. He casually took out the container containing the venom and put it out. Venom is a pitifully marginalized little creature on its home planet. I believe that the other party will be very happy to lead the way. This is the breath of the mother star. The venom was released, and a ferocious head poked out from the pool of liquid, with a strange sound coming from its mouth. It felt like it was on Earth just now, but it didn't expect to arrive at Clina Planet in an instant. I think you wouldn't mind taking me to your tribe's gathering place. Sumo's voice came from his side. Hearing this voice, Venom's body trembled imperceptibly. After experiencing yesterday's torture, it had already had huge amounts of psychological shadow on Su-Mo. What are you going to do? Seeing Su-Mo taking it back to its home planet and taking it to the gathering place of the ethnic group himself, Venom showed a trace of resistance on his ferocious face. Seeing the other party's expression, Su-Mo was a little surprised. As far as I know, your tribe is not friendly to you, and now you want to protect them? Hearing this, Venom shook his head and spoke angrily. Although I've been ostracized, it is only a small group of people who ostracize me. I cannot let the entire ethnic group be wiped out because of the mistakes of this small group. Seeing Venom's determined attitude, Sue and Mo smiled. You are quite principled. Don't worry, I worked so hard to find this place, not just to wipe out your tribe. Sue and Mo opened his mouth to explain. Real. Venom looked stunned, and after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. But it didn't completely believe it, and was still hesitant. Seeing the other party's hesitation, Sumo's voice became a little colder. My patience is limited. If you don't agree, I will probably waste more time, but I'm afraid you will waste more than just your time. Saying that, Sumo made a gesture to ignite the health fire in the other party's body, etc. Venom saw this and hurriedly spoke to stop it. It had suffered enough pain yesterday, and Sumo was not wrong. It had come from such a long distance, and it was impossible to give up no matter what. After a while, Sumo rode on a horse of Venom symbiosis and drove in one direction. Feel the lightning speed beneath you. He couldn't help but sigh secretly in his heart. This kind of symbiotic creature is really easy to use. The only drawback is that it costs some money. Although the horse underneath him can run faster than the high-speed rail, I'm afraid it will be completely useless after reaching the destination. Less than half an hour, a man and a horse stopped in front of Canyon. Venom's head extends from the horse's body. This is the ancestral land of our symbiote. Sumo heard this and looked down the canyon. In the canyon at this time, countless symbionts were crawling on the ground. The sight of the densely packed, slime-like symbionts made Sumo's scalp tingle. Sure enough, it is conservatively estimated that there are millions of these symbionts. He glanced around below and finally landed on the black sword inserted on an altar in the middle of the canyon. Is it the Black Death sword? Sumo's eyes lit up, and he murmured to himself. You must know that if the symbiote is traced back to its origin, it comes from the ancient Dark King in AR. Nar was born before the birth of the universe. At the birth of the universe, the sleeping Nar was also awakened by the light of the gods transforming all things, but Nar naturally refused to accept the transformation of the gods. Using his own energy, Nar built a powerful weapon and used it to kill the god who wanted to transform him. And this weapon is the Black Death sword. It is also the first symbiote he created. The Black Death sword has a powerful ability, which is that after killing the opponent, it can absorb all the opponent's energy, thereby continuously strengthening the original. As the ancestor of the symbiote, the Black Death sword naturally possesses the commonality of the symbiote. After symbiosis, the strength of the host, that is, the user, is enhanced. This also resulted in the Black Death sword becoming extremely powerful after absorbing all the power of the gods. Sumo was not in a hurry to check out the sword. Instead, focus on these endless symbionts in the canyon. If you want to bring these symbionts back, you have to rely on the main body. Think of this. Sumo sat cross-legged on the ground, and his soul instantly left this body and returned to the original world. Then the main body left the nutrition bin and was instantly teleported to this world by relying on the ability of dimensional teleportation. Aside, Venom, who was gradually leaving the horse, noticed this scene and let out an excited roar. God, what a perfect body! Driven by instinct, it jumped directly towards Sumo. In the eyes of these symbionts, Sumo's powerful body is simply the most perfect parasitic target. Sumo looked at the venom attached to his leg. The leg muscles tremble. Venom flew out directly as if it had received some kind of heavy blow. Sumo waved his hand, and Venom's body was directly transported to a special forbidden space in the Star Tower. Subsequently, his eyes looked towards the symbiote in the canyon. I don't know if it's because the symbiote has different characteristics from humans, but Sumo's mind can directly control the other person's body, with his psychokinesis at full blast. In the huge amounts of the canyon, countless symbionts all floated up and were taken into the Star Tower by him. Almost instantly, the entire canyon was cleared. There are already more than 1 million symbionts in the Star Tower. After confirming that all the symbionts have been collected, Sumo stepped in front of the Black Death sword. Look at the sword inserted into the rock altar in front of you. The sword body is completely black and its appearance is similar to a Western Knight sword. The sword has an elongated shape, and the sword body is also very narrow. Suemo did not reach out and touch the sword. The Black Death sword, like symbionts like venom, can parasitize in the host's body, and it seems that this sword can erode the user's consciousness. Although Suemo was guarded by the Star Tower in the Sea of Consciousness, he was not worried about this. But he still planned to be cautious and try to touch this sword again after returning to the Star Tower. When the time comes, Xing-Ji will take care of her, so there is no need to worry about any accidents. Suemo dug out the altar-like stone from the ground and put it directly into the Star Tower. The moment Suemo put it into the Star Tower, located at the very center of the planet, a figure lying seemingly sleeping suddenly opened his eyes. The Black Death sword has disappeared. He sat up directly and then disappeared in a flash. In the canyon. After Suemo put away the Black Death sword, he casually put the two symbiotes he had placed in the villa into the Star Tower. After everything was completed, he planned to return to the original world. The moment he turned around, he noticed a figure standing not far away from his peripheral vision. Suemo was shocked. His figure instantly turned around, facing the figure directly, and the Feather God armor instantly completely enveloped his body. It wasn't until this moment that he felt a little more at ease. After all, if he can appear beside him quietly without being noticed by himself, the opponent's strength is likely to be higher than his own. He looked at the other person carefully. The other party has a thin face, long white hair, and is wearing a black armor. On the chest of the armor, there is a symbol similar to the shape of a Western dragon. Who are you? Suemo had some guesses about the identity of the other party. With this kind of dress, and the fact that he appeared here at this time, the other party was probably Nar, the god of symbiote. The other party did not answer his question. Instead, he looked at Suemo with a sense of oppression. Where did you hide my Black Death sword? Really? The other party is the god of symbiotes, Nar. After hearing the other party's question, Suemo immediately came to this conclusion in his heart. After all, there are only two masters of the Black Death sword. Apart from Nar, who originally created it, the only one left is the Godslayer Gal. But after losing the parasite of the Black Death sword, Gear was just an ordinary person. It was impossible for him to appear behind him quietly like this. Before Suemo could answer, Null had already noticed the scene in the surrounding canyon. You also killed all my symbiotes. Damn it, you Damby *************** D. After saying that, Null's body disappeared instantly. When Suemo saw this, he was shocked. With his own nerve reaction speed, he could only vaguely capture the figure of the other party. 1,000 planes appeared in front of him instantly. Star Shield. Within a few tenths of a second, the 1,000 machine disc transformed into its second form, blocking the direction in which NAR was rushing. Boom! After a loud noise, the Star Shield directly hit Suemo's body under the huge amounts of power of the opponent and flew out with his body. After his body flew backwards for several kilometers, he stopped by psychokinesis. Despite the double protection of Star Shield and Quetzalcoatl. But his body still couldn't bear the strength that was weakened by 99%. There was already a trace of blood on the corner of Suemo's mouth under the Feather God's armor. Since I started practicing, this was the first time that he encountered such a situation of being completely crushed by the opponent, and his fighting spirit was high at the moment. Just take the opponent and test your own strength. With the existence of the Star Tower and the ability to teleport, he does not have to worry about his own safety. His figure flashed, the human body had disappeared, and the figure of the beast god duplication appeared on the spot. Judging from the situation of the fight, just now, the main body is not the opponent's opponent. Only the beast god duplication has the ability to entangle with the opponent. At this time, the beast god duplication has become twice the file size of humans. In this way, it can be more flexible in dealing with it. Seeing Suemo's figure replaced by a strange-looking beast, surprise flashed across Nair's eyes. But he didn't care. Hand over the Black Death sword, and I will let you die happily. Beast God Duplication did not answer the other party. He let out an angry roar, flapped his wings, and appeared in front of Null. The right front paw swung fiercely toward the opponent. With 40 billion tons of force, plus a 36-fold increase in strength, the hoof claws carrying 1,000,000,000,000 tons of force directly turned into a phantom and grabbed at Nar's body. Nair felt the huge power above and had to dodge as soon as his body moved. Skyclaw, Sumo didn't mean to test at all, and he went all out from the moment he came up. After all, facing an opponent who is even stronger than yourself, if you remain clumsy, you will easily be killed. Feel the eerie feeling of time and space around you. NAL had a feeling that no matter how he dodged, there seemed to be no way to get rid of the opponent's attack. Seeing this scene, Nair's face darkened. There was also a trace of anger in his heart. Want a head-on confrontation? I'll help you. He waved out his right hand and directly met the hoof and claws of the beast god Duplication. Boom! After a loud noise, Null's body turned into an afterimage and disappeared directly on the spot. But almost instantly, Null's figure appeared not far away again. At this time, the other party looked a little miserable. The entire right arm turned into powder and disappeared, and blood stained half of his body red. How could the strongest attack of the beast god with perfect genes be so easily followed? In this world, when it comes to hand-to-hand combat ability, the beast god is ranked second, and no one dares to be ranked first. This is because the beast god has just reached the star level. But if Fan gets to a higher realm, after receiving this blow, it's not just his arm that turns to dust. Due to the invasion of the two energies of time and space, NAL's broken arm could not be recovered for a while. Feeling this, coupled with the severe pain coming from the broken arm, Ner finally goes full rage. You little thief, suffer death. After realizing that he was no match for the opponent in hand-to-hand combat, Ner no longer rushed forward recklessly, but instead shot endless black energy from his body. These energies surged in all directions without distinction. Feeling this huge energy, Su-Mo immediately had an idea in his mind. Invincible. His body flashed, disappeared from the spot, and returned to the original universe. Judging from the original drama, the opponent's strength is at the level of a single universe, and it is considered a relatively strong existence. After all, it is an existence that can kill the gods alone. Looking at it this way, the strength of Su-Mo Beast God Duplication, based on the strength level of this world, should be barely able to reach the single universe level in some aspects. Although the time they had just fought was short, Su-Mo had already shown his strongest strength. The strength of Beast God Duplication is divided according to the strength of swallowing the world. After using the sky-tearing claw, his strength is no less than that of an ordinary universe-level powerhouse. In other words, the single universe-level powerhouse in this world is probably around the Realm Lord level in strength. The combat power of the UN universe should be at least comparable to that of an immortal-level powerhouse. The strength of characters in the Marvel world can be roughly divided into surface level, Heavenly Father level, single universe level, multi-universe level, super-universe level, and omnipotent universe level. Of course, this is only a rough division of strength. Strength within the same level may vary greatly. Just like Thor and Tony's assistant Happy, neither of them are at the Heavenly Father level. Both are at the Earth level. But considering the difference in strength between the two, Thor could defeat tens of thousands of harpies without any effort. The same is true among Heavenly Father level powerhouses. Sumo's actual strength is not up to the single universe level, but against Odin, who is also at the Heavenly Father level, his strength can reach the level of crushing. Judging from the performance in the original drama, Thanos without the Infinity Stones cannot even reach the level of Heavenly Father. As for how far Thanos has reached with the Infinite Stones in his hands, this is a bit difficult to judge. However, as long as the opponent has not collected all the infinite gems, Su-Mo will not be afraid of the opponent with his current strength. Suppress the chaotic thoughts in my mind. Su-Mo came to the forbidden space where the Black Death Sword and Venom were stored. He transformed the forbidden space according to the appearance in the canyon, and even the atmospheric environment was completely simulated. In this case, these symbionts can completely live here. As for the food problem, it is easier to solve. Among the supplies Kim Tae-hee and the others collected, there were quite a few chocolates, so maintaining them for several years was not a problem. Suemo came to the front of the Black Death Sword. He directly reached out and grasped the hilt of the Black Death Sword. As the two came into contact, Suemo clearly felt that endless negative energy was coming from above and rushing toward his sea of consciousness. However, these emotions were instantly eliminated by the Star Tower. At the same time, the Black Death Sword that came into contact with the surface of Sumo's skin gradually softened, turning into a black viscous liquid that was somewhat similar to venom. These liquids slowly penetrated into Sumo's skin. In less than half a minute, it completely disappeared. Immediately afterwards, endless power surged out of Sumo's body, making him feel for a moment that he could tear the entire space apart. Suemo looked at his hands. As expected of Nar, the symbiote god's weapon, he felt that after the Black Death Sword was integrated into his body strength increased at least 10 times. This is 10 times the power of hundreds of millions of tons. Although there is still some gap between it and the single universe level, this gap has been narrowed to the point where it is no longer defenseless. At least it will not be killed by the opponent with a casual blow. As he raised his right hand, the Black Death Sword regrouped in his right hand. However, it is no longer a sword at this time, but a sword 1 finger wide. The Black Death Sword, like all symbionts, does not have a fixed appearance, but can change its shape at will according to its own thoughts. Not to mention swords, even complex firearms can also change. However, after being turned into a firearm, it is of little use. And the Black Death Sword has another characteristic. It will also become stronger or weaker depending on the strength of the host. This is also one of the characteristics of symbionts. Suemo had previously wondered why the Black Death Sword was the weapon of Nar, a single universe-level powerhouse. So how could it be easily destroyed by a broken Thor's hammer? Now he understands. Gore, the God Slayer, is just an ordinary person at best. After coexisting with the Black Death Sword, the strength of the Black Death Sword is completely different from when it was held by Nar. To be precise, the Black Death Sword and Thor's hammer do not belong to the same type of treasure at all. Thor's hammer is a weapon with fixed power. Anyone who holds it in his hand will have the same power as long as he can control it. The two had just returned home. The cell phone in Gray Silk's pocket rang. After a moment, she covered the receiver and looked at Suemo. Dr. Sean has agreed to join our laboratory, but he has also put forward conditions. He needs 2 such protective pendants. Sure, that kind of pendant is just an ordinary pendant that he casually blended with a trace of dark energy. If he wanted to, he could make tens of thousands of them in 1 minute. It is certainly worth exchanging 2 of these pendants for a top PhD in biogenetics. After hanging up the phone, Gray looked at Suemo vaguely again. She still hasn't figured out how the other party expected what happened next. Suemo raised his head and looked at the other person's eyes looking at him. What's wrong with you? No. Gray C, who has always been rigorous in doing things, had a rare look of panic on her face. After taking a look at the other party's expression, Suemo didn't care. By the way, you have that kind of ability. Why didn't you tell me earlier? He asked, looking at the other person. Suemo also learned about her ability through Gray Silk's voice transmission just after asking about the Green Goblin's words. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have bothered to talk nonsense with the other party. Because you didn't ask. Gray Silk's face once again regained that ancient well-like expression. All right. After hearing the other party's answer, Suemo nodded helplessly. When he went to Silent Hill to bring the other person back, he didn't ask too much about the other person's ability because he was in a hurry. I only know that the other party has the ability to transform into an entity. In his opinion, all he needed was a secretary that he could fully trust, so he didn't ask any more questions, signed a contract with the other party directly, and brought the other party back. I didn't expect that the other party could give me such a surprise. Where are the remaining people at this time? Gracie handed a piece of information in her hand to Suemo. The information given by Reed also recorded the addresses of some people. Naturally, she needed to find out the locations of the rest. With her ability to read memories, this is not a difficult thing for her. After handing the things to Sue Mo, Gray C. bowed and walked out. Some research equipment would arrive at the laboratory in an hour, and she needed to rush there immediately. Sue Mo glanced at the other person's leaving figure and then focused on the document in his hand. Look at the information recorded above. Most of the remaining biological and genetic talents who have not been recruited belong to the military. Although Sue Mo also had a way to recruit them, it would obviously cause a series of subsequent troubles. Although these troubles can be easily solved with his ability, it will undoubtedly waste a lot of his time. In comparison, some idle talents are more suitable. Finally, Sue Mo's eyes fell on a name. Fort Herman, a retired professor of genetics at Harvard University, now living in Louisiana on a small island near New Orleans. After looking at the address, Sue Mo was just about to leave. There was a scream outside the villa. Hearing this voice, Sue Mo looked stunned. Then psychokinesis explored outside. At this time, it was on the ground at the entrance of the villa. Johnny, who looked exactly like Captain America, was slumped on the ground, looking horrified at Gray Silk, who had a cold face not far away. See this scene. Sue Mo understood what was going on almost immediately. According to Gray's cold personality, it is obviously impossible to take the initiative to talk to him. Obviously, it was Johnny who came up to chat with Gray Silk after seeing her. Gray Silk, who was bored, directly taught the other party some lessons. At this time, Susan, who heard the shouting outside, also walked out of the room. Seeing the situation in front of her, she couldn't understand what happened for a while. After Gray C taught the other party a lesson, she got in the car and left without saying much. Susan walked over to Johnny, who was moving his body backwards on the ground. "Johnny, what are you doing?" Johnny, who was a little distracted, was so excited that he almost cried when he saw Susan's figure. He hugged Susan's calf and pointed at the car away with his trembling left hand, his words a little incoherent. "Her hand's head." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to make gestures on his head. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that Johnny calmed down a little and described the matter clearly. Susan looked at him with a crazy look. "So, you mean that the woman who just walked out of Sue Mo's house put her hand into your head, stuck her middle finger inside, and then left your head?" "That's right, that's it." Johnny's head was nodding like a woodpecker. After receiving Johnny's affirmative answer, Susan reached out and hit him hard on the head, then angrily reached out and lifted him up from the ground. "Johnny, have you had some?" What?" Johnny was stunned for a moment, but he quickly realized what Susan was referring to. "No, how is that possible?" He quickly denied it. "Then why are you talking such nonsense? I tell you, you are not allowed to leave home even half a step within the next week." Susan obviously didn't believe what the other party said, so she directly dragged the other party towards the yard. Grand Isle. There are nearly 20,000 residents living on the island. However, these people are distributed in various locations on the island covering 4 to 5,000 square kilometers. The island is located about 10 kilometers away from the northern coast and is considered the economic center of the island. There are some public facilities here that supply the daily needs of island residents, such as supermarkets, medical stations, and police stations. Suemo walked out a path behind the supermarket. Naturally, he had no intention of slowly enjoying the scene of Susan training her younger brother, but came directly to this place through the portal. But just after coming out of the path, the sound of an air raid siren echoed in the town. At the same time, in the deserted square outside the supermarket, an old man with bloodstains on his mouth and body was running towards the supermarket. Looking up into the distance, an overwhelming fog was spreading behind the old man in this direction at an extremely fast speed. "What the hell?" Looking at this fog, Suemo sighed in confusion. "Run quickly, there's something in the fog." When the old man passed by him, he warned him and then rushed into the supermarket without looking back. Close the door quickly." After entering the supermarket, the old man hurriedly yelled at the people standing behind the door and the floor-to-ceiling glass windows. Several men, looked at the bloodstains on the old man's body and the fog that was spreading rapidly in the distance. They hurriedly stepped forward and wanted to close the supermarket door. "Hey, didn't you see someone standing outside?" At this time, a young female cashier stepped forward, pushed away the men who were trying to close the door, ran out of the door in 2 steps, and pulled Sue and Mo, who was still standing there blankly, into the supermarket. The reason Sue and Mo didn't move was certainly not because he was in a daze. Instead, he relied on his mental power to sense the scene in the fog. But the strange thing is that there seems to be a trace of weirdness in this fog, and psychokinesis has no way to penetrate the distant fog.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.